welcome you to my Sweet and Swoony Romance Audiobooks channel. Today I'm doing a quick author introduction to the book Dare to Love the Guy I Hate, which is the fourth book in the Forever Marriage Match series. In this book, you will find Mr. Adorable with a charming smolder, Reggie, a finicky feline, the sassy one who does not scamper, an epic cross-country road trip, and ice cream. Lots and lots of ice cream. And I'll read the description, and then you can get started listening to this fun, sweet romantic comedy narrated by Miranda. Okay, with the high school reunion approaching, according to the dare, I have to find my marriage match. Too bad I hate him. I know exactly what I want, an epic adventure on the open road. Forget the silly dating dare. My quest is to visit all 50 states and find a place to call home. When my mom asks for a favor to help a family friend, I can't say no, even though I despise the guy. Elliot O'Connell is a rock star in recovery with a debilitating fear of flying, but he needs to get to an awards show. A road trip with a pretty woman sounds like a song in the making. Turns out he's my number one nemesis. Not a fan of his lifestyle or that thing he did that one time. Me forgive, forget? Nuh-uh. We clash when tailed by a crazy ex, try to detour past heartbreak, and take a wrong turn that leads us to discover that what we have in common. When the trip comes to an end and real life intervenes, sending us in different directions, he says I'm like a tune he can't get out of his head. Forgive, forget, maybe. Will these speed bumps slow us down, or are we destined for love? So anyway, I will let you get right to it. I hope you enjoy listening to the audiobook for Dare to Love the Guy I Hate, and I'll see you between the pages.
Dare to Love the Guy I Hate. Romantic Comedy Forever Marriage Match Book 4. Written by Ellie Hall. Copyright 2021. Narrated by Lorena Hoops. Audio copyright 2022. Chapter 1. Mila. If I were to name the soundtrack to my life lately, it would be dubbed Rocky Road. This is not to be confused with the ice cream flavor, though I stopped at an ice cream shop in a little town during my travels, and hands down, it was the best ever. And I'm kind of a snob about things like that, especially if they involve chocolate. I think the place was called Queen's Cones in Liberty Lake, if you find yourself passing through. I could really go for some ice cream right now. I'd even take rum raisin, which is my least favorite kind. Back to the soundtrack. Nor am I on an actual rocky road cut through the woods or in the desert. Although I'll be hitting the road again soon enough. Rather, I've hit a rough patch in my life. My phone jingles with a tune by my dad's band, The Vines. In their heyday, they were like a combination of the Beatles or Led Zeppelin, but from the United States. They still tour, mostly overseas. This song used to bring a little smile to my face every time I'd hear it, but now it's like static, confusion, uncertainty, but that's life lately. However, right now, my stomach tightens at the sound of my cell phone's jingle, indicating an incoming message because last night I accidentally asked Siri if a guy I'd been seeing for a while a few months ago would ever text me back. Was it a moment of weakness and stupidity? Yes it was. Do I regret it and wish I had a take-back machine? Yes I do. It was a moment of weakness because I'm leaving New York in a few days. So dating is off the table, though I doubt he's in this city, state, or country anyway. Like Dad, the heartbreaker I call Mr. X is in a band. Dating musicians is complicated. I should have known better. A little voice that sounds an awful lot like my father's low rumble when he's testing out lyrics whispers in my ear. But is it too complicated for love? Little known fact, Mrs Strickland, guitarist and singer for The Vines, and the guy I call Dad, may be 6 feet of bearded ferocity, but he's a romantic at heart. at least when it comes to my mom. Mr. X, on the other hand, is also 6 feet, but beardless and heartless. As far as everyone knows, I am not into ooey-gooey, sugary, sweet expressions of love. But as time passes and my best friends pair off, deep down it would be nice for someone to do things like bring me ice cream when I'm feeling down. Even though Cora's a cook, her guy Shaw is all about making sure she always has something delicious at her fingertips. Or, someone who is always there, rain or shine. Paisley and Griffin have weathered some storms together, proving they can survive and surf anything. I wouldn't mind a handy guy who can fix things when they're broken. I'm not talking about my heart. Nope, that thing is fully intact. Mostly, I was thinking specifically about Blakely and Dean. The guy can do anything. Oh, and about last night's blunder, it was also a moment of stupidity because I was acting like a 12-year-old with one of those magic 8-ball toys and not a device that has the ability to text the guy. Seriously, I don't know what Siri was thinking. Oh, right, she wasn't thinking because she's a voice-activated virtual assistant and somehow her wires got crossed. The real question is, what was I thinking? Sure, Mr. X and I had chemistry, but it was nothing more than a fireworks and rainbows fling. Not a deep inside-the-heart connection, or the fast and furious love that would compel two people to follow each other down any road, no matter where it led. Ugh. I risk picking up my phone. Thankfully, the text I just received is not a reply from Mr. X. It's from my mom. I drop back onto my pillows and sling my arm over my face before I read it. But Mr. X could still reply, and that would be humiliating. Can today be over already? No, it's only like 8 in the morning. I'm supposed to be the cool girl in the group, the one who breezes through life without a care in the world, not the dummy dum-dum who accidentally texts a guy late at night as if I were desperate. If you look up the word mortified in the dictionary, you'll see my photo, red bedhead hair and all. I'm so embarrassed that I'd like to text Mr. X back and suggest that he plan my funeral. I'd like a proper burial too, white lilies, long eulogy, the whole thing. But that notion hits a little close to the chest. Instead, I'll pretend it didn't happen, just like other things in my life. My phone beeps again. This time it's from Tanya, my mother, sort of. Mom, are you awake? I don't reply because she's in the other room and will likely come in here eventually. When I'm idle, I can't help but obsess over the rough patch. A few months ago, I was in what I thought were the beginnings of a relationship with Mr. X. Then he ghosted me. I was in what I thought was a family. Then I found out I was adopted. Why didn't the woman who I always called Mom and was my best friend tell me the truth before now? I thought I was Daddy's little girl. Turns out they don't know who my real father is. Now I don't know who I am or where I belong. The Vines song Wind in the Garden, my text tone, sounds again with a message from the Fab Five group chat. As usual, they're discussing what to eat for breakfast. The perfect distraction from my confusing snarl of thoughts. Cora, next time we get together for brunch, I have to make a breakfast board for us. Think of it like a charcuterie board, but with French toast bites, berries and cream, bacon. Me. Bacon? I'm in. But I need your suggestion for road trip snacks. What should I bring? Cora. Cheese crackers, cheese puffs, string cheese. You could also pack a cooler and bring some brie, pears, flatbread. Me. Sounds fancy. I don't want to drive with orange fingers, though. Also, what's with you and cheese? Paisley. Are you having a craving? Daisy. Are you preggo? Before I can see the answer, my door whooshes open, letting in a beam of light. That's Tanya Strickland for you. She's bright, bold, and brings the sunshine wherever she goes. How she produced a daughter who prefers to wear black, is a night owl, and has a morose sense of humor is beyond me. The thought pinches something inside because now that I know the truth about my origins, it's not so strange that we're polar opposites. Mom throws open the curtains, blasting me with a shock of daylight. Good morning, my darling sunbeam. It's a beautiful day. Is that because I'm leaving? I ask. No, don't be like that, Mila. However, I am looking forward to the going away party later. She'll take up any excuse to host a gathering. Kindergarten graduation? You'd have thought I won the Nobel Prize. My 16th birthday? It was worthy of one of those over-the-top television specials and cost the same as a wedding. When I went off to college, we had a 2-week-long getaway to the Bahamas. I told you don't need to have a going-away party for me every time I hit the road. She gazes out the window for a long moment. I just want to make sure you come back. To New York? No, to me, silly. She quickly masks her uncertainty. I may be the sassy one, but I'm not cold-blooded. I peel myself out of bed and cross the room, wrapping her in a hug. I will always come back, Mom. Despite the shocking news about my adoption status, calling her Mom is the truest thing I know. Still, that doesn't help with my confusion. She squeezes tight. I know these last months haven't been easy, but telling you the truth felt like the right thing to do. In the morning light, the fine lines around her eyes look deeper. It would take me forever to count the streaks of silver in her long hair. She used to make me keep track of them. Time really has a way of sneaking up. Yeah, I get it. I mean, mostly, I guess. I just want to know more, you know? Not my most eloquent sentence, but nothing about the news Mom and Dad gave me a short time ago makes sense. Only it does. It actually explains a lot. I tried texting to see if you were awake, but you didn't answer. Tanya takes my hand, and we lower onto the edge of the bed. I have a tiny favor to ask you. If it's whether Miranda can come to the party, the answer is no. Sweetie, I didn't realize how awful she was to you girls in high school. I'm sorry I ever made the suggestion. Miranda is the Fab Five frenemy. Mom always encouraged me to befriend her when we were growing up. Believe me, I tried. Miranda is the original mean girl meme. Noted. I refrain from saying I told you so. I also withhold confessing that my phone accidentally texted Mr. X last night. And I don't dare tell her about the forever marriage match pact between the Fab Five and me. She's a couples counselor, so you'd think she'd understand the perils of relationships. But no, she and Dad have experienced over 30 years of wedded bliss. Naturally, she wants the same for me. Along with throwing parties, she pounces on every opportunity to play matchmaker. It's about Chaz's son. I picked him up from a rehabilitation facility. They had to sign him over to my care under threat of being deported. My brow furrows. Chaz? Your old friend from high school? Mom has mentioned that his son was troubled and that she's always worried about Chaz, too. It might be that they both went down the wrong path. He's a nice young man. Her voice flutters. Famous last words. Famous? Yes. Last Words was the name of their recent album. He's in the band 1 second. You must remember him from the reunion concert a few months ago. They opened for your father." My mother's lovely British accent is made for reading bedtime stories and assuring me I'll be right as rain anytime I've ever felt blue. But right now, it's about as pleasant as feedback from a guitar amplifier. "I sure do remember him," I say through gritted teeth, and don't want to think about him ever again. That was a time I'd love to forget, but I can't. Nor can I forgive him. He earned the name Mr. X with interest. However, Mom knows nothing about that night, where it led, and she never shall. "Elliot got into a little bit of trouble but has amended his ways. So the favor is that he needs a ride." Like an out-of-control car, I immediately see where this is going and can't do anything to stop the crash. No way. I'm embarking on a solo road trip in the old VW Beetle I recently inherited from my biological mom, Vivian Davis. It's just going to be me, the car, and the open road. No passengers. "You're in one of your soggy moods and it's not even raining out. Let me explain, darling." I bite back a saucy reply. "Chaz was always there for me when I was younger. We were like brother and sister. If Chaz needed a ride, I'd chauffeur him to Timbuktu. But other than him, I'm driving by myself. You may have offered to take on his wayward guitar-playing son, but I will not." "He's not wayward." She clears her throat, as if not entirely sure about that. "What will it take to change your mind? Can I bribe you with ice cream? A week at a spa? A phone number and address?" She squeezes my hand, still locked in hers. I give her a look the Fab Five call nothing short of lethal. Blakely said it could launch a missile. "Nothing will change my mind. Nothing at all. You have to understand that this trip is my life. I need to be alone. I need to think and understand." Her mouth twists as she contemplates my comment. "I hear you telling me what you want, dear. Sometimes what you need is something entirely different." I double down on the look, but she's immune. To have been married to one of the world's most famous musicians for over 30 years, she had to acquire a thick skin. "Hold on, what did you say about an address?" I ask, referring to her comment a few sentences back. "Last night, I found info on some old paperwork from the closed adoption. I think it matches one of the places on the map you found in the VW's glove box." While I was being an idiot on my phone, my mother was immersed in trying to help me. I want to cling to her, have her wrap me in a hug, but hold back. "I don't want you to be upset. Sometimes when we do things for other people, we find great satisfaction and discover what really is best for us. Please, Mila, I'm asking you this very, very big favor, but it's for a good reason. Elliot, like your father, has been given a second chance, and I want to help him see it through." "He's not getting a second chance from me, that's for sure." "Then help him see it." Wait, what was that about Dad getting a second chance? This convo is during the pre-coffee hour, and I'm having a hard time keeping up. She motions for me to sit down. Her usually bright expression falls into shadow. "Before you were born, I walked out on Bobby. He was doing what all 20-something men in notoriously famous rock bands do, and it was killing our relationship, so I left. But he said that was the biggest regret of his life, and that he'd get himself sorted out if I gave him a second chance. He stopped partying, he backed off when women made advances, he started telling the truth and showing up on time. He transformed, and I took him back. If I hadn't given him a second chance, you wouldn't be here." The only hole in the story is that I would still be here, just not here. And right now, I want to be anywhere but here. I can't imagine Mom and Dad being anything but wildly in love. Still, to this day, when he's home, he brings her breakfast in bed. She writes him love notes and leaves them in his luggage. My friends think it's the sweetest thing. But I'm not you, and Elliot isn't Dad, and I know, but this boy, he's all but bugging for a second chance. You see, he has no one to give it to him, she says, almost at a whisper, as if it's painful that Elliot presumably has no one other than his father halfway across the world. I was born here, but my mom, like Chaz, is from England, and that's where my parents met. Dad is from New England, northern New Hampshire specifically. My thoughts cling to the fact that there's no way Mom could know about Elliot, also known as Mr. X and me. That was months ago, and we kept it on the down low. So down low, at least for him, he forgot I existed. Are you thinking about it? Mom asks. I'm thinking about how my life has gone sideways, upside down, inside out. This was not the plan. Then again, I've gone off the map for the last couple of months of my life. First, staying with Cora while 1 second we're in Boston recording. Then going to Canada and following them around the Northeast. Now meandering. I think a week with you would do him wonders. I squint. Have you met me? Mom nudges me with her elbow. I know you're not the daisy in the dark you make yourself out to be. Dad calls you his bear cub, not only because he wanted to raise a strong young woman who's fierce on the outside, but also has a reminder that the best of us are soft gummy bears on the inside. There is nothing gummy bear-esque about the lead singer of the Vines. Dad is all loud music, fast cars, and steak for breakfast. Although gummy bears would make the perfect road trip snack. Making you pancakes, singing you lullabies, and every spare second spent with you? You sure about that, Mila? She's got me there. Yes, my father is a tough rock star, but has another side to him, the family man. We spent a decent amount of time here in Manhattan, but Mom and Dad raised me in northern New Hampshire, away from the rock and roll ruckus, as he calls it. However, given the story Mom shared and his sparse presence when I was a kid, should be warning enough not to date rock stars. Too late for that. Elliot, aka Mr. X, is the only guy I've ever let make me cry. We had the time of my life, but it was too good to be true. Who was I fooling? Oh, I know. Myself. Elliot temporarily went off his trolley, Mom says, using a British expression that American English speakers would replace with off his rocker. But he's back on his trolley? I almost laugh at the absurdity of this situation. How did we get here? Yes, completely on the trolley. We had a pleasant conversation this morning. Turns out that they postponed his tour for some reason. However, he needs to be at an awards ceremony in Los Angeles, and he can't miss it. Then he can stay with you and then fly. I brush my hands together. Problem solved. I don't have to drive him. That's not possible. Why's that? I can't really say. Tanya Strickland uses her don't bother asking because my lips are sealed voice. Don't tell me he got blacklisted from all major airlines. He's a rock musician. Can't he hire a private jet? She waves a hand in the air. No, nothing like that. He's not a criminal. Except when it comes to hearts. Dad wasn't either, but he was forbidden entry into Canada. I can't let her know how deeply personal this is. My mother's persistence is legendary. She'll double down on insisting Elliot and I go together and won't stop until we drive off into the sunset with a just married sign attached to the VW's rear window and tin cans trailing along the road. Oh, that thing in Montreal? They're a peace-loving people and the band was only for a week. Your father had a penchant for mischief and driving over posted speed limits. I'm glad you'll think it over. Elliot is charming. I'll give him that much." "Yeah, I'm aware." "And just where is he?" I ask. "Sleeping in the guest room." My stomach drops. Chapter 2. Elliot. The muffled rise and fall of two female voices come from another room. The sense that I'm in trouble, or the cause of trouble, rifles through me. That's usually the case, but that was the old me, the menace, the loose cannon, the rascal. From now on, I'm keeping it rated PG. I've woken up literally and symbolically. I've changed my life. I'm a new man, but where am I? Cream-colored walls, a distinct old English vibe with a polished antique dresser, gilt-framed mirror, and an upholstered chair. I practically feel at home in my native country. Only last I checked, I was in New York City. No way did I get on an airplane. I blink a few times, having a bout of that recurring disorientation from never waking up in the same place for more than a few days. Well, the rehab facility was a solid 30, but I'd been on the road for months before that. I didn't sleep well at New Day Rehab as I contended with what the therapist called my inner demons. I wholeheartedly took on the task, and in addition to going through the program, I also detoxed from social media and started taking care of myself like a real grown man, eating 3 meals a day, working out, praying, and helping the other residents however I could. We won't discuss my lifestyle choices before that. In addition to learning about addiction and all that goes along with it, I spent my days listening to the stories of the other residents. I realize now that many of them had far more serious problems and situations in their pasts than my spoiled rock star self. Cooking meals, I only caught the toaster on fire once, and I taught a couple guys and gals how to play guitar, though I think they secretly just wanted to hear me play. Rita, the no-nonsense head honcho over there, who was old enough to be my mother, said, "Elliot, don't waste it." My life, my time, my talent, all of the above. The fire in her eyes when she spoke those words, and many others, is as hot as ever in my memory, burned there like a brand. I draw a deep breath. The clock on the nightstand says that it's shortly after noon. Great. I'm already failing as a respectable houseguest. I only meant to take a quick nap and then freshen up, seize the day and all that. Glancing out the window, the city below pulls me toward the cars rushing down West Houston Street. Then the whir of acceleration and the hiss of brakes reminds me that I can no longer put my life on hold or flush it down the drain. It really is a new day, well, afternoon, but I'm more interested in the invitation of a sunrise than the rush of cranking up my amp until my mind is empty. That was the old me. Don't get me wrong, I still love playing music. But Rita said the solution to my problems, high-profile public figure and high-pressure profession, isn't to perpetually try to escape. My reply was that telling me what something isn't doesn't help. She replied by telling me I had to figure it out for myself. Then, with a wink, she added, "Stop going and start staying." If she thought for a minute that I was going to stay at the rehab a second longer than necessary, she had me all wrong. I've never been the kind of guy to stick around. New York City, with all its vices, will probably chew me up and spit me out. Instead, I'm hitting the road, bound for another coast that hosts an equal amount of temptation. But in between here and there, the possibilities are endless. And it starts now as I stumble out of the bedroom to where my future, or at least my ride west, awaits. First, there's a whine, almost a pout. Mrs. Strickland, my father's friend who picked me up yesterday, stands next to a petite but fierce woman. Dark red hair, dimples, and red lipstick on a pair of full lips that should come with a warning. Caution may cause intense and debilitating desire. Kiss at your own risk. Mila is a flamethrower in human form. I'd know. We were seeing each other a few months back before I took a harsh turn with sleeping pills, got in trouble, and ended up in rehab. However, right now I want to know what she's doing here. Mila, it'll just be a little gathering. What do you call it these days? A kickback? Mrs. Strickland asks. Mom, your version of casual does not involve a box of pizza, a movie, and stretch pants. You've always celebrated everything with your special brand of exuberance, whether it was losing my first tooth, piano recitals, or getting top marks on my report card. As it should be. If my jaw weren't attached to my skull, it would have unhinged and dropped 7 flights, smashing on the sidewalk outside the building. Mrs. Strickland is Mila's mom? I guess I was in too thick a fog when we originally met to make the connection that Mila Strickland is a Strickland, as in Bobby and Tanya's daughter. Whoa, I'm in the presence of rock and roll royalty. I wonder why she never mentioned that. That sounds a heck of a lot better than anything my mum ever did, which amounted to a whole lot of nothing. I grumble as I step into the kitchen, making my presence known and unable to keep my mouth shut. The pair go silent. Tanya beams a smile. The other woman's scowl could sever limbs, or hearts. I'll have to remember that line. It would make a good lyric if I still have a band in a few weeks. Elliot, I'd like to introduce you to my daughter Mila. Nights blurred by bad decisions flood back. Do I tell her we've met? By the scorching accusation in Mila's eyes, I'm probably better off learning to keep my mouth shut, right here, right now. I vividly remember this gorgeous woman who glares at me like I'm the kind of guy who causes girls to cry into their pillows, wondering why he didn't ever show up, return calls, or text back. However, I get the distinct sense if I were the kind of guy to make her drop into the murky waters of sadness, it wouldn't last long and she'd come at my car with a golf club and spray paint. She shakes her head subtly, then hitches a smirk onto her lips. Full, pillowy, bee-stung lips. Lips that don't hold back when it comes to how she feels about guys and bands. I still have the voicemails she left after I disappeared. Hi, Mila. Oh, you decided to grace us with your presence, Your Majesty? My lips quirk toward laughter, but hers don't, suggesting she's not joking. The last time she saw me, I was wearing a crown on loan from a museum for a photo shoot that I ended up not returning. Wonder where it is now. Probably in a lost and found box, along with countless pairs of sunglasses, sets of keys, and my dignity. Mila, darling, play nice. Mila's narrowed eyes and pointed expression reminds me of a cat that'll torment a mouse before going in for the kill. Maybe it was a mistake coming here, not that I had much of a choice. Nor did I realize what I was getting into or with who. An old-fashioned house phone rings, a rare occurrence in the age of cellular connectivity. Mrs. Strickland answers in the other room. My time in rehab did not prepare me to deal with a woman scorned. In the otherwise silent standoff between Mila and me, her mother's voice turns chipper. I imagine it's in contrast to what her daughter would like to say to me right now. I try to break the ice. the very thick and very cold ice that forms a brick wall between us. You have your dad's smile. Does it look like I'm smiling? Her tone is flat. I remember you smiling. I hint at our first encounter. Her glare is like a pair of bullets. And the hair, of course. And I see you have as winning a personality as you did when we first met. Great. So you do remember me? Unfortunately. She crosses her arms in front of her chest. I remember you. Funny, then, that you forgot to meet me for breakfast the next morning and… Never mind. No sense in revisiting that. It doesn't matter. My brow wrinkles as realization dawns. Oh man, did I hurt her? Actually, maybe it does matter. Completely ignoring me, she says, that isn't the firm voice Mom uses with telemarketers, or the kind used for clients, associates, or acquaintances. Nor does it sound like the response to bad news. Mila taps her chin, like she's trying to place the source of the conversation in the other room. Mrs. Strickland reappears. How strange. That was your father, Elliot. He wanted to make sure you got on all right. You should call him. My insides churn. My phone probably died. That's not exactly a lie. Officially, Dad and I haven't spoken in 3 years. We text, occasionally. I have a charger, if you need one, Mrs. Strickland offers. I scuff my boot on the polished wood floor. The truth is, Chaz and I are not on speaking terms. In fact, it came as a surprise that you picked me up. I didn't think he cared about where I am, what I'm doing, or that I had a bad night, ticked off the wrong person, and that management decided it would be best if I got myself sorted out before we resumed the tour. It was that, or be deported. Sounds like trouble, Mila huffs. I assure you, it wasn't that bad. That's what they all say, she mumbles. Mrs. Strickland tucks her chin. Elliot, by the sound of it, he cares very much. With all due respect, you didn't know him how I knew him. Or, more accurately, didn't know a certain side of him. He had a gambling problem and was always chasing women, money. Chaz O'Connell is one of my oldest and dearest friends. No, he's family. She smiles primly, as if withholding further comment, but adds, I'm happy to hear you haven't lost your accent at all. I'm afraid mine is fading. You're going to London next month. It'll return full force, Mila says. I can't wait to go home. I do wish you'd come with me. Surely you two must remember scampering around the English countryside when we'd visit. Well, before I lost track of Chaz. Considering we didn't make the connection when we'd first met, it's safe to say neither one of us recalled those visits. I don't ever remember scampering, Mila says. Mrs. Strickland's lips lift into a smile. She approaches her daughter with her fingers curled, ready to tickle. No way, Mila protests. I can't help but smirk, now knowing what this steely woman's weakness is. There is only one cure for your soggy mood, her mother says. Yeah, getting on the road, alone. Mrs. Strickland shakes her head and pounces on her daughter, a writhing mass of red hair trying to wiggle free. In an instant, they're both laughing and lightening the otherwise heavy mood in the room. A cell phone rings this time, breaking up the mother-daughter moment. I hardly remember my mom. She ditched when I still had to climb onto a stool to reach the bread box on the counter. While Mrs. Strickland takes the call, I turn to try again with Mila, but she's like a ghost. Gone. Then again, I was the guy who ghosted her. I retreat to the guest room, feeling like a bird in a cage. I want to leave, but Mrs. Strickland assured me Mila would bring me to L.A. Later, soft music playing over a stereo system pulls me into the hall. Mrs. Strickland is in full hostess mode, greeting everyone as they come in, offering drinks and sending them toward the living room. Mila stands at the other end of the hallway wearing a blousy black satin top, skinny black pants, and a pair of ankle boots. Her red hair falls in loose, voluminous curls over her shoulders. Our gazes meet. She hesitates as if stalling. My heart hammers in my chest. It's more than a pulse, more like a vibration, an unusual and new rhythm. I tell myself to shut it down. I'm focusing on getting my life in order, sorting through my priorities. And after a string of failed flings, I realize that I'm just not relationship material. She plucks her lips into something that resembles a smile and strides down the hall, only instead of acknowledging me, she breezes past. I catch a delightful gust of her cinnamon pumpkin spice scent. As if lured by the promise of pie with ice cream, I trail her down the hall. "Oh, good, you're dressed. You look lovely, darling. The food is ready, everything is in order, and the guests are starting to arrive," Mrs. Strickland says grandly. "Be sure to make Elliot feel at home." Mila doesn't hide the roll of her eyes. A couple enters with their arms loaded with pastry boxes. The woman says, "There she is, our continental traveler." After setting everything down, they make a beeline for Mila. "You guys didn't have to come all this way," Mila says, as they exchange hugs. "How many states do you have left?" the guy asks. "I'm halfway there, not counting Hawaii and Alaska." The woman waggles her eyebrows. "Oh, right, you're saving those for your honeymoon." Is Mila engaged? I wander toward the patio when Mrs. Strickland's surprisingly strong grip thrusts me toward the group. "Cora and Shaw, this is Elliot. He's an old family friend." "Hardly," Mila grumbles. "What's this about family?" a blonde woman asks, toting a toddler. "Sugar Muffin, will you please bring the diaper bag?" "Anything for you, Cupcake," a brawny guy says, following the newcomer into the room. "Oh, not the name-calling again," Mila says, brushing her hand through her hair. "It's better than when he calls her brat and she calls him brute. At least these are terms of endearment," Cora says. Cupcake laughs. "I assure you there is no trouble in paradise." Sugar Muffin, who is definitely a beast of a man, rather than anything I'd call sweet, kisses Cupcake on the lips. Turns out they're a couple named Blakely and Dean. "If by paradise you mean Lake Winnie, let me remind you winter is coming," Mila says. This group knows each other, and I feel like the odd man out. Story of my life. Another couple enters hand in hand and introduce themselves. Paisley and Griffin. They're perky and sun-kissed to Mila's dark horse moodiness. Nonetheless, she smiles broadly in greeting. "Aren't you both the picture of leisure? Nice tan, Paige." "We just got back from a surf trip to Costa Rica. Stocked up on vitamin D before enduring the long winter in New Hampshire." "Can I sneak into your suitcase next time you go?" Mila asks. "But you are going on an epic road trip," she replies with a squeal. "Maybe you'll meet some candidates on the road. See what I did there?" Paisley elbows her. Har, har, har. Then, all at once, in unison, the three women say, "We vow to enact this marriage match. If we don't marry before our enemy, from that cue we have 1 year to say I do. The next guy we date will be our fate. Our grooms-to-be hold the key. To our hearts it's true, so we won't die blue. The pact is a fact, an oath to betroth. To break is to partake in work for the snake. We 5 declare to complete this dare." The guys, seemingly unfazed, casually stand there as if the recitation wasn't odd. "It's down to you and Daisy now," Cora says to Mila. I don't recall signing the forever marriage match pact. She crosses her arms petulantly. Paisley wags her finger. As a former lawyer, I feel confident I could defend our case. I have 3 witnesses that can confirm your signature is on the document. Mila huffs. From when I was 18. You were a legal adult, acting on your own free will. It stands. Paisley says, matter of fact. It's that or face the consequences, Blakely says, blowing raspberries on her baby's belly. Mila rapidly blinks a few times, then looks away. My gaze catches hers, and I detect sadness. She cuts me a glare. Maybe I should look up bus routes. The 3 women's eyes narrow and hone in on Mila. I saw that, Blakely says. And I'm out. Shaw sidesteps to the hall. Griffin follows. Yep, I know better than to get involved with the Fab Five when they're locked and loaded. Sugar Muffin / Brute / Dean nods at me. If you know what's good for you, follow us. He takes the baby from Blakely's arms. Mila grabs my shirt sleeve. No, he can stay here. I need to keep an eye on him. I freeze, and yet the spot where her fingers brush my arm melts me all over. Yeah, we saw your eye on him, Cora says. Speaking of the Fab Five, where is Daisy? Mila asks. A case of the sniffles went through her house, so she thought it would be better to sit this one out. Wouldn't want you to get sick while on the road. Can't have my driver be under the weather, I blurt. Everyone turns to me. Mila presses her lips together and her nostrils flare. If I didn't know better, I'd brace myself for her to breathe fire. What was that? Blakely asks. I thumb her. I'm hitching a ride with Mila to Los Angeles. Paisley bobs her head. He's British. Was that on the itinerary? Blakely asks. Mila scuffs the floor with her boot. Slight change of plans. The 2 of you are going on a road trip? Cora asks. Who are you? Name, date of birth, identification, please. Paisley holds out her hand. He's no one, the son of an old family friend. All 3 pairs of eyebrows lift in sync. British, huh? Paisley flips through my passport. Elliot O'Connell. Date of birth. Wow, 2 days before yours, Mills. 6 feet, brown hair, brown eyes. He checks out. I think Mila has been checking him out. Blakely makes a purring sound. Have not. It is nothing like that. Mila's jaw tightens. But it was, I say bravely. These women seem to know everything about each other, except that we dated, briefly. Maybe they'll fight in my corner. It wasn't, Mila glowers. I think it was, I reply. Was not, Mila growls. I hold up my hands in surrender. All right, don't bite my head off. Oh, she definitely bites, Cora says. Let me make a formal introduction. We are the Fabulous Five, so-called for obvious reasons. We are lifelong friends and will employ medieval methods of torment to exact revenge on anyone who hurts our best friend. They're perceptive, and I misjudged. They're definitely not in my corner. Actually, I was a lawyer, so you can also expect to be brought to court, Paisley says. After the medieval stuff, Cora adds. I take a few cautious steps backward. Cupcake turns to her bestie. Mila Vivian Strickland, we expect details of this arrangement. But first, if the 2 of you are going on a road trip... Blakely's sweet mama affection dissolves into a strict disciplinary tone. Then there are some things the newcomer ought to know. I must look stricken or ready to dive for cover because Paisley pats me on the arm. Trust us, this is for your own good. Mrs. Strickland calls Mila to the door to greet a guest. She holds her ground until her mother calls her a second time. I'm not sure which is worse, being in her presence or being left alone with this trio. Forget Fab Five, they're the terrifying three. However, kudos to them for not making a fuss over me. Aside from getting my priorities straightened out and finally waking up to my life, rehab was great because not once was I chased by fans. Everyone respected my privacy. Seems these gals do too, and aren't lining up for selfies with me. Cora holds up her thumb. 1, I am the yes please to Mila's no thank you. In other words, she's stubborn and more inclined to disagree than to listen to anything you say. Good to know. Maybe they're trying to help me out after all. From across the room, and as if she overheard, Mila's glare comes full force. Cora's second finger lifts. 2, there are few people in the world who can produce rainbows out of Mila's gloom. Paisley is one of them. Expect rain and lots of it. I shift from foot to foot, recalling Mrs. Strickland's soggy mood comment. Paisley winks. I'll give you a few tips for how to win her over. Blakely's nostrils flare. Pace, this is a shakedown. Oh, I'm shook, I mutter. And 3, Blakely is the only person on the planet who can get her to wear a dress. So if you intend to see her at the other end of the aisle, I suggest you get cracking now. It takes me a few moments to comprehend what she's suggesting. Marriage? But before I can ask for clarification, Mrs. Strickland calls us in for dinner. While we eat, I overhear Blakely asking Mila about me. It's in the vault, Mila hisses. Time capsule is more like, Cora whispers. I sense some history. Paisley glances from Mila to me and says, Oh, don't you worry, I'll get it out of her. But there's not a ton to get out. We were hanging out during a period when I was sleepwalking through life, resulting in rehab. Don't get me wrong, I could never forget Mila. But our time together is slightly blurry, like a dream. One that I'd all but forgotten. Apparently she hasn't, nor has she forgiven. Between dinner and dessert, I wander outside to the balcony to get some fresh air. I have to admit, the Fab Five are slightly overwhelming, and I have to figure out how to explain to Mila what happened. I glance at the sky, hoping to catch a star or two, but the city is too bright. Paisley and Griffin step outside on a bushel of laughter about Halloween costume ideas. Oh, hey, didn't see you there. Paisley tells her guy about the pending road trip. Sounds like a good time. Paisley winces. That's up for debate. I spotted you alone a few times tonight, looking sweetly innocent, but there's more to the story that Mila won't share. What did you do to hurt her? The scent of pumpkin spice wafts from the doorway. Let's just say it involved lots of music, late-night capers. There was that one time with the copy machine. Oh, and lest I forget the girl named Cherry. Was it? Candy? Maybe? Mila's tone is taipan-like. One of the world's most deadliest snakes. I puff out a long breath. I don't entirely remember. Definitely not the cherry or candy part. And that's the truth, because for a while there, I really was sleepwalking through life. Mila, when we met, I wasn't at my best. Griffin gives me a dude nod. Make sure you wear your seatbelt, man. Mila laughs a low and husky laugh that rattles my bones. Not because I'm afraid, rather feeling intense remorse over hurting her. Obviously, the time we spent together meant something to her. It's not that I didn't care, I just wasn't present the way I should have been. I have no one to blame but myself and the bad decisions I made at the time. At Griffin's comment, Paisley's eyes widen with alarm. I do not doubt that Mila means business, but I have a week to win her over, to win her back. I pull at the threads of memory in my mind. More than anything, I recall Mila's smile. Looking back, I guess we did have a thing, the kind love songs are written about. We secretly saw each other while I was on my East Coast tour. She'd drive to the cities where we had concerts, and we'd hang out during my downtime. Unfortunately, one day I didn't show up when I was supposed to, and was later spotted with another girl. Cherry? Candy? I hardly remember the details, but am certain that nothing happened between us. I get the feeling Mila has been in a dark moment for a while now. She's small but fierce, only she's gotten fiercer, and I'm afraid it's all my fault. All eyes are on me. I could offer an apology, but will wait until we're alone. Not only because it's personal, but also because I don't want to be tossed off the 7th-story balcony. You gave me 3 tips about the Fab Five. What about the other member? I ask. You mean Daisy? Paisley says. She's the sweet one, and the only person to combat Mila's sass. Cora joins us, and Blakely bounces onto the balcony with the baby. Oh, don't you listen to them. Mila's hand flies to her hip. Why's that? Because of the FMM, of course. The 3 of them laugh at the private joke that I think has something to do with the pact they'd argued about as they head back inside, leaving Mila and me alone in stony silence, what I anticipate will be the norm once we hit the road tomorrow. She gives a sharp shake of her head as if to say, no way, not happening. Mila leaves me outside, taking all the oxygen in the air with her. Chapter 3. Mila. The dusky morning light and the bare, dim parking garage bulbs are barely enough to see by. But I figured if I snuck out early enough, I could make a break for it without Elliot. I instantly regret wearing skinny jeans as I shimmy under the VW Beetle to change the oil. A skill Dad taught me. I guess my biological mother called the car Ladybug. Last night, skates back with Blakely and Dean's affectionate nicknames for each other. The little pang in my belly is because my pants are too tight, I swear. My biological mother left the car to me. Dad made me promise to change the oil and check that it's roadworthy. Rockstar or not, he never shrunk from getting his hands dirty. I loosen the old oil filter, counting down the minutes until I can hit the road. My phone jingles, and I bang my wrist on a rusty piece of metal. I ignore it. It comes again, rapid fire now. The only people up this early are joggers and rock stars who never went to sleep. My hands are greasy and I'm upside down, but I angle the phone so I can see who's pestering me. It's the Fab Five group text. Likely one of them is lighting up my phone over whether to have a bagel or cinnamon roll for breakfast. The first meal of the day is an ongoing debate we've been having since high school. My contribution to the conversation will have to wait as I finish up the oil change. When I emerge from under the car, I top off the fluids and close the hood as quietly as possible. Not that my mom can hear me, but she does have finely tuned maternal radar. For instance, she'll open the front door before I even slide the key in the lock. She'll ask if I want to go out to lunch the minute before my stomach rumbles. I left her a note and will call when I'm too far away to turn around and retrieve Elliot. Then again, I'll probably be merrily cruising south on Interstate 95 when a car will come screaming up beside me, honking wildly, and it'll be Tanya, running me down for a hug and to tell me she'll miss me. She's just that good. I slide behind the unfamiliar driver's seat, sinking down. My body is tired even though the day has barely started. The seat caresses me like butter, which is sure to make the long-haul cross-country trip enjoyable, unlike the stiff seats in the cabs and trains that I'm used to taking around the city. I curl my fingers around the steering wheel, imagining an endless stretch of asphalt guiding me from city to countryside to seacoast. I inhale the smell of the car, a subtle combination of evergreen, cigarettes, and strangely, crayons. The Vines jingle sounds from my phone. Sure enough, the girls debate breakfast. Only it's a smoothie versus granola. Those options are far too healthy if you ask me. I recommend a Pop-Tart. Cora. I made my own version of strawberry toaster cakes the other day. All I can say is yum. Paisley sends the drooling emoji. It's true that Cora is a kitchen magician. I stayed with her for a while, during and after things with Elliot fizzled, and she single-handedly kept up my appetite and morale. Blakely. I'll have to get the recipe from you. Me. Since when do you venture into the kitchen? Blakely. I'm learning for Olivia. Cora. That's my girl. Daisy. I have a great muffin recipe that's a hit with the littles. Me. Heard you have a cold. Feeling better? Daisy. On the mend. How was last night? A long stretch passes with the 3 pulsing dots, indicating someone is writing. I slide the key in the ignition. Then 3 messages come at once. Blakely. The party was hoity-toity perfection as per the lovely Tanya Strickland. Me. More toity than hoity if you ask me. Paisley. I'm not going to pretend to understand what that means, but we have gossip, girl. Me. No, do not go there. We shall not mention Elliot O'Connell. Cora. More like Mr. O'Dorable. Me. Meh, Mr. OK, and that's being generous. Blakely. You mean to say you don't find him attractive? Me. No comment. On top of small talk and peopling with my mom's friends for hours, I had to deal with the Fab Five insinuation that Elliot is my FMM. No. No chance, no way, nope. Sure, he's objectively attractive. Tall, lean with muscles in the right places, thick brown hair, and brown eyes that could drown a chocolate-obsessed girl. But he's Mr. X, and I want nothing to do with him. Cora. Mr. O. Hottie. Me. I didn't notice. Daisy. Tell me more. Tell me more. Blakely. Mr. O. Dreamy. Me. Not even slightly. Paisley. Mr. O. Yummy. Me. Definitely not. Daisy. I think I'm getting the picture. Me. No, you don't. Daisy. I thought you said he was Mr. OK. Paisley sends a screenshot of the rock star on stage. Daisy. That's Elliot O'Connell from the band 1 Second. Me. Like I said, no, it's not happening. Blakely. What's not happening? You're happily ever after? He's the one. I saw the way you looked at him. Me. With venomous hatred? Cora. Are we missing something? What was that comment about city nights and a copying machine? Have you met him before? Yes, they are missing a piece to the puzzle. I never mentioned I was seeing the guitarist from 1 Second. Deep down, I knew they'd warn me against it. Or they'd encourage it. I wasn't sure which would be worse, so I kept it to myself. On my phone, I gaze at the photo of Elliot, playing his guitar for a moment. He looks a little healthier now, stronger, tanner. Maybe he was at a resort in Mexico and not rehab. I wouldn't be surprised. Can't trust him, don't like him. Me. Let me put it this way. I'm going to wring my mother's neck. I mean, Tanya's neck. Paisley. Violence isn't the answer. but I have advice for outrunning celeb chasers should you need it. Me. They'd want Elliot and not me. Paisley. You'd be surprised. Me. It doesn't matter because Elliot is not taking this trip with me. Cora. Lest I remind you of the pact. Me. That has nothing to do with my road trip. Blakely. The clock is ticking. I'd hate to see you become one of Miranda's minions. Cora may have accused me of being stubborn, but I'm not taking Elliot cross-country or working for Miranda on principle. They're both snakes. My phone rings, and I jump because I'm sure it's Mom, wondering where I am. To my surprise, it's Paisley. Are you ready to roll? When do you leave? She asks. Not soon enough. With a flippant laugh, she says, You've always been so grumpy in the morning. You know what this trip means, right? Of course, and I get that you don't want to stow away. I huff. You met him last night, completely insufferable. Tall, handsome, fit. I don't know, Mills. He seems like a catch to me. If you're fishing for an old boot, trust me, the personality is lacking. She tuts. Polite, charming, and engaging. What's not to like? Did the girls put you up to this? Knowing them, they probably chatted on another text thread. No, Griffin did. He told me this story that I wanted to pass along to you. I brace myself. Once, on a surf trip, he was traveling down the Pacific coast and had to bring a girl with him because she'd missed her flight. They were headed in the same direction. It was one of those convoluted friends, co-workers, sisters scenarios. He went to pick her up. From a distance, she was tall and had blonde hair. He thought it must have been a joke. He suddenly thought he was the luckiest guy on the planet, about to be trapped driving in a car for 8 hours with a bombshell. In the background, Griffin says, But no one is as hot as you, babe. I pull a gagging face. They're so sweet, too sweet. She got in and started talking, and kept talking all day. After they stopped to get food, she kept talking, crumbs flying out of her mouth, landing all over the dashboard. He thought after the 5th hour she'd run out of things to say, or her jaw would get tired, but no. She kept talking, and if she wasn't talking, she was making noise, a sort of hum, but horribly out of tune. Maybe she was nervous. Maybe she was crazy, Griffin says into the phone. Finally, the girl dozed off. Just when Griffin thought he'd get some peace and quiet, she started snoring and talking in her sleep. Then she farted. It was like her body simply couldn't stop making sounds. We both burst into hysterics. Griffin's voice comes from the background. If only I could have had a witness or recorded it. I was like, how is a constant stream of sound humanly possible? We laugh again. So the point of this story is? I ask, waiting for the hook. I can practically hear Paisley smiling through the phone. To make you laugh, and because Griffin was making his way back to New Hampshire after he'd just found out his dad had passed away. In retrospect, he was glad he hadn't taken the trip alone. I let out a long sigh. Any one of us would go with you. All of us would. We understand you want to take this trip solo, but maybe you shouldn't be by yourself. You recently received big news. Also, if Elliot is a brooding rocker who's trying to figure out his life, maybe he'll just gaze out the window, pondering the meaning of his existence. She pauses. Then again, he could hardly take his eyes off you, so... She trails off, leaving room for me to say something or think about him gazing at me. No thanks. In the rearview mirror, my eyes widen with horror at the thought. Then I catch movement behind me. A woman with silver streaks in her hair, shining in the morning light, rushes toward me with a basket in one hand and waving wildly with the other. Rarely do I see Tanya Strickland not perfectly composed. Pays, gotta go. Mom caught me trying to make a run for it. Well, remember this saying, nothing ventured, nothing gained. It helped me a lot when I needed it. We hang up, and I think about the story and heading out on my adventure solo, as well as Griffin's circumstances, which were different than mine, mostly. Mom reaches the VW. Darling, what are you doing down here? I thought you left without saying goodbye, without Elliot. Eep, she must not have seen the note. Oil change. I show her my stained hands. She holds up a picnic basket. I packed you some food. I don't know what Elliot likes, but I had a pack of pastilles, Smarties, a few flake bars, some British favourites from that market I love on 31st Street. Don't worry, I stuck a mint arrow in there for you, Tanya says, noting my favourite sweet. I get out of the car and can't help but smile at my mother's thoughtfulness. And with the dirty little secret that I'll be eating it all myself. That was sweet, Mom, but he's not coming. Come on, dear, Chaz is desperate. We start back upstairs so I can destroy the evidence of my early and selfish departure. Also, I have to pee. I was always the kid that had to tinkle 10 minutes into a trip. I'm no different now. Elliot is an adult, right? Can't he figure this out on his own? Does he really need his daddy and you, and by default, me, picking up the pieces of whatever ruins he made out of his life? We enter the apartment and the door slams hard. Shh, you'll wake him. Gosh, we wouldn't want that now, would we? Actually, if he keeps sleeping, I can still skip out without him. Have to beat traffic, right? I lower my voice to a hiss. I appreciate what you're trying to do, really. It's very philanthropic of you to want to help out a derelict rock star, but... Tanya's lips purse and form neither a smile nor a frown, but 100% Mom. If you know the look, you know the look. Hey, I learned from the best. Do you remember what I said yesterday about second chances? My eyes narrow. Does she know about how I became a fixture on 1 Second's Northeastern tour? That Ellie and I had a thing? A fling? Did he tell her? I know, Mom, but this is different. You and Dad love each other. Elliot and I hardly know each other. I clear my throat. This is my trip. I fight the urge to stomp my foot and say, mine, 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 like a stubborn, thumb-sucking, prize-fighting 3-year-old who wants to win at all costs. I never claimed to be rational or mature. My mom's expression softens. Mila, I admire your independence, your pluck, and your determination to set out on your own and find out how you can make it in the world. But for us humans, we're pack animals. It's important to know who you are separate from family, friends, and romantic relationships. But we're meant to move through life together. Her expression softens. Also, ever since we told you that you were adopted, you've put up a fence. Sometimes it even feels like a wall between yourself and others. You're afraid to get close. It's okay to let people in. You might even have fun, learn something new. A sigh fills up my chest because she's not wrong, but I can't seem to let it go. There is truth to what my mother said, but I'm not ready to unpack it and examine it. That's the whole point of this road trip. Plus, doing that would mean admitting I'm not the fearless woman that I show the world. I eye the freezer. What would the Fab Five say if I had ice cream for breakfast? Coffee flavored wouldn't be that weird, right? Mom clicks her tongue. I have an idea. Let Elliot go with you for the first leg of the trip. If he's horrible, intolerable, or if he burps or sings too much, interrupting your need for introspection, put him in a cab, a bus, or a train back to me, and I'll figure out what to do. I exhale the deep breath I'd been holding. That could work. The mischief maker in me quickly develops a plan. I'll force him out by making the trip as bumpy as possible. Fine, but I'm leaving soon to beat rush hour traffic. If Elliot isn't out here in... He pops out of the spare room with a bag slung over his shoulder and a guitar case in the other hand. I'm here. I'm ready. His mussed hair and sleepy chocolate brown eyes temporarily entranced me, just like they did the night we met in the hallway after his concert. I was looking for the ladies' room. He asked me if I knew where he could get a milkshake, then insisted I join him. The eager smile he wears this morning is a little cute. At least Daisy would think so. Maybe I can hook them up. No, never mind. That would be a disaster. I should know better than to involve one of my best friends with a jerk star like him. My mom claps her hands together and tells a story that I've heard a dozen times about when she and Dad drove to Las Vegas and eloped. I tune out, focused on how to take back my trip and be rid of this burdensome favor. When she reaches the part about the Elvis impersonator who crooned at the wedding, Elliot's sibilant British accent sounds on the edge of song and laughter. Thank you for everything, Mrs. Strickland. It means a lot that you, care, Elliot says charmingly. I flash my best dead shark-eyed glare. No way will his charm and chocolate-eyed smolder work on me. I don't have a lot of people on my team these days. Ugh, gag, gross. There is nothing attractive about his deep voice, his thick, dark lashes, or those eyes. Have mercy. Most would argue that he's a chick magnet, me included. Resist, Mila, resist. A kitten's whimper escapes, and I quickly hide it with a snort. I think your legions of fans, including Cherry, Candy, or whatever, would disagree about not having a lot of people on your team. Mom tisks. His smolder turns into sad puppy dog eyes. Without giving me a chance to lock him in my glare, he looks away. Shivers run across my skin. Elliot, the prototypical Brit rocker in fitted jeans, a worn-in band t-shirt, and shaggy hair, stuffs his hands in his pockets. He hunches slightly as if to apologize for being here. I avoid my mother's frown as she wordlessly scolds me for being impolite. Elliot is suddenly the picture of a rainy day. My glare involuntarily relaxes. I'm the jerk for staring down an orphaned puppy. The peculiar thought that I'd glimpsed his soul in that quick moment of eye contact unnerves me because I saw the painful damage, shards of loss and wrecked hope, and because I can relate a little. It temporarily weakens my resolve. Fine, let's hit the road. If this is how things are starting, I completely expect everything to continue to go wrong. Then again, my dad always said, if that's the case, then Murphy's Law will also go wrong. But I'm not sure that's the same as saying everything will go right. Chapter 4. Elliot. After Mrs. Strickland gives us each a hug and we say goodbye, I follow Mila to the parking garage. Like jigsaw puzzle pieces, she stows her bags in the front trunk of a red vintage VW Bug. I prefer my shiny red muscle car, but it's in storage in London. I'm a rookie, but I see you've done this before, I say. I haven't done this before. She gestures between us. Well, sort of, I hint, getting my mojo back. There was that kiss in the parking garage in Boston and Philadelphia by the tour bus, and I brace myself for impact. Mila is a fighter. While still upstairs, I'd briefly let my shield down. A squirm works its way through me because I'm afraid she saw my inner vulnerability. No chance I'll let that happen again. Her cheeks hint at the faintest, prettiest shade of pink. No, I mean I've never had someone come on a road trip with me. Not even one of the Fab Five. Lone Ranger then, eh? I hum a few bars of the William Tell overture. She grunts. Something like that. Where do you want my bag and guitar? She points to my backpack. That'll have to go by your feet. She opens the driver's side door. Your guitar can go in the back. Her shoulders drop as she gets behind the wheel. Your lipstick matches the paint. Don't look at my lips. Is red your favorite color? Yes, but it was my mother's car. She called it Ladybug. Huh. In England, we call them ladybirds, though the bug part makes more sense since this is a VW bug. I cannot picture Mrs Strickland motoring around in this thing, I say, squishing my 6-foot frame into the small vehicle. Buckle up. She hushes me in the same tone someone would use to say shut up. Mila molds her hands over the steering wheel, closes her eyes, and takes a deep breath. I go quiet, sensing this is a moment of some sort. Is she angry? Annoyed? Emotional? I don't know, so I keep quiet. She consults a map, then cranks the ignition. In which we depart into the great unknown, I say, as we exit the parking garage. She shushes me again and navigates into New York City traffic, weaving from lane to lane. Cars honk, and a delivery truck squeezes painfully close. Sweat beads along my hairline. I roll down the window. Windows up, no touching the glass. Does this thing have AC? Nope. I toggle the switches and gauges on the dash. She swats me away. No touching. It's a sauna in here, I say, fanning my shirt from my chest. Think of it as detoxing, cleansing the impurities in your heart. Mila's scowl falls into shadow as we enter the Lincoln Tunnel. I've done enough detoxing, thank you, I say quietly when we exit into daylight. The silence from the tunnel follows us. How about some tunes on this old radio? Haven't seen one like this in ages. Is there a jack where I can plug in my phone? I have some good playlists on it. No. I swish my lips from side to side. Tough audience. We should definitely stop for road car snacks. My treat. No eating in the car. My brows lift a few levels. No eating in the car at all? This is going to be a painfully long ride. No. Do you know another word besides no? I ask. No. She tosses her deep red mane as she shifts lanes, and we leave New York behind. We pass an hour in silence. I get the sense she's deliberately making me uncomfortable. Time to test the theory. I shift in my seat. I have to use the bathroom. I'll stop when we get to Pennsylvania, she says, as signs for exits in New Jersey flash by. Harsh. When the guys and I in the band started out and toured in a van, She holds up a hand to stop me. I've heard the sordid stories about the receptacles the male species use as a toilet while on tour. She swerves 2 lanes over and brings the car to an abrupt stop on the highway shoulder. You will not use a bottle. Go ahead if nature calls. Oh, it calls. I glance back at Mila as I scramble down the short hill littered with refuse. She wears a wicked grin. Don't leave me here, I holler, and hope she hears me. Her husky laugh sounds over the cars whizzing by. I disappear into the thin bramble. Panic seizes me, and I hustle because I wouldn't put it past her to desert me on the side of the road. She'd tell her mom I'm a miscreant, went to the bathroom, and never came back. She'd say she waited, but not for how long, before taking off. Then again, the truth of the matter is Mila is not responsible for me. In the past, I was barely responsible for me. But that was before, this is now. I glance over my shoulder. Ladybug remains on the roadside, and relief washes through me when I'm done. I dash up the hill and whoosh the VW's door open. For a moment there, you look like you were hatching an evil plot. She laughs her husky laugh again. It's tempting and carries me back to the time we spent together. After Mila merges back into traffic, I tap a beat out on my thighs, watching the world go by, wondering where the rest of the band is. It's then I realize something crucial about the dynamic between the two of us. Mila isn't interested. She doesn't even like me. Maybe she even despises me. I haven't had to try to get someone to like me since I was still deluded enough to think no matter how good I played my guitar or how famous I got, my father would accept me. Thing is, I haven't had to try, especially when it comes to women, in a very long time. We have a long ride ahead of us. If I want to arrive at my destination and mend any hurt I caused, I should start my appeal to this woman now. My friends call me El, short for Elliot Rebel O'Connell. Well, aren't you cool? She shifts into the neighboring lane. I don't try to be. No, of course not, she retorts. Listen, I didn't invite you on this trip. As it is, I'm in the driver's seat, so here are the rules. She passes me a receipt from an auto parts store. Flip it over. In a hasty scrawl, I read Mila's road rules. No talking, no eating, no singing, no snoring. She must have written them down when I was using nature's bathroom. In other words, you want me to be seen and not heard. Funny, I've spent most of my life doing the opposite. But the snoring part, no promises. Where's that basket of food your mom gave you? Mila wears a sour expression. Refer to rule number 2. Can you make an exception? I don't want you getting your sticky fingerprints everywhere. I'd like to tell her that I've already gotten my fingerprints all over her, but don't imagine she'd take kindly to that comment. Instead, I say, "You're a real treat, you know that." We're both fully aware that's not true. I was being semi-sarcastic, but she was a treat. A sweet, wonderful, bright spot when all I wanted to do was escape the dream I had since I was a little boy, to be accepted by my dad. I have Rita's patience and persistence to thank for helping me identify that wound. Just be quiet, she growls. The same words he used to always use. The tall buildings on either side of the road rise up like soldiers blocking the sun. I understand. My voice is soft, marching away slowly in defeat. I pull my phone out of my bag, plug in earbuds, and just as I'm about to close my eyes, Rita's voice hollers at me not to try to escape the discomfort of this moment. Instead, she told me to lean into it, to step into the incoming tide rather than run away. Mila is heavy like an anchor. Even though we're moving, it's like she remains in port, struggling against a current, but unable to break free. I get the sense that something from the past is holding her back. I recognize this because I know the feeling. I take out my earbuds and tuck my phone away. I have a rule. How about no looking in the rearview mirror? Do you want me to get into an accident? I meant figuratively, like, leave whatever is behind you back there. I thumb over my shoulder. How deep? Her stony expression betrays zero emotion. We could play a game to pass the time. I was thinking we could try to find a license plate from each state, I suggest. How about the quiet game instead, as in, let's see how long can you keep your mouth shut? Gosh, you're prickly. I have a better idea. How about I'll be quiet if you be nice? Over the rumble of the engine, she snorts. I picture steam coming out of her ears like in a cartoon. If I know what's good for me, I'll let her cool off. I'm a professional musician, play live music, and pen lyrics. I've never been particularly good at keeping quiet. A few minutes later, I say, we should have road trip names. Yours can be Road Trip Warrior Princess. And yours can be Follow the Rules. I did mention my middle name is Rebel. It's built into my DNA not to obey orders. So I'll go with Road Rebel. I chuckle. Ignoring me, she rolls her shoulders back, sets her jaw, and focuses on the ribbon of highway ahead. Typically, at least with my father, ignoring me would compel me to crank it up, but I don't want to distract you or have you push me out of a moving vehicle. She tilts her head from side to side as if I've introduced a novel idea. As the miles click by, office buildings and commercial warehouses give way to trees dressed in muted autumn hues of red, yellow, and orange, along with rolling vistas. Eventually, Mila exits the highway. Are we there yet? I joke. She side-eyes me as she downshifts. Sorry, I had to ask. A blue and yellow sign, bordered by cedar mulch and flowers, welcomes us to a small Pennsylvania town. We trundle past buggies, the kind pulled by horses. The VW is disproportionately loud against the clip-clop of hooves. We turn down a dirt road, and Mila jerks Ladybug to a stop in front of a very large cow blocking the road. The animal's mouth moves slowly from side to side, as if this spot seemed as good as any to pause and ponder life. I've seen plenty of bovine from the tour bus window, but this thing is a beast, I whisper, afraid if I speak too loud it'll charge. Is it a bull? I point. No, a heifer. She has udders. Mila rolls down the window. Hey there, Mrs. Cow. Would you mind moseying on your way? Moseying? I chuckle. The cow doesn't budge. I lean back in the seat, prepared to wait a while and mutter. I guess it's true what they say. Sometimes you start by stopping. The large animal with her classic black and white dairy cow patches blinks at us long and lazy, as if we're the ones interrupting her afternoon. Mila slouches, as if also surrendering to the situation. What's it called when a cow is in an earthquake? I ask. Mila gives me the same look the heifer did. A milkshake. She doesn't laugh. Oh, come on. It's funny-ish. Then I remember that the night we met, we shared a milkshake. She wouldn't let me dip my French fries in it. My chest suddenly feels heavy. Caught up in fame and dragged down by a bad habit, I did Mila wrong, and now I'm facing the consequences. At last, when the cow finally crosses the road, we continue to a dusty parking lot next to a farm. Welcome to life without modern technology. Leave your phone here. Mila gets out of the car and stretches. I admire her smooth curves and the way her jeans hug her hips. Huh? I ask, caught in a stare and not quite comprehending what she'd said. She gives me a long look, as if counting how many brain cells I have, then smooths her hair before stomping away. Catching up to her, I say, So what was that about my phone? No electronics and no modern conveniences for 24 hours. You may even want to try bare feet. What kind of farm is this? I grip the back of my neck as we duck into a dim barn. An Amish one. Why? It's the first dot on the map. She marches ahead as if that makes perfect sense. The cool, straw-scented air and dirt floor reminds me of a petting zoo I visited, which gave Gordon, a guy in my band, the idea for an album cover where worlds reversed and animals patted us on the heads with their hooves and fed us grain pellets. I chuckle. You're weird. I'll take that as a term of endearment. Needless to say, we went with the Night Sky album cover instead. My thoughts about the band and the news I'm going to give the guys before the awards show preoccupies me. I never thought I'd be the first one to say goodbye. It was good while it lasted, but I don't think the lifestyle is healthy for me anymore, if ever. Next, the ticket lady calls. I made a reservation for Mila Strickland, 1 day, 1 night. I see we have you here, and your companion? He's not my companion, just one, please. But you're together. She turns to me. We can let you on the tour, but I'm sorry, we're all booked for the night. He'll have to stay in the room with you or find other lodgings. He can stay in the car, Mila says. The woman's brow furrows. Then she chuckles as if belatedly realizing Mila was joking. I get the strong sense I'll be bunking in the Beetle. In that case, you're just in time. The next farm tour starts in 5 minutes, followed by the buggy ride through our beautiful rolling hills that will bring you to the Historical Society, and then dinner where you'll also have the option to go to the creamery. Sounds thrilling, I mutter. After touring the farm, which would be mildly interesting if I didn't sneeze every 5 seconds because of the hay, dinner and a trip to the creamery, we load into the buggy to head back to the inn. Let me get this straight. These people don't use electricity, automobiles, or what do they do for recreation? I ask. The driver, dressed in trousers and a broad-brimmed straw hat, even though it's nighttime, didn't seem to hear over the sound of the clip-clop of the horses. Mila doesn't reply either. Then I snap my fingers as realization comes. Oh, this is a tactic to get rid of me, bore me to death. Overhead, clouds part, revealing the full harvest moon and Mila's faint smile. I kissed those lips once. Too bad I ruined things and will never have the privilege again. Not that she'd let me. To answer your question, yes, I'm trying to get rid of you. But the point of this stop is because it's the first on the map. Also, it's good to disconnect from time to time, appreciate the simple things. You sound like Rita. Whoever she is, smart woman. I stop short of nudging Mila. A wise woman. I know a few of those. I bet you do. I meant your mother. You don't have to suck up to her anymore. Wish granted. You got your free ride cross-country. A free ride? I snort a laugh. Don't talk out your elbow, road trip warrior princess. I could charter a private jet if I wanted to. Money isn't an issue. A free ride isn't what I'm looking for. If this keeps up, the next 2,000 miles with you sounds like torment. But the last few days tumble together as the words stop short on the notion of a free ride. I could get on a bus or pay a car service to bring me to Los Angeles. Then why don't I? Because I don't want to go it alone. A fleet of people has surrounded me for years. My bandmates, managers, producers, and fans. The thing is, I haven't had any deep and meaningful relationships. The closest I came was when I first met Mila. Too bad I ruined our chances. She crosses her arms in front of her chest. The moon, shining bright in the clear night sky, dances over her silhouette, illuminating the curves of her cheekbones, the slope of her nose, and the cushions of her lips. Then what are you looking for? We unload from the buggy and thank the driver. Before answering her question, I scuff my boot in the dirt. In a way, I am looking to be free. Free from the past, free from the hard-potting rock star persona I created. I lift my gaze to hers. I'm looking for a place I belong. To belong to someone, to form a partnership. My voice threatens to crack from the emotion behind the truth, so I walk back to the car to go to sleep. It won't be the first time I find myself in unusual accommodations. There was the ice house in Lapland, an undersea lodge in Florida, and more than a handful of Fleabag hotels all over the world. However, as we cross this country, I'll be looking for a place to finally put down roots, to call home, and eventually have a proper bed of my own, and maybe someday a girl to call mine too. Chapter 5. Mila. After tossing and turning, unable to get comfortable or fall asleep. Despite my fatigue from the long drive today, Elliot's comment about finding a place he belongs plays on repeat in my mind. That, along with how in the golden light of the afternoon, I noticed how painfully and obnoxiously gorgeous he is. I pray for cloudy skies tomorrow. It was also annoying how often he smiled. Those things are like currency. You can't just dish them out to everyone. He has one wonky tooth that makes his full lips tilt slightly to the side when he grins. I try to cast the endearing notion away and out to sea, but that's about 100 miles east. I wonder about that long, tall body of his cramped in the car. My car. I rocket to sitting. What if he slobbers on the seat, or worse, passes gas? I pull on a sweatshirt and creep through the hall of the Amish Inn. The floorboards creak with every step. As I hustle outside, a long draw of the crisp night air slows me down. It's nothing like the buzzing New York streets, even after midnight. Maybe I could live with less, have a big family, and work on a farm. If the payoff is a calm night like this, it might be worth it. But as I admire the car with the polished chrome and sloped roof, I'd never be able to give up certain things. Ladybug being one of them. It's one of the few connections I have to my biological mother. That and the marked-up map I found in the glove box. The one I'm following on this road trip. With every mile that passes, I wonder if she took the trip or planned to. If she was alone or with someone. If she listened to music with the windows down, sang along, or pondered life in silence. Peering through the window, I expect to see Elliot, but the back seat is empty. Did he go to a hotel or simply walk off? I scan the far reaches of the dark night. The soft pad of footsteps on gravel come from behind me. The tiny hairs on the back of my neck lift. I slip my hand in my pocket and pull out my keychain and bottle of pepper spray. I whirl around, finger on the trigger. Elliot holds up his hands. Don't shoot. I just took a walk before sardining myself into your car. Generally, I'm not a good sleeper, and I had to clear my mind. Where's your phone? Don't worry, I'm following your rules, Princess. The phone is in the car. I was going to look up a hotel for you to spend the night. No sense in both of us being tired tomorrow. He cocks his head and slowly blinks those deep brown puppy dog eyes of his. How considerate of you. Why the change of heart? I plant a hand on my hip, just as I'm about to add another rule to my list about no farting in the car. That darn thing in my chest vibrates weirdly. I couldn't sleep. Came out for a breath of fresh air. Didn't want you steaming up the windows of my car with your morning breath. Who said I have morning breath? Maybe not now, but you will. He shakes a smile onto his lips. Nope, I'm as fresh as an autumn day come sunup. A laugh rises in my throat, but I tamp it down. You're not going to charm me, Mr. O-Fool. Well, since we're both awake, we could, pick up where we left off that night in the city. My glare must be visible from outer space because he pumps his hands. That's not what I meant. We had fun. A connection. I still have the picture of your smushed face kissing mine from the copy machine. Fun times. And you blew it. He shifts from foot to foot. I messed up a lot of things. I have a long day of driving ahead of me tomorrow. If you want to sleep on the floor in my room, you can, but there are rules. Let me guess. No talking, no singing, no snoring, and no tooting. He barks a laugh. There will be none of that, I promise. So is this a truce? I look him over from head to toe. Were we at war? Mila, you were the one who fired the first shot. I stop and look up at him. That's where you're wrong. You stood me up in D.C., which told me exactly where I stand. He flashes me a weak peace sign, and I stride toward the inn. A rooster crows as dawn light spills through the window. Elliot slept on the floor, wrapped in an extra blanket I found in the closet. After a quick shower and putting on a clean pair of pants and swapping shirts, I consider sneaking out, but the creaking floor in this old building betrays me. Elliot rustles. The road awaits. He props himself on his elbows and blinks a few times.
Pennsylvania, Amish village, Mila,
he says, as if cataloging the waking world.
Do you mind if I sleep for 5 more minutes?
I shake my head. What are you, Rip Van Winkle?
Only if you leave me in the mountains,
he mutters, stumbling into the bathroom. That's a thought. I take a few minutes to pack and zip up my bag, then call. I'm going to get breakfast. It's included with the room. Elliot pops out of the foggy bathroom, refreshed in a different band t-shirt, and with his damp hair kissing the space around his eyes. Mr. O. Steamy. I let out a breath I didn't realize I was holding.
In which we survived a night without electricity. Impressive.
He rubs his hands together.
What's in store for us today?
You'll find I'm a much more agreeable person once I'm fed and caffeinated.
Noted.
He props a pair of sunglasses on top of his head. The dining area hums with families and tourists. The clatter and call of voices disrupts the otherwise placid early morning. We take a table for 2 by the windows. How was your night's stay? The young waitress asks. Will you be going on a horse and buggy ride this afternoon? They're perfect for couples. My cheeks heat. Oh, we're not a thing. I turn my head back and forth vigorously. My apologies. I just thought, I'm sorry, she says, flustered, and then takes our order. I clear my throat because I know this is information the Fab Five will request. And because this man with the smolder, strong hands, and capable fingers is making my inner compass spin. Are you seeing someone? Elliot points to himself.
Me? Dating? Definitely not.
He fiddles with the salt and pepper shakers. I glance out the window at the rolling pasture land. When I turn back, Elliot quickly looks away from me, resuming his fascination with the condiment containers. The clanking of silverware on the dishware almost makes the silence that stretches between us louder. After our food comes, he says,
So, where is our next stop? How long do you think it'll take us to kick out this trip? Like 4, 5 more days? We could swap driving. Thanks to your mother, they didn't take away my license.
I ignore how the sound of his voice is like a song in my ears. What's the rush? I ask around a sip of coffee.
I figured you'd want to get rid of me as soon as possible. Then again, you did have a moment of compassion and let me sleep on the hard wooden floor. So maybe you like me after all.
I do not like you, not a bit.
Maybe just a little.
He pinches his fingers together. Like a petulant child, I twist my head away so sharply, I almost fall out of my chair.
Oh, come on, a tiny bit.
I did like you, past tense, I mutter. He swallows what looks like a lump in his throat.
Oh, so you do want me to leave?
I lift and lower a shoulder. This was intended to be a solo mission. He presses his palm against his heart.
Has anyone ever told you that you're cruel?
No, but you don't realize what you signed on for. You have no idea what this trip means to me.
Clearly.
I've been to Antelope Canyon in Arizona, the Florida Keys, Zion National Park, Arkansas, Texas. I've gone in caves and dove off cliffs, canoed and hugged trees, but this trip is different. I think of the map.
What are you looking for?
All that time, I thought I was searching for a place to call home. But then, I leave off the part about the news Mom and Dad gave me. The plan is for that car out there to carry me so far away from myself. My only choice is to find my way back.
Sounds like a hard road.
The curl of Elliot's lips seems to ask why, but his eyes tell me he understands. More like rocky.
So it's not about visiting all 50 states.
If Elliot had a hammer, he'd have hit the nail on the head. It was about that, then things changed.
So you're looking for yourself?
I trace a heart in the little puddle left from my water glass as I fight back tears. Nothing about how much Mom and Dad love me changed after receiving the news that I'm adopted. Not a thing in my life did either. I'm just no longer sure of myself. Elliot's fingers fold over mine, strong and purposeful. He gives a squeeze. The touch quickens the vibration in my chest that started yesterday and now zips through me.
The quest was to find a home. Now it's to find yourself. Funny thing, I found the real me in rehab. It turns out that I didn't have to look far. I was right here all along, but hidden behind a rock and roll persona I'd built around myself.
That's very self-aware.
As I said, I know a wise woman, Rita Browning. She put me in front of a mirror and forced me to look at myself. Literally, but also figuratively. Worked like a charm.
Well, I don't expect my quest will be that easy. I get to my feet, eager to move away from the difficulty between us and how he strikes a raw nerve with the truth.
Oh, there was nothing easy about it. I broke the glass 9 times. I think I still have shards in my knuckles.
He rubs his hand.
Good thing I don't believe in bad luck.
I don't get the sense he's joking.
I'm still me, but better, stronger, more thoughtful, less afraid. I thought I had to act a certain way to be cool, accepted.
He stands, then lifts and lowers his sunglasses on top of his head in the dorkiest of ways. A smile pokes at the corners of my lips. I can't let myself give in to his charm. This conversation is getting too personal. What do you think about eating ice cream for breakfast? I blurt.
If it's to avoid those prickly broken pieces of glass, then definitely don't go for the carton. If it's because you love the combination of chocolate ice cream mixed with chopped almonds and marshmallow pieces, then I say have at it. In fact, save me a bite.
Elliot drops a generous tip onto the table. Sounds like you're describing Rocky Road ice cream.
My favorite flavor.
He might be my favorite flavor. I practically trip over the threshold of the wooden door as we exit. He turns around.
You okay there?
Distracted by ice cream.
Yes, and the creamery last night was worth the stop.
After getting in the car, I pause before backing out of the parking lot. I'm going to give you a choice. You don't have to stay. I'll bring you to an airport. You can hop on a plane and go anywhere in the world. I won't tell my mom. As far as she knows, we're having the time of our lives, listening to mixtapes, mooning truckers, and talking nonsense.
Take flight, huh? Leave. Go anywhere.
He weighs his hands like a set of scales.
What you said about mixtapes and mooning truckers sounds more fun.
His eyes dance over me, pausing on my mouth. I tell myself he's hard of hearing and compensates by reading lips. It has nothing to do with the kisses we've shared. I get in gear and start driving.
What if I told you I'm exactly where I want to be?
He hooks me with his dark brown eyes. I wouldn't believe you, I whisper.
Then I'll prove it to you. You should also know that I'm afraid of flying,
Elliot says, as if sharing a secret. No, you're not. Then how did you get here from England? How do you tour?
A bassist, guitarist, and drummer, a couple of roadies, and heavy sedatives.
I frown. That's one way to travel. He draws a shaky breath.
No, it's not. You miss a lot. The reason I was in rehab was because I got addicted to those sleeping pills. It got to the point that day and night blurred. Over time, I couldn't distinguish between being awake and asleep. It was like I was living a dream, but not the kind that includes a beautiful wife, a house in the countryside, and a few kids scampering around.
I wouldn't know anything about scampering. His lips quirk.
Of course not.
Is what he described his actual dream? Because beneath all my bravado and bratty behavior, a family and a home are what I want too. Fear pokes holes in the vision, though, and it fades. Because more than anything, I'm afraid that as soon as I get it, I'll lose it.
See, I became dependent on the pills. The kind I was prescribed were addictive, which didn't help. But I started taking more because they numbed my fears and feelings from finding their way from here to here.
He points from his heart to his head. His tone is like clashing chords, a hailstorm of drums and bass and perceptive knowing. I study the speedometer, wondering just how fast I could drive away from the truth of everything he said about trying to escape. Lately, I've been wanting to avoid the enormity of my feelings too. So why won't you fly? I ask, willing my voice not to crack, knowing his answer is too close to my own, wrapped up and hidden in maps and memories.
I'm afraid I might not land.
I accelerate, dulling the chorus of Elliot's worries because reading between them I hear the word crash. Fine then, you have a choice. You're either in or out. I hoped to bring you to an airport, but that seems, like you said, cruel. You could take a bus and get to the West Coast a lot faster than I plan to. I'm not in a rush. If you want in, you have to be all in and play by my rules. My car, my trip. If you're out, say so now. Not bothering to think it over, he pumps his fist out the window.
Consider me your ride or die, road trip warrior princess.
The Fab Five are my ride or die.
There are 4 of them. Count me as your 5th.
Again, I don't think he's joking.
We should stop and get some snacks for the trip. How about some chocolate espresso beans? Those are nom.
Did you just say nom?
Like nom nom nom?
He mimics eating something delicious. I roll my eyes. I don't like chocolate.
Impossible. I don't believe you. Who doesn't like chocolate?
I point to myself and shake my head. This girl. Actually, I like chocolate a lot, especially Rocky Road ice cream. Chapter 6. Elliot. As the miles pass, our conversation fades. Just as soon as I'd gained traction with Mila, we backslide. Or more accurately, she retreats. I'd like to win her over, but I wouldn't object to a truce either. Then again, maybe she's genuinely guarded and has a reason for being distant. But why? She's gorgeous, smart, clever, and from an outsider's perspective, she's had a great life. Mr. and Mrs. Strickland are amazing. So where does the attitude come from? I can't figure this woman out.
You're an enigma wrapped in a taco, wrapped in a quesadilla, wrapped in a burrito.
Her lips quirk. Are you already hungry? I click my tongue.
Famished. Allowing road snacks would solve this problem.
Oh yeah? What kind?
I could go for pretzels.
Too salty.
Kit Kats?
The mint kind are superior.
Does that mean you've had chocolate Kit Kats?
She sticks out her tongue.
Sour cream and onion chips, I suggest.
Taste like cardboard.
I beg to differ. How about beef jerky?
Only the real stuff, not processed fake meat.
Fair enough. One more. Trail mix.
I bet you're the kind of person who would only eat the M&Ms.
You got me there, but since you say you don't like chocolate, that leaves the rest for you.
Who said I'd share?
Where's that basket your mom packed? I ask.
I left it curbside at West Houston for the homeless.
I'd say you're cruel again, but that was generous of you. Although I could really go for some of that British chocolate. It's hard to believe you don't like chocolate.
Nope, Don't touch the stuff. She waves it, or me, off.
Not even in ice cream?
She turned down the chocolate flavor at the creamery in place of vanilla, eyeing my cup with envy. Nuh-uh.
Brownies?
Nope.
Cake?
No. Mila's throat bobs as she swallows thickly. I bite my lip, suddenly curious that her physical reaction doesn't match her words.
Interesting.
What's interesting?
You fascinate me.
And I have a feeling her outer candy shell isn't as hard as she makes it out to be. She tucks her chin back, as if that's the first time anyone has ever said that. Nah, you're just hungry.
Sweet, melty, rich chocolate. Let's see. The chocolate gelato in Italy is not to be missed. Austria has a chocolate torte that is, well, let's just say, I'd be willing to build a house out of the stuff. Not that it would stand up to weather, but you know what I mean.
I really don't. The slight squint around her eyes suggests she knows exactly what I'm talking about.
Oh, and there's a place in your very own New York City that serves a triple chocolate lava cake that is to die for. Seriously, it would be my last meal if I had to choose.
I rub my belly.
All this talk about snacks and chocolate is making me hungry.
For a piece of chocolate lava cake, that's hardly a meal.
It would be if I had 3 pieces.
But you're so fit. I find it hard to believe that you eat that much chocolate. I force myself not to smile.
I find it hard to believe you don't like it, but thanks for noticing.
Her cheeks flare red, and she rolls down the window. I lean over the center console and whisper in her ear.
Mila, if I have to, I'll delicately break down your walls 1 chocolate bar at a time.
Is that a challenge, Elliot? Barely taking her eyes off the road, she tilts her head toward me. We're inches apart, and I inhale the pumpkin spice scent of her skin.
More like a mission, road trip warrior princess.
I thought you were looking for a place to put down roots.
People, place, same thing. A noun is a noun.
She harumphs. Hardly.
Then we can agree to disagree on that and on chocolate.
Well then, what does home mean to you? Mila asks. I'm not sure how to answer.
I'll know it when I see it.
Trouble is, I think I already did, and she's in the driver's seat. If that's the case, I'm in trouble. Restless, I hum and tap out drumbeats on my thighs. As time passes, I've asked, "Are we there yet?" no less than 10 times, meaning to be funny, but each time Mila's glare becomes increasingly sharp. We're talking a multi-tool weapon of daggers, lasers, and full-on missiles. Too bad I'm the target. Then again, I don't mind it. Not really. I guess after all the years of being ignored by my father, I can take it with the best of 'em. I'll accept whatever attention I can get from Mila.
Let me have it, I blurt.
A car passes with a honk. Have what? She asks.
The truth. Why do you despise me, and everyone, and everything else?
I half expect her to slam on the brakes and holler at me. Instead, we smoothly glide south. I don't despise anyone.
Fair enough. But I'd argue that your threshold for tolerance is down here.
I hover my flat palm over the floor.
Take me, for example.
I wince as soon as the words are out. Her eyebrows practically disappear into her hair. Do I need to remind you about that Tuesday night after your concert? I thought we were having a good time. You said you'd meet me the next day. Her eyes leave the road and burn into me. You just went radio silent. I waited, then I texted, then I called. You never replied. Not even in the days after. I think that's grounds for not being your biggest fan. Hope shines the faintest light inside my chest.
But you are a fan?
Not even a little bit. My chest craters.
Do I have a chance at all?
Her laugh scatters in every direction. What are you looking for? Because whatever it is, I can assure you that you won't find it here.
I'm not so sure about that,
I say softly, because the truth from where I'm sitting is, I haven't been able to take my eyes off Mila. She's everything I want in a woman. Well, except I'd rather skip the ire, but she's right. I was a world-class jerk and don't blame her for not being especially fond of me. If I'm going to survive this week, I'd better make amends. I fidget and tap out another nervous beat, then picture Rita shaking her head at me. Man up, Elle, man up. I take a deep breath. Before I can speak, Mila's hand presses against the top of mine to still my incessant jittering. A jolt rushes up my arm, zips through my chest, and sends a tingling sensation directly into my stomach. Her gaze holds the road, but with my eyes I tour her collarbones, her loose dangling curls, and the faint freckles splattering her nose. Will you please stop moving? She asks.
I thought that's what we were doing. Moving, in motion, mobile.
I point to the road. I get hangry, you get fidgetished.
Fidgety and famished. Good one.
At her continued touch, I go still. A few more quiet miles pass before I find my breath again.
Should we get this over with and discuss the elephant in the car?
More like a donkey, but sure.
Is that a polite way of referring to me?
She chuckles.
I could go for some circus peanuts.
I clear my throat.
Joking aside, I owe you an apology. I'm sorry for ghosting you.
I drop my hands into my lap.
I was selfish. Figured it was easier to disappear than to face your disappointment in me.
Disappointment? That's exactly what you did by disappearing. I would have preferred and respected the truth. Shame spirals like a tornado inside of me.
For hiding my problem, for having to go to rehab.
Mila's lips drop into a twitchy frown, and she blinks rapidly, as if my words reach something deep inside. I never suggested we get married or you leave the band or anything extreme. I thought we were having fun together. It just would have been nice to... Her voice fades. So she isn't the lone wolf she's made herself out to be.
Mila, I'm sorry. I was wrapped up in myself. I wasn't thinking about you. Us.
It didn't help that I saw posts on social media of you with another girl a few days later.
That definitely didn't mean anything.
Nope, it didn't mean anything at all. Her tone is flat, so maybe it did mean something, at least to her.
I regret being slow on the uptake, but I take it your mom didn't know about us hanging out, while 1 Second was on tour.
She cocks an eyebrow as if that's debatable. She's like an all-seeing eye, so I wouldn't be surprised. More importantly, is that what we were doing? Just hanging out? Seemed a little more serious than that to me. I hung out with people in high school. You and I were... She's not wrong. I felt something with her for sure. A hum, a buzz, a spark. More than that. Rita comes at me loud and clear.
I was afraid to get too close, I admit.
Why?
Probably for the same reason you are.
She actually flinches, then abruptly stops when we hit gridlock. And why would that be?
You tell me.
I asked you first. Her grip tightens around the wheel even though we're no longer moving.
We have plenty of time to hash this out.
We don't.
We don't have anything to hash out?
I ask, aghast.
Actually, I think we do.
If I were a car service driver, would you ask such personal questions?
The last guy who drove me from a concert venue to a hotel resulted in us sitting curbside for almost an hour, and me hearing about how he moved here from Lebanon, started working, saved enough to bring his family over, and create a new life. So, yeah.
Mila rocks her head back onto the headrest. Can we just leave it if I agree to be agreeable?
For now.
Like a flipped switch, we resume somewhat normal conversation. Her previous road trip, recent time in Canada, and just as I'm about to ask about that pact she and her friends made, we pull into a rest stop with at least half of the traffic from the interstate. Meet you back here in 5 minutes, she orders, hurrying to the restroom. I do the same and then wander over to the vending machines. After taking a chug from a bottle of water, a low drone of whispering from nearby meets my ears. I discreetly eye the exit, but it's too late. I've been recognized. Fans swarm, closing in around me in a glossy, perfumed cloud. I spend the next 5 minutes signing napkins, slips of paper, and phone cases. There's a chorus of, "We love you, Elle," and "When are you playing in?" Fill in the blank with a city or state. From the fray, I spot Mila, leaning against the side of the vending machine, looking on, mildly amused if not pleased at my torment. When 2 of the fans surprise me with kisses on each cheek for a photo, her face falls. My eyebrows squish together in apology. She disappears outside. I break free to find her revving the VW's engine. My stomach sinks. She peels out of the parking space, only to pull into the line for the gas pump. I hurry after her, then clamp my hands on the open window door frame.
"I thought you were leaving me."
She pouts. "It looked like a few of those adoring fans would have taken good care of you." I ignore the dig and peer at her from behind my sunglasses.
"You didn't realize you had an international rock star traveling with you, did you?"
"Oh, I realized I had an idiot on my hands." She sneers and slides her credit card into the machine.
"Ouch,"
she snorts.
"Thirsty?"
I hold out my water bottle. "The car was," she says, as the pump chugs away but doesn't utter another word. When we get back on the road, the traffic hasn't let up too much. I consult the paper map Mila keeps in the glove box. It's slightly yellow and well-worn. A purple line connects dots starting from Manhattan and ending in Northern California. Scribbled notes label some of the stops along the way. Mila may not like me, but she's going out of her way for me, which I appreciate.
"So you do this old school, huh? Because if we had a GPS, we could find a different route without traffic. My phone can tell us how to go. I don't want to—"
She interrupts before I can finish my sentence.
"I don't want to be an inconvenience."
"No."
"No?"
"We'll get there." Minutes pass as the sun winks behind the tree line and the day fades to cobalt. Off the highway, a small town gives way to endless rolling fields. I wonder if we're back where we started in Amish country.
"Are we there yet?"
I ask, just to get Mila's attention. I'm starting to think there isn't a there.
"Do you mean that in the metaphysical sense, or that we're lost?"
Ooh, big word.
"I meant it abstractly."
We pass a gas station, and she doesn't stop to ask for directions. I pull out my phone to get us back on track. No phones. We're doing this trip analog.
"Right. So where are we going?"
She pulls to a stop next to a grassy field. "We're here." She points to a dot on the map. I look around, confused, because this doesn't look like anywhere. "Come on," she beckons. As she passes me, her pumpkin spice scent highlights the crisp night air of autumn. I wasn't joking about being her ride or die. I'd follow Mila anywhere. She walks to the center of the field and lays down, looking up at the stars. I follow suit, not expecting this, and wondering if we're camping out, something I haven't done since I was a kid, unless you count van camping when the band and I started on tour in Europe. As I find stillness after the constant motion of the day, and the noise of the road goes quiet, I wonder if this is exactly what I need. A long, contented sigh escapes. The moonlight reflects in Mila's eyes, and I wonder if she's exactly what I need. My dad used to take me out to stargaze when we were up at the lake. She points out constellations and tells a story about a chariot looping around the sun and moon. We lie there for so long, I'm convinced this is where we're spending the night. I turn from the sky and gaze at the silhouette of Mila's profile, punctuated by those perfect red lips.
I like the view.
You're not even looking up.
I know.
She stiffens beside me. We were talking about the trip earlier, and there's something you should know about Ladybug. She hesitates. It belonged to my mother.
As I said, I cannot picture Mrs. Strickland driving that thing.
She sniffles. Shortly after you disappeared from my life, Tanya asked me to come over for dinner. Bobby had been on tour, so it was strange that he suddenly came home. The first clue that something was amiss was they were being kind of formal about the meal. Mom is hoity-toity, but Dad is rough around the edges. The second red flag was he didn't whistle, not a peep. Mom says the constant whistling drives her crazy, but I secretly think she likes it. What do I call her? Tanya or Mom? Mila lets out a long breath. My brow pinches together.
And the third thing?
They brought me out to the VW and said it was mine. Then they told me that they'd adopted me when I was born and that my biological mother passed away recently. She'd left me her old red Volkswagen Beetle and a bit of money. Well, a lot of money. Overnight, I found out that my parents aren't my real parents and that I'm rich. Now I understand her comment about not knowing what to call Mrs. Strickland.
But they are your real parents. They love you, and you love them, right?
Mm-hmm. I'm just so confused. Why would my biological mom leave me? She blinks back tears, shining like little gems in the corners of her eyes.
I doubt that was the case. Probably more complicated than that. I can't imagine anyone wanting to leave you.
Her head jerks in my direction. No.
I didn't want to leave you. There's a distinction. Plus, I know you've been trying to get rid of me. I'm not going to make it easy for you, I say.
Who said I want to get rid of you?
Let me think. You?
She huffs and gets to her feet. Come on, let's go.
No.
I remain seated on the grass. That's my line. She walks off. I have no choice but to follow unless I actually want to spend the night in this field. We stop at a convenience store and I sneakily buy a candy bar while she's in the bathroom. I'm about to tear into it when she honks from the VW. Back on the road, signs for the nation's capital lead us forward while I try to understand Mila's hot and cold. Hate and, well, not quite love, maybe like nature. I can't get a read on her, but then I realize maybe she doesn't know what she wants either.
Are you afraid that if you get what you want, you'll lose it, so you sabotage yourself to keep from getting it?
Stop with the wise woman words.
Do they hit different? Rita gave me a lot to think about, to reflect on.
Just then, a flash of light shines in the side mirror as Mila changes lanes. My adrenaline spikes. I quickly tug the wheel, forcing us to swerve into the breakdown lane, just barely missing a car as it speeds past on the right side. The horn of the angry motorist she'd cut off and almost collided with fades in front of us. My pulse pounds. Mila presses her hand to her forehead and her breath comes in short bursts.
Are you okay? Tired? Want me to drive?
No, yes, I'm fine. I was just thinking about what you said.
Sorry if I distracted you.
I'm sorry that I almost killed you. She merges back into traffic, and we reach the beltway that loops around the nation's capital, the place we were last together.
Does D.C. count as a state?
I ask. No, it's a district. Mila's stomach gurgles. I pull out the candy bar.
Splitsies?
She chuckles. Splitsies? No thanks. As I said, I don't like chocolate.
Did you leave your sense of humor at the rest stop?
I risk her wrath and open the wrapper. Maybe the scent will entice her. She doesn't even flinch. After I chew my first bite, I moan with ecstasy.
It's not quite as good as a flake bar, but not bad either,
I say, referencing the candy her mom had put in the picnic basket for us. Tanya raised me on a steady diet of fruits and vegetables, no candy.
That explains why you're not very sweet.
The sugar makes me bold. No, that would be Daisy. She's the sweet one.
She's the member of the Fab Five that I didn't meet. So what does that make you? The sassy one?
You got it.
You do realize that you don't have to stick to that role, right?
Mila doesn't answer.
Your mom is sweet too.
She must really like you to have picked you up from the rehab center. Well, her and half of America. As if to confirm this, at the next stoplight, Mila points to an SUV with 3 girls hanging out the windows. They wave and shout at me. Like a drag racer, Mila peels out, leaving them in the dust. The little thrill I used to get when fans gave me attention feels more like a burden lately.
What about the other half of America?
I ask. They're on my side.
So we have teams now?
Yeah, Team Mila and Team Bozo. Sugar fills her voice where I expect there to be stone.
And you thought the word splitsies was bad? Team Bozo?
I laugh.
In that case, I don't think anyone will be on your team if you're against chocolate.
I take another bite of the chocolate bar, savoring the flaky, melt-in-your-mouth creamy confection. Shocked that she'd let me get away with this, when it's halfway gone, I offer her the rest. Remember, don't distract me while I'm driving. I'm quiet until we reach a posh hotel with a red carpet, running up the stairs and brass adorning the wooden doors.
Ritzy, I say.
I imagine you're used to these kinds of accommodations.
It's hard to notice things when you're half asleep on pills all the time. I regret sleepwalking through the last year of my life. It might sound weird, but I'm glad I got in trouble and went to rehab. Something had to wake me up, I say.
Oh, right. Aren't you supposed to be in my mother's custody so you don't get deported? I was hoping she wasn't aware of that detail. If I flagged down one of those police officers across the street, could you be arrested? Is it like breaking parole? She steps off the sidewalk onto the blacktop, looking back at me over her shoulder.
You wouldn't.
She gives a subtle shrug.
Please don't.
Her long red hair flares as she spins back around. All right, only because you said please. Anyway, I might be taken into custody too for aiding and abetting a fugitive.
That makes me sound more important than I am.
I think those girls at the rest stop and in the SUV earlier told you exactly how important you are.
Does that bother you?
She looks up at the glowing windows of the austere sandstone building in front of us. No, of course not. Being an expert in falsehoods, I know a lie when I hear one. As we walk along the red carpet toward the doorman, a cacophony of giggles and footfalls move in our direction. Is this how it's going to be the entire trip? Mila asks, annoyed.
Not if we visit forgotten towns and rural pastures.
Mila pauses. I took you for a wild, city life kind of guy.
Give me a chance. I might surprise you.
Her eyes sparkle as her gaze meets mine. The animosity melts away. She whispers, in that case, I won't say no. The moment stretches between us. I forget about the fans, the long ride, where we are, and the uncertainty about where we're going.
That's a first.
My gaze drops to her mouth. Her lips quirk. Who knows? I may surprise you too. My fingers brush her jawline, and as the echo of girls' voices get louder and phone cameras click, I dip Mila into a dramatic kiss. Chapter 7. Mila. A surging thrill riots inside when I realize Elliot is kissing me. I would be a big fat liar if I claimed that his lips on mine didn't melt something within. But I can't let him get off that easy, now can I? Washington, D.C. is where we were supposed to last meet, and he stood me up, then abruptly disappeared from my life. How do I let that go? It takes an iron will, but I force myself away from the intense press of his lips against mine, the way his touch recalibrates my heartbeat, and how warm I feel all over. I yank him inside the hotel and away from the throng of fans. Once more, I want to shout, "Mine, mine, mine." But I know better than to let Elliot get too close. I've wanted to hate him being in the car with me. I've wanted to hate being in the car with him. But he makes me laugh. Despite my best intentions, he makes me smile and think and feel. Maybe that's the antidote to my soggy mood. However, I'm not going to just cave into his charm again. He has to prove himself worthy of my heart. I blink a few times, wondering if I somehow had a brain transplant. No, I'm the sassy one, the non-romantic one, the only member of the Fab Five who does not plan to complete the pact. Then again, you know what they say about best-laid plans. In any case, a public display of affection, or whatever that was with Elliot, will not be my downfall. I cannot for 1 second let him think that he can win me over that easy. No, I plan to resist until my last. I move to pick up my armor, but it's too heavy and pieces are missing. Looks like I left some back in Amish country. My sass has never failed me, so I let him have it. "Why did you do that?" I ask, swiping my lips when really I want to lean in and do it again. "Grand entrance." He stuffs his hands in his pockets, rightfully reading my irritation. "Impulse? Hopelessly affected by your irresistible good nature and allure?" I catch my reflection in a mirrored pillar. By alluring, he must mean I could lure some mutant fish from the Potomac River. My red hair frizzes from the drive, and my expression is 1 part shock, 2 parts dark, and 3 parts, "Kiss me again, you fool." We will be doing none of that. Forget my armor. I'm waging an internal battle between love and hate. I straighten, reckoning I need to fortify myself with a meal if I'm going to keep up this fight. Like a puppy, Elliot trails me to the reception desk where we check in, and then to the elevators. After the carriage takes us up and we go to our respective rooms, I freshen up. But a dilemma bubbles inside me like the soap suds in the sink. My birth mother's map designates several stops between here and California. She connected a series of dots with scribbled notes, names, and addresses. For instance, she specifically named the Amish farm and circled the location of the field where we stopped with stars. At least for this stop, I have no clear picture of what I'm supposed to do. Why D.C.? What's here? Back when I found the map in the glove box, I had a flash of inspiration. Follow it, and maybe it would lead me to understand her. To understand this new definition of myself as an adoptee. Unfortunately, Washington, D.C. is just a dot. So do I wander around the city until something makes sense? Not advisable for a woman alone at night. Do I take Elliot with me, even though this is where he wordlessly, cowardly broke things off? Not advisable for a woman susceptible to a guy like him. Do I go to sleep and hope things, like the kiss, will make sense in the morning? That might work. My stomach gurgles. At the very least, I need to eat. I browse the room service menu. The nachos shout my name, begging me to devour them. I change into a pair of pajamas with leopard print shorts and a t-shirt that has a pair of lips in the same pattern. How unfortunate, considering the episode downstairs. While I wait, I tie my hair into a bun and put on a sheet face mask, because this road trip is going to do a number on my skin if I don't take care of it. While I wait, I click through the television channels until I find my favorite home improvement show. A short time later, my platter of nachos arrive. To say they are outrageous is an understatement. The chips and toppings, including chili, beans, onions, peppers, jalapenos, salsa, sour cream, guacamole, and cheese, are as big as a sombrero. I only ordered one serving, I tell the hotel employee. The man answers, "They're made for sharing." At the same time, from across the hall, a tall, brown-eyed rock star opens the door to his room. His irresistible chocolate gaze looks from me in my pajamas and my hair in a messy bun on top of my head to the food. He licks his lips. Is he trying to kill me?
"Hey, I was wondering if you have another one of those,"
Elliot asks. I look around, not sure what he means. His gaze floats from me to the super-sized meal.
"Do you mean the nachos? There are enough here for 4 people," the hotel employee says. "I could polish off half at least. I have a high metabolism, but I meant one of those."
He points at my face and blinks at me a few times as if I'm a dull for not realizing what he'd referred to. I set a tip for the hotel employee on the white tablecloth covering the cart. With a perplexed look tossed between us, the man scurries down the hall. It's then I remember I'm wearing the sheet mask. If you're not familiar with this little beauty secret, it's the same idea as a clay mask or any other kind of facial treatment, except it's sold in the form of a sheet, cut into the shape of a person's face, complete with eye, nose, and mouth holes. Rose water saturates mine for a soft, hydrating glow. However, if you've never seen someone wearing one of these, it's the kind of thing that horror movies are made of. Seriously scary. I casually lean on the doorframe as if I do not look like a freakish ghost wearing pajamas. You want one of these? I point to the mask.
"Yeah, while on tour, the guys and I use them after a long day on the road."
I doubt that.
"Nice jammies. I forgot to pack mine."
I lock my arms in front of my chest. Elliot will not breach the gates. Of course, he noticed the giant leopard print lips. Last Christmas, the Fab Five and I had a pajama-themed gift exchange. We gave each other jammies, I say, adding a bit of a sing-song lilt to the last word so he doesn't think he can tease me that easily. Elliot pads over, eyes raking over me and an amused smile on his lips, as if he likes what he sees. Okay, maybe he can't tease me, but he can turn me on. How is he possibly keeping a straight face right now when I look the way I do? I want to hold his gaze in a regular stare down on a lonesome, dusty street, but his look is too intense for how I feel right now, and I look more like a scary clown than a ruthless desperado. Then my attention catches something bright and bold against his dark jeans and the royal blue carpet. He's wearing a pair of neon green socks with dinosaurs printed on them. I will not giggle. I will not giggle. Be strong, Mila. This guy is trying to wear me down with kindness and understanding, kisses, and cute socks. No, I cannot let it happen.
"Your nachos are getting cold."
His voice is practically a growl. You can have some if you agree to wear a mask. To my chagrin, I almost purr. I'll call your bluff, buddy. No way does he wear one of these on the regular. What, do the guys in the band also give each other pedicures? Doubtful.
"It would be my pleasure."
Elliot's voice fills with confidence and bravado. I did not expect that answer or the delivery. I just thought he was busting my chops about looking, all right, fine, girly in a scary kind of way. He steps so close, I can smell his soapy freshness. The kiss comes to mind, backlit and glittery against the glass and brass in front of the hotel. Mila, don't go soft now. This trip is about me. His eyes capture mine, and I cannot look away even if I want to. I fall so deeply into those chocolate brown orbs, I have a troubling thought. Perhaps I'm not looking for myself, but for someone to love. A lump forms in my throat, and on a shaky breath, I repeat, the nachos are getting cold. But that's the least of my worries, because Elliot O'Connell has warmed my heart with the way he can look at me right now, arguably at my worst, and not break his gaze, laugh, or shy away. I jerk my thumb over my shoulder, and we go into my room. After removing the face mask, I toss him one. Elliot reads the label. Prickly pear cactus. Is it going to sting? It's formulated to detox the skin. Is that a hint? My dark humor replaces the giddy way I felt in the hall. Yeah, don't get addicted to me. I'm not sure how to read the look he gives me. It could be, too late, he's already succumbed. No chance, don't be so full of yourself. Is that an option? If so, sign me up. Then his gaze tackles the nachos. He moves to spill a container of melted cheese over the top. I swat his hand. Nacho cheese. There's no mistaking his expression this time. It's of utmost concern for my sanity. No, it's not my cheese, but the cheese goes over the nachos, he says slowly, as if speaking to a toddler. No, the cheese is for dipping. News to me. And you have to put your mask on. I can't eat with that thing on my face. He jiggles the cheese container. How about this? We compromise. The cheese will be for dipping, and I'll put on the mask after dinner. Is that fair? No, what would be fair is if Elliot weren't so attractive. If his eyes weren't so deep and powerful, if his voice didn't melt me, even when he's talking about cheese. Fine, but we're upping the ante. You have to eat all the jalapenos, I say. I thought you'd never ask. I chuckle, because I'd like to see him wolf those down without breaking a sweat. We dig in, use the cheese for dipping, and eat in silence, while a sweet southern woman gives us a home tour of a ranch somewhere down south that is in need of a makeover. During a commercial break, Elliot says, This is my favorite show. Your favorite show, like how you and the guys in your band wear sheet masks while on tour, like how jalapenos are your favorite. In other words, a fib. When I glance at the platter between us, I realize the green pepper rings are all gone. He grins. Mila, I would never lie to you. I narrow my eyes. Should we talk about the elephant in the room? I thought the elephant was in the car. I brought it in with me. Wouldn't want it to get lonely or go hungry. I could still go for those circus peanuts, though. You just ate your weight in nachos. How could you still be hungry? I ask. The look he gives me suggests it's not only for food. I wish I had the sheet mask on right now, because my cheeks match the puddle of salsa remaining on the platter. I don't really want to talk, I mutter. How about kiss? I keep the answer to myself because I love myself enough not to pick up where we left off the first time. He broke my trust. Slowly, he's earning it back, but I won't lose myself to him again until he proves he's worthy. Elliot's eyes flit from mine to the TV in a frown, as if he wants more than I can give him. I let out a long breath. Put on the mask and I'll talk. He immediately tears the top off of the packet and presses the mask to his face. My lips purse because I thought I was calling his bluff again, and there would be no chance that a famous rock star with an ego as big as this district, would put something on that looks so ridiculous. Ordinarily, I'd laugh because he can't get the thing to stick on his stubble-covered jawline. Oof, that jawline could sever a heart in half. It has. Well, just a nick off the side. I'm at a crossroads. One direction leads Elliot and me to continued animosity and stress, although I think I have a face mask for that. The other direction leads to uncharted territory, and I've already been on a rocky road. As it is, we're heading west, where I'll drop him off at his awards show and won't ever see him again. So what do I have to lose, really? Elliot, I'm not the kind of girl who lets people get close.
I've noticed, he mumbles. What kind of girl are you?
Once more, I'm at a crossroads. Do I give a snappy reply or tell him the truth? I'm not sure anymore. Chapter 8. Elliot. Mila must be having what her mother called a soggy moment because her eyes turn to drizzle. They hesitantly reach mine. It's all I can do to wrap her in my arms and promise her it'll be okay, that she can trust me. But I have to show her that and earn back her trust. However, as if she were a real leopard, the pajamas are adorably flattering. I'm cautious. Move too fast, I might spook her. I have no doubt she scratches and bites. I'm not sure who I am anymore, she says softly.
You're whoever you want to be,
I answer. But that's not enough, because I have to throw her a line, make her know that she's not alone.
The 30 days in rehab stripped me down to the basics.
Her eyes widen.
Figuratively, I had to look at every part of myself, what was working in my life, what wasn't, what I wanted and what I needed to get rid of. As you can imagine, there were a few toxic elements that I needed to let go of.
The four-piece, in particular, and I'm not talking about formal attire. Good thing you have that sheet mask. Our joint laughter eases the tension.
I'm trying to tell you two things. One, to a degree, I understand where you're coming from. Much like you got a big piece of news, I had a big wake-up call. For me, I could no longer sleepwalk through life. I owe myself and the people I care for and love more than that. I know it's slightly different for you, but for both of us it means change. 2, Mila, you're not alone. I'm here for as long and for as much as you want me.
She blinks slowly, as if digesting my words along with the nachos. The old me would have had to muster up courage. The new me doesn't need any when doing the right thing.
And that segs into the proper apology I owe you. I'm sorry for how I treated you. If I recall, we had a good thing going while I was on tour. I hope I showed you the best parts of me. As for the other bits,
I peel off the mask and stuff it in the package.
I've cleansed myself of them. I want to show you who I really am, without the mask of sleeping pills, my rock star persona, or anything that could come between us.
Her drizzly eyes brighten. I guess I've hidden behind a persona too. I've always been the sassy one. My lips quirk, and I nudge her foot with mine, clad in neon dinosaurs.
I kind of like that about you.
I can use it as a shield, though. A defense mechanism because I'm afraid to let people get too close.
What are you afraid will happen?
I'll be left. But this has been going on since well before I knew about my birth mother. Maybe deep down I had an awareness of it all along. The pain in her voice opens something inside of me. I straighten on the couch.
Mila Vivian Strickland. Let me make something very, very clear.
How do you know my middle name?
Blakely used it.
You were paying attention?
I cannot ignore a single movement you make. A breath, a whisper. Now that I'm fully awake, I cannot deny my attraction to you, or my guilt at messing things up. But let me make one thing clear. You are very, very wanted."
Heat creeps across her cheeks, and she curls into a ball in the corner of the couch.
"Are you retreating again?"
I shake my head and wiggle my fingers, the same way Mrs. Strickland did before she tickled her. Her eyes bulge. I guess you were paying attention. Before she can make a break for it and escape my tickle attack, I pounce. She giggles and writhes under my fingers. I tickle her arms and behind her neck, savoring every second of skin contact, the same way I did when I spontaneously kissed her earlier. I may not recall the entirety of our time together when I was on tour, but I will never forget the way her lips on mine are like a song I will never get out of my head. Just being in her presence changes the rhythm of my heart. However, when our mouths connect, it's like a live concert, where sound and emotion and vibration all coalesce into one explosion of freedom and joy. While trying to find the lyrics in that, Mila turns on me, tickling me back. Soon we're both laughing. It's better than any of my favorite songs. Then, all at once, we both go still. We're lengthwise on the couch, facing each other. Our legs are woven together. My hand is on her shoulder. I run my calloused fingers along her collarbone and to her chin. This would be the crescendo in a song, the moment for us to kiss. I want her to know the depth of my desire, but I don't think our conversation from earlier was finished.
"Before, you didn't know the real me. As fortune would have it, you get to know the improved one. I want a chance. I want a chance for you to trust me, and so that I can get to know the real you."
She wilts slightly. That's the problem. I'm not sure who that is at the moment.
"At least in part, that's the purpose of this trip, I guess."
She slides her head up and down. I tuck a loose piece of hair behind her ear. The corners of her lips lift slightly as she gazes steadily into my eyes.
"I'm here for you, if you want me to be."
Her throat bobs as she swallows. I imagine whatever she's going to say will be difficult. My thoughts flash in alarm at the possibility of this city being the ruin of us a second time. "Do you promise?" she asks.
"I do."
"The thing is, I don't really know where I'm going."
"We have the map."
I thought maybe it would help me understand my birth mother better, and that would help me know more about who I am.
"Wherever it takes you, I'm with you all the way. Mila, I'll go the distance with you any day."
Sounds like lyrics. It's then I get the idea to write her the loveliest love song there ever was. We spend the next couple of days playing tourist in Washington, D.C., with Mila insisting I go incognito in a hat and sunglasses, even though it's not sunny. I mostly manage to blend in and am only recognized once while in a men's bathroom when I took it off. Thankfully, the guy fans aren't as physical as the females. That wouldn't have been pleasant. When I exit, Mila hisses, "Your disguise!"
"I couldn't see in there. It was too dark with the sunnies on."
She shoves them back on my face as we continue our tour around the Smithsonian Museum.
"So what do you know about your mom?"
I ask. She had red hair and drove a red bug. I have a photo of her, but like you, she's wearing sunglasses. She pulls it out of her purse, tattered and faded. I get the vague outline of a woman that could also be Mila.
"What else?"
She loved music and road trips.
"Did she reach her destination?"
I don't know. Sadness tinges Mila's voice. I wonder if she came here, or liked nachos, or had a crush on a guy. Even though the sunglasses cover everything a hue darker than if I weren't wearing them, her cheeks go pink. Sensing the subtext and that she might be referring to her own crush, I tilt my head in question. You know, like my biological father or some other guy.
"Like a guy in a band?"
I hint and hope. Yes, no, I don't know. just some guy, you know." She waves her hand vaguely and stares, transfixed by Henry, the 11-ton African elephant statue in the museum's rotunda, even though we've already seen him half a dozen times.
"Now that is an elephant in a room," I say.
She gently slugs me in the shoulder at the dumb joke. I pretend it hurt and rub my arm as she slouches onto a nearby bench. If, say, a handsome fellow like Henry had swept a lady elephant off her feet. Mila's words are slow, hesitant. I start to laugh at the image, but go quiet because I think I know where she's going with her question. I don't want her to lose the thread of the analogy or storm off. If he were to be all charming and make her feel like the only elephant in the room among thousands, I take it she's referring to my concerts. And once again, I refrain from commenting that there is no way thousands of elephants could fit into a room. Then he went poof, disappeared, leaving her confused and hurt. I don't think even Houdini could make an animal that size vanish, but I go with it. Then he reappeared, and she was afraid of being hurt again. And there it is, the truth. I hurt her. It guts me much in the same way I imagine being impaled by Henry's megatusk would leave me in agony. I imagine it's not even on par with the way she felt. I clear my throat.
What if Henry didn't mean to hurt the lady elephant and wanted a second chance?
Mila's lips part slowly, as if the words she wants to say are cautious, uncertain they're safe to be spoken. Could the lady elephant trust Henry? I lift and lower my shoulders.
I can't really speak for pachyderms, but I have heard they are extremely loyal. However, I can speak for myself, and if by chance you were asking whether you can trust me with your heart, the answer is yes, absolutely.
She looks from Henry to me and bites her lip, as if unsure whether to believe me or not. Just then, Mila's phone jingles in her purse. "Hi, Mom." Mrs. Strickland's voice booms through the speaker even though Mila has it pressed to her ear. "If you don't want to be in the gossip magazines, wear a hat or avoid public places." Heat creeps across her cheeks. "Huh? Your travel companion is getting some press, and although it's not a big deal, you might want to tell him to lie low. When do you leave DC? How'd you know we're here?" "The internet, darling. There is a photo of the two of you circulating." Mila's mouth drops open. Gosh, I could kiss it again. But now is not the time, especially if it's a photo of the spontaneous moment we shared in front of the hotel. "Don't worry, your father's publicist is working on getting it taken down." Mila gasps. "Dad saw it?" "You know he doesn't go online. Listen, Elliot is supposed to be with me, so if anyone asks, I'm in town on business." "Got it, Mom. Thanks. The trip is going well, then?" "Sure. Well, from what I've seen, you're really exploring the wild frontier." At that, Mila's cheeks flame, and she shuffles away from me, hissing, "Mother!" I chuckle, realizing that I must have had an effect on Mila, even if she can't come out and admit it. One thing is for sure, I can't wait to get back in the VW and continue west, or wherever we end up. Chapter 9. Mila. You know the kind of people who wear their hearts on their sleeves, who gather in a circle around a fire and share their emotions? I'm not one of them. I thought I knew myself. Then the news of my adoption turned that idea upside down. Now Mr. Elliot O'Connell has me turned inside out. Who am I? I don't know anything about myself other than that I'm red. All over red. Red hair, red lips, red cheeks. I've never been more embarrassed. Not because my mother, in all her British refinement, has ever said something offhanded that absolutely humiliates me. Rather because it's all true. I have a red-hot crush on Elliot. My mother and father must know. The internet showcased the photo of us kissing, so it's no secret to the world. But does he know? From across the marble floor of the Smithsonian Rotunda, the cocky grin he wears suggests that even in sunglasses, he sees through me. Elliot saunters over and lowers his shades.
How's Mrs Strickland?
Insufferable.
Sounded like she tried to spare us public infamy.
Her sense of humor is drier than the bones of that mummy we saw upstairs at the Egypt exhibit. We should probably get going. He mocks a pout.
But I wanted to see the space exploration section. I didn't get to try on the spacesuit.
You're whining, and I don't think they allow museum patrons to touch the artifacts.
They'd let me.
Like with the elephants, I wonder if we're speaking in euphemisms again. I get my answer when his palm presses against my low back, ushering me toward the nearest exit. You changed your mind quickly, I say, as he hurries me along.
You were spotted, he whispers.
Me? I'm not a famous musician.
Remember how when I was on tour, we'd only meet at night and not in public?
Yeah, I practically had blisters on my hand from clutching my canister of pepper spray everywhere I went.
Well, part of the reason for that was, historically, the girlfriends of the guys in the band got harassed by the fans.
Do I need to be worried?
Does that mean you're my girlfriend?
Even though concern spikes his voice, we both pause. Silent questions are asked, in the eyes mostly. Yes, I'd like to call those chocolate pools of deliciousness mine. But one step at a time, space cowboy. We start walking again.
Does that mean we still have some repair and maintenance to do?
He points to a janitor's closet as we pass in the hall. He waggles his eyebrows. No crazy ideas.
I bet Henry and his lady elephant sneak in there after the museum closes.
I can't help but laugh. How would they fit? Elliot doesn't answer. In the silence, I can't help but think about how our lips fit together perfectly. Once safely in the car, I pull out my phone before we get back on the road. Elliot consults the map.
Looks like the next stop is in the middle of nowhere. Good thing, since your mom wants us to stay off the radar.
I break my no phones rule and power it on. Elliot eyes me accusingly. I say, I want to know what she was talking about. I type our names in the search bar and scroll, looking for incriminating evidence. So far, nothing. My dad's publicist must have worked her magic.
That kiss was too good not to capture on film,
he says in his sexy voice. Elliot's charm and confidence make me want to do it again, but not for the public to see. I slide lower in the seat. I also have several dozen texts and calls, probably people crawling out of the woodwork, and Miranda, asking if I'm dating the lead singer and guitarist for 1 second. There is really only one text thread I care to check, the Fab Five. However, chances are they have questions that I'm not ready to answer. Elliot leans over my shoulder, drugging me with his soapy fresh scent. I try to mask my moan by saying, "Slide over, you smell too good." He chuckles and shifts closer. I don't even need to find a celeb gossip website to scroll through several pictures taken of us over the last few days because they're splattered all over the Fab Five group text thread.
Your hair looks good in that one,
Elliot says. I playfully bare my teeth.
Sorry. Your hair always looks good, I say.
Thank you, but that's not the point. I have absolutely no interest in being fodder for the rumor mills about who's dating who or what you may be doing while you convalesce.
Comes with the territory. When I share music, it makes people happy. Getting close, taking a photo or an autograph makes fans feel part of something. I'm sorry you got involved, but it's really no big deal.
He shrugs slightly. It doesn't make me happy.
Don't tell me you hate music.
No, just you. My tone is anything but hateful. He braces his chest.
Mila, you're killing me.
I'm kidding. I don't hate you anymore. I did for a minute. Okay, a few months. What doesn't make me happy is the fame machine, the attention and the clamoring fans. The height of my dad's fame was pre-internet, and my parents sheltered me from most of it afterward, but it interferes with real life and gives a person a warped sense of reality, not to mention a bloated ego. I don't want any part of it. He flinches. A moment too late, I realize that makes it sound like I don't want any part of him. You know what this trip means to me. I can't have gossip interfere.
Well, someone has to take pictures for the scrapbook, he jokes.
I level Elliot with my first glare in a couple of days.
Ouch. But am I correct in guessing that you don't like all that comes with being a rock star because you don't like to share?
This time his all-knowing smirk slays me. Yes, Mr. O'Connell, that would be correct. His chuckle drowns out the engine as I turn the key in Ladybug's ignition. Let's go somewhere quieter.
That's what I've been saying. The janitor's closet didn't look half bad.
I refrain from knocking him in the biceps, mostly because I don't want to hurt my knuckles. Before exiting the parking garage, my phone pings with a message. I shift into park. It's from the Fab Five again. They know I'm mostly offline during this trip, but have certainly been chatting and speculating about the photos of Elliot and me kissing in my absence. Cora. Mills, I saw you open the chat. Are you there? Are you okay? Me. If you mean was I abducted or attacked by a bear? No, I'm fine. Blakely. She means did a certain handsome rock star steal your heart and maul you with his mouth? Daisy. That sounds so wrong, but, of course we saw the pics. Me. You and half the country. Paisley. If anyone knows anything about celebrity scandal, it would be me. I'm here for you, sweetie. Me. Thanks, but, nothing happened. I angle myself toward the driver's side door so Elliot can't read over my shoulder. I don't want anyone thinking this is more than it is. Cora. I beg to differ. It looks like the makings of the forever marriage match. What with the way he dipped you back like that? Blakely. That was a swoon if I've ever seen one. Me. I wasn't swooning. I don't swoon. Cora. Again, I beg to differ. Paisley. My friend, I'm afraid that in the court of law, that would have been ruled as a swoon. Undeniable, irrefutable. Me. You're not a lawyer anymore, Paisley. Paisley. So you don't deny it. I don't know whether to laugh or break something. Of course, my best friends would call me out on arguably the best kiss of my life. A sigh escapes.
All good over there, road trip warrior princess?
Elliot asks. The road trip name reminds me that I'm in this to fight back and defend myself to the last. I start typing a response, objecting to their accusations, but then pause. What am I fighting against? If it's love, I'll never win. How do I know? Because the one bumper sticker on the back of this bug says, "Love always wins." I may not have gotten to meet my biological mom or dad, but she left me this car, the map, and enough money to fill the gas tank and stay at posh hotels for the rest of my life. I don't know my final destination, only that it involves love, no matter how much I try to fight it. Warmth fills me because there is one thing I am sure of. This trip will result in love. It already has. A greater understanding and love for myself, the mom and dad who raised me, my bio mom for leading me here, my best friends for caring so much, and maybe, if he's a good boy, the man with the puppy dog chocolate brown eyes beside me.
Mila, you sure you're all right?
I snap out of my thoughts. Yeah, I'm good. My voice is a little huskier than usual. The corner of Elliot's mouth hitches into a grin. He must see the little red hearts in my eyes. The love hearts. I try to blink them away, but his growing smirk suggests I failed. Once back on the road, I try to wrap my head around how much I hide. For instance, last night, I didn't want Elliot to see the lines in my forehead or the twitch of my lips when we talked about the uncertainty about who I am. Nor do I want him to know about how much he occupies my thoughts. I don't want to show him weakness or worry. While we cruise along the slumbering hills and pasturelands of Virginia, Elliot tells me about his red muscle car, his business of entertaining people, and how he's appointed himself chief happy maker for one Mila Strickland. But no matter how young he was or how quickly he rose to fame, he's a performer and gets paid millions of dollars to be good at his job. I try to cling to my guard to keep him at a distance. But as the miles pass one by one, I drop my sword, my shield, and my armor until his fingers lace through mine and hold tight. After a while, he dozes, only to wake up when the bug slows, as I maneuver carefully through the winding hills of a national forest in the Appalachians. In a sleepy voice, Elliot says, "Are we there yet?" After several more turns, the roads narrow and the canopy of trees thickens. Under cover of the fall leaves, the fading light of day dims. I flip on the headlights. Rumbling down a dirt road, I pat the dashboard and say, "I promise to get you a car wash soon." Elliot gasps softly as a treehouse, illuminated by lanterns and straight out of a fairy tale, comes in view. Chapter 10. Elliot. Mila cuts the engine under what appears to be a set from a Disney adventure movie.
"The ladybug looks like it belongs here,"
I comment as we get out of the car. She moves slowly, tentatively. I want to wrap my arm around her again and hug her close, with a promise that I'm bound and determined to keep. I will show her how much I care for her. I go stiller than the surrounding trees. Her head tilts in my direction. "You all right?" she asks, repeating my question from earlier.
"Yeah, I think so."
My realization is staggering, to say the least. I've never properly loved a woman before, at least not the way this feels. There was my ex before Mila came along on the East Coast tour. That is a disaster that shall never be acknowledged or discussed. It's not in the vault, or even in a scrapbook. No, it's in the trash. Mila walks slightly ahead of me, approaching a set of winding stairs that wrap up, and into the massive tree. Piers made to look like branches support the structure.
"This is brilliant,"
I whisper, moving closer behind her. It's unexpected, and we're uninvited. Mila flinches when she misses a step. My hands wrap around her waist and I steady her. "Thank you."
"Not a fan of heights?"
"I'm fine with heights. My shoe got caught. I thought you were the one afraid of flying."
"It's not the going up that bothers me. It's the coming down,"
I remind her.
"Are you friends with whatever members of the avian species live here?"
Very funny. From above, a door opens and a woman with long, silvery blonde hair, a flowery skirt, and bangles appears. "Vivi?" Mila goes still. The older woman rushes toward us across a rope bridge that sways under her feet. "Welcome, welcome," she calls. Without pausing, she embraces Mila, then pulls back. "Wait, you're not Vivi, but you look just like her." Her jaw slowly lowers as if she's seen a ghost, and then she breathes. She did have a baby. I can't see Mila's expression in the dim light, but she says, You knew my mother? We were best friends, and I see you've brought a friend. I extend my hand. I'm Elliot, and this is Mila. Mila, what a beautiful name. I'm Carmen. Yes, I knew Vivian. My goodness, those were wild times. I can't imagine how I still have a functioning liver. How's Dylan? Dylan? Mila asks. I don't know, but Vivian is my middle name. Oh, Carmen says, as if realizing something. Just then, what very well may be a Sasquatch, a giant of a man, appears from another section of the treehouse with a hearty, Hello! Then, and I kid you not, he grabs a rope and swings to meet us. White slices through his black hair and beard. He wraps Mila in a bear hug, and just as I'm about to tear him off, he draws away. Hold on, you're not Vivi. You couldn't be. No, she's Mila, I say. I think you knew my biological mother. She passed away not too long ago. Mila's voice is small. Carmen pulls her into another hug. I am so sorry. I didn't know. We lost touch years ago. She adds, This is Wade, my husband. Wade, meet Mila and Elliot. What brings you here, kids? Wade extends his large mitt to me, practically crushing my fingers. I want to explain that I need them for playing guitar, but instead I gesture to Ladybug. Nice to meet you, sir. That 1963 Volkswagen Beetle brought us here. And the map I found in the glove box, Mila adds. Welcome to our home, Wade says, drawing Carmen close. We were just settling in for dinner. They lead us up a short set of stairs and into what must be the main room of the treehouse. With the melange of art on the walls, statues on tables, and unusual furniture, a mixture of handmade rustic and vintage. The interior almost looks like an ordinary house in the suburbs. However, the outdoor dining room, festooned with mosquito nets and twinkle lights, boasts a view of the sunset over the distant hills and is purely magical. Mila and I stand quietly for a moment. I can't guess her thoughts, but I wonder what it would be like to live in a place like this. Or the Amish farm, for that matter. The posh hotel was nice, but I'm tired of being in constant motion and not having a place to put down roots. Carmen interrupts the spell before I have a chance to ask Mila about it and brings us drinks, some kind of herbal tea, while Wade tells us about building their home. After a few more pleasantries, with me leaving out my employment status, not that they recognize me or care, we have dinner, including quail, something leafy and green, along with potatoes they grew in their garden. How can we help you? Carmen asks. I'd like to hear more about Vivian. I have the same middle name, but other than that, I'm afraid I don't know much about her. Mila's usually confident voice sounds tentative. In answer to Carmen's question, I'm about to tell them that I'd like to escape from fame, but her expression rapidly rolls through happiness, sadness, and maybe regret. Vivi was always the life of the party. She had a beautiful voice. Wade gets to his feet. I have to close things up. I'll be back. His footsteps fade down the wooden path. Carmen leans in. Little known fact, Wade and Vivi dated in high school. They weren't sweethearts per se, but remained friends for years afterward. That's how she and I met. Didn't work out between them, and I harbor no resentment whatsoever, but he's still hurt by the choices she made. We already lost her once, but I think hearing this news is a shock to him. He deals with his emotions in his own way. I nod, understanding completely. It's as if Mila presses pause, not sure if she wants the answer to the obvious question. If you're wondering, Vivi was a good person, such a loving, caring heart. She got caught up in a certain lifestyle, always going to rock concerts, hanging out afterward, and became a groupie, we called them. Sure, it was a fun time for the most part, but it was like she was always chasing something that she didn't realize was right before her eyes, right inside.
Carmen pats her chest. Mila's gaze flicks toward mine. I've had a brush with that, I mutter.
Carmen lifts an eyebrow and turns to me. Vivi went after all the hottest rock and roll guys.
Then she casts her gaze on Mila.
Seems the apple doesn't fall too far from the tree.
It fell far enough, Mila mutters.
Elliot, Wade recognized you from a popular band. He still keeps up with the music scene. You wouldn't know it by looking at him now, but he was in the boulevards.
No way, I exclaim. I have all their original records.
I'm sure he'd be happy to donate a few rare EPs to your collection. We don't get a ton of visitors these days, but that's how we like it. We came out here to escape the mobs of fans and paparazzi.
I know the feeling. Mila's eyes flash with surprise. It gets old fast, I say.
You seemed happy enough to sign things and take photos at the rest stop when we started out.
Part of the gig. Then I add, I don't want to sound like an ungrateful jerk, because I am blessed to have been able to share my music with the world. But the fame part, I could do without.
If Mila is surprised to hear me say that, she doesn't show it. Did Vivi ever make it out here to visit you guys? Sadly, no. Carmen lets out a long breath. Looking back, we should have been better friends to her. She stopped returning calls and wouldn't answer when we visited. Had we checked on her more often, had her experienced the rural life like we did, maybe things would have turned out differently.
How did they turn out?
Mila's voice almost cracks. I'm not entirely sure, but I know she struggled with addiction. In a lot of ways, she never quite got to know herself, never grew up.
Mila goes still.
And that's me talking. I live in a tree house, for goodness sake. What I mean is, she was always chasing an elusive thrill.
Or maybe she was trying to escape something too, I say, knowing the feeling all too well.
Could be. I wish I could say. Have you met Dixie yet?
Mila slowly shakes her head.
Your grandmother is a legend. I'm surprised she didn't raise you.
Carmen crosses the room and puts on a record. I have a feeling she doesn't know about Mila. As the song plays, my jaw drops. Do you mean Dixie Davis is Mila's grandmother?
Vivian Davis is her daughter, so it would follow that, yes, Dixie would be Mila's biological grandmother.
Dixie Davis, the country star, I ask.
The one and the same.
Mila blinks slowly, as if not sure where to place the name. Tell me you know this song, I say, as the chorus comes on. Mila shrugs. I was raised on rock and roll. She tells Carmen about her father's band, The Vines. Wade returns and settles next to Carmen on a swing. He pulls an acoustic guitar from the shadows and strums along with the song.
Elliot, would you like to play guitar too?
Carmen offers. Wade passes the instrument to me and replaces his empty lap with a banjo. We jam for a few minutes. There aren't words for how good it feels to have the strings and frets under my fingers. I'd all but forgotten about my own instrument in the back seat of the bug. When the impromptu song comes to its logical conclusion, I say, "It's nice here. Thank you for inviting us into your home." I move to get up, gesturing it's probably time for us to leave. I'm not getting creepy vibes or anything, but don't want to overstay our welcome.
Oh, don't go. You have to stay the night, Carmen says. Plus, Wade already pulled up the stairs. We're in the woods after all.
Wade nods. You're welcome to the guest tree. Mila and I chuckle.
but their earnest smiles suggest they're not joking.
If I had a bucket list, this would definitely be on it,
I say. It's nice to have company. Sometimes for days it's just Wade and me. We hardly say a word to each other. He sculpts, I paint, he builds. I garden, he hunts, I cook. It's enough to be together, quiet in each other's presence and just observe. It's a shame Vivi didn't make it out here. Mila gazes into the distance.
You mentioned a map, though. She must have written our address down or something for you to have pulled up to our trunk,
Wade says, with no hint of irony in his voice. I found this map in the glove box. Mila hands it to Wade. He and Carmen study it in the dim light, trading a set of cheater glasses.
Well, looks like your next stop is Dixieland,
Wade says. Isn't that a kind of music, like jazz? Mila asks.
It's also the name of Dixie Davis's property. She has a farm, ranch, and enough horses to outfit a small army. That's where Vivi grew up. Despite her mother's wealth and fame, she sent her daughter to a public school, so she didn't get a head about her. I worked on the ranch during the summer,
Wade says. I find Mila's hand in the dark and squeeze. I can imagine this is a lot to take in. Carmen gives me a warm look, as though appreciating my attempt to help take care of Mila, even though I have no idea how she's feeling right now. In the distance, the fields seem to blink on and off. I squint, trying to figure out if I'm imagining things. Carmen says, living out here has a slower pace and lends me plenty of time to observe. If you watch squirrels carefully, the male brings the female gifts, usually just a bouquet of acorns or some such. And fireflies, they blink love notes to each other. She winks. Wade adds,
and the opossum, I swear that they slick back the little tuft of fur on top of their heads before they go courting a mate.
We laugh. I'll have to tell Blakely, Mila says. I'm not kidding. Carmen proffers a modest smile. If only humans kept it that simple, Mila says. Well, it's true that we've gone and complicated most things. Skimpy clothes and cologne do little to demonstrate a person's ability to hold a long-term relationship. But I think it's less about what we see on the outside and more about how they make us feel on the inside, Carmen says. Like a true lifelong couple, Wade seems to finish her thought for her.
You know that fluttery feeling in your stomach when you brush hands? Or the flush in your cheeks when you feel his eyes on you? Or the way your lips won't work when you try to say something intelligent, but you're sure that if it came to kissing, you'd both know exactly what to do?
Carmen laughs. Let's not embarrass these kids. I'll show you the guest tree and we'll see you in the morning. We remain there a moment longer, watching the fireflies flitting and blinking in the clear night. Mila's hand remains in mine, and this time she squeezes it. Chapter 11. Mila. If I were to send my mom and dad a postcard from this trip, so far, it would be a picture of a person on a roller coaster. The back would read, I'm holding on tight, and whee! I'm alternating between emotional overload and enjoying the new places and people. I know. So unlike me. When did I ever like peopling? And it's not just Elliot, though I'd be a liar if I said I'm not enjoying his company. Most surprisingly, he has a calming energy. He's the water to my fire, the calm to my storm. I don't know how he puts up with me, though. I can hardly put up with me. I'm moody, surly, soggy, as my mom would say. Learning about my biological mother is starting to clear up some of the confusion and shock about having been adopted. I still don't know much about Vivi Davis, but from what I've gleaned so far, she rode the struggle bus, and maybe I wouldn't have had the best childhood had I also been a passenger. Then dark questions creep in one by one as I listen to the rise and fall of Elliot's breath across the room of the treehouse. Why didn't she want me? Couldn't she have changed her ways for me? Was I not enough? Why couldn't she go the distance for her daughter? Elliot's silhouette is just barely visible against the backdrop of night. I sit up and look out the window at the wild landscape. A better question comes to mind. What would be worse, falling out of the treehouse or falling in love? Another follows. What is love? The best I can come up with at this late hour is that for love to last, it has to be strong, like the roots of the tree under me, yet yielding like the branches in the wind. Ordinarily, I wouldn't want to think this much about something so sugary sweet. But right now, it's like a warm blanket on a chilly night. The next morning, I wake to birdsong and an empty bed across the room. I freshen up and get dressed, then follow the planked pathways suspended high above the ground to the main house. In the light of day, the grounds are a mixture of wild and orderly with flower gardens bordering the woods. Trails lined with stones and wood chips lead in various directions. On a ring of tree stumps, clusters of branches weave together to look like a giant's bird nest. Another one of Boone's sculptures, a bird's nest for our treehouse. He wanted to put it on the roof, but I was afraid a pterodactyl would land, and that would be a mess, Carmen says, startling me. Good morning. I snap my gaze from the oversized bird's nest. All of Wade's sculptures involve items scavenged from the forest floor. He has several pieces of his work at museums in the area, and one going to Manhattan next month, she says proudly. Don't go bragging, it makes me blush, Wade says, coming up from behind and hugging his wife. For the record, his cheeks do not turn red. But mine do, the moment Elliot appears and leans against the wooden railing beside me. Carmen winks at me as if witnessing the part in the movie when the two main characters are caught having fallen in love. If you were to ask me a few days ago, I would have said, we're enduring an ongoing all is lost section of the plot. But now I'm not so sure. A smile grows on Carmen's lips, as if watching an ugly caterpillar morph in real time. The gears in my mind turn and then get stuck on a thought. Maybe I have all this wrong. We're not falling in love. This isn't love, right? I may have some dumb and confusing feelings about Elliot, but there's no way the feeling is mutual. He made that clear a long time ago. As if reading my mind, Carmen gives me a slight nod to say I'm on the right track. I subtly shake my head because no way. The nod grows. My head shaking back and forth turns more vigorous. The problem is, Carmen is bound to outlast me in this yes-no game of chicken because she's not entirely wrong. But the risk of admitting how much I like Elliot is too great. A tiger can't change its spots, I blurt. The saying is a leopard can't change its spots, Elliot corrects. Neither can people. Have I mentioned I'm difficult? Buyer beware. People don't have spots, Elliot counters. You have a few freckles, I say defensively. But people can change, Carmen says quietly. I want to storm off and huff, but remember my manners. Sort of. I turn to Elliot, daring him to challenge me. All he says is, Carmen is right. In the morning light, his eyes are cocoa bright. I tell myself it's because he had a good night's sleep, and not because he's particularly happy to see me. If he was, then I'd have to change my opinion about him. Sounds like hard labor, trench digging, shelter building, mind restructuring. Elliot looks out of place in his rock and roll garb, but also at ease. It has nothing to do with yours truly. Probably unplugging for a while is doing him good. But it's not only that. The stubborn side of me that wants to protect my heart at all costs starts to bare her fangs. She tells me to keep my guard up, No one gets past these walls. Bad kitty. Tiger. Or is it leopard? We go to the upper treehouse for breakfast, where an actual orange and white tomcat lounges in the sun. Elliot stoops to pet it. From all the way across the room, I can hear it purr. Then he jolts back. Oh, don't mind Reggie. It's hard for him to receive affection. He'll enjoy it for a few minutes, then remember he has to be a tough guy and snaps at people. Sorry about that. Are you okay? Carmen asks. Elliot rubs his hand and gives me the quirkiest of smiles.
Yeah, I'm fine. Just a little scratch.
My brow furrows because not only am I not great at peopling, I'm not good at emotioning either. I get overwhelmed easily. Maybe Reggie and I are kindred spirits. While we eat omelets, Elliot asks a dozen questions about what it's like living out here, away from what he calls the hustle. Do you mean like the rat race? Carmen asks. Wade chuckles.
You should ask Reggie.
I glance at Elliot and say, I guess it just depends on how much you like cheese. He waggles his eyebrows.
I love cheese.
Carmen tells us about making her own, including the cheddar on Elliot's omelet. I opted for double bacon only. He offers me a bite. Off his fork. Like in the aforementioned romance movies. I don't know how to do this without being painfully awkward. Even as a baby, I doubt Tanya ever spoon-fed me. I probably just shoveled food into my face straight out of the womb. Just as soon as my cheeks had returned to their natural shade, they turn red again. With Wade and Carmen watching on, I force myself to open wide, like a little bird in a big nest. Elliot's eyes shine like he's really enjoying me looking like a buffoon. Oh, but this cheese is next level. It's soft and creamy, yet sharp in all the right places. Wow. Wade gives his wife a one-armed hug. Carmen smiles proudly. I sell it at our farmer's market, and it's won best in our region at several fairs.
Impressive,
Elliot says, and then asks a million questions about making cheese. I should take notes so I can replicate it, but I fall into introspective questions of my own about the guy next to me. Was that a flash of panicked loneliness this morning when his bed was empty? Would I miss him if he decided to take a bus instead of riding west with me? No, I was just glad he wasn't snoring. Plus, he annoys me with his inflated self-confidence, maverick attitude, and restlessness. Out the window, the breeze sends a cascade of bright yellow leaves to the forest floor. The beauty of it is almost devastatingly moving. It takes with it some of my stubborn resistance. Maybe Elliot and I are more alike than I want to admit, and that's what actually bothers me. Perhaps we do want the same thing, but are too caught up in self-preservation to realize it. All this thinking and analysis on hardly a cup of coffee. I down the rest of my mug in a long gulp. After breakfast, we pack up and cross the dusty yard, passing an old VW van converted into a chicken coop. Autumn leaves paint the ground, and the air is fresh and woodsy. I almost hate to leave. Carmen wants to give us eggs, but instead insists we take some apples with us for the road. A rooster tries to chase Wade away, but he doesn't hasten his slow and lumbering stride.
Before you go, can I see that map again?
He studies it for a long moment and then says,
I wonder if Vivi ever made it to Big Sur.
Where's that? I ask. He points to the last stop on the route. Ah, that's right. Dylan lived in coastal California. Boy, oh boy, were they a pair of lovebirds. Carmen beams at us. Elliot looks at me at the same time as I look at him. Could we be having the same thought? No, not that we're in love, but that this Dylan guy might be my biological father.
Haven't heard from him in years. I imagine he still lives out there. Like us, after getting caught up in the music scene, he quietly got back to his roots. Literally in this case. Heck of a musician.
Carmen adds, "Look him up if you make it out there. Dylan Masterson." We say thanks and goodbye. Carmen calls after me, "Mila, don't be a Reggie." Then she waves and watches us trundle down the dirt road.
Did she just tell you not to be a Reggie?
Elliot asks. No, I think she was cautioning me about a wedgie. These pants are tight. He gives me a smoldering side-eye as if he doesn't buy it for a minute, but also appreciates me wearing these pants. To my credit, they do look good, especially paired with these ankle boots that buy me some height, which I'm short on. Wink, wink. Or a reminder to eat my veggies? I shrug. NBD. My mom gets on me all the time about including fiber in my diet.
NBD?
No big deal.
Yes, I've noticed you do have the diet of a spoiled child.
I gasp, affronted. He starts counting on his fingers.
Double bacon in your omelet, candy at the rest stops.
It's candy corn season. How could I not buy a bag when we stop?
It's every time, Mila. Every single time. You have like 4 half-eaten bags in your luggage.
I don't have much time during our stops. I need something quick.
You could just lift your ban on eating in the car, especially if it was originally only instated to get rid of me.
No, Cheeks, no. I beg them not to match the apples in the bag. Fine, you can eat an apple. Just throw away the core. He bites into one with a satisfying crunch, and then goes on to expound upon its deliciousness.
The perfect balance of sweet and tart, just like my favorite person.
I don't dare ask who that is. When we reach the junction for the highway, Elliot's phone beeps with a series of texts, now that there is reception again. Wow, someone really wanted to talk to you. I pull into a gas station to fuel up. He gazes out the window.
No one that matters.
Harsh.
Truly.
He heads inside the market to use the bathroom. His phone rests on the seat and lights up with more messages. Don't blame me. I don't mean to be a snoop, but the first one is from my mother. My stomach pinches. Anyone would look. Maybe there was an emergency and she couldn't get a hold of me. Makes sense that she'd try my travel companion. Mrs. Strickland. Are you kidding? Oh, that cheeky little monkey. Of course she loves chocolate. She might argue that her favorite meal is chocolate and the blood of her enemies. Just kidding about the last part. But if she's getting sassy on you, just ply her with chocolate. It works every time. Relief replaces worry. Then indignation follows quickly on its heels. Oh, that sneak. Elliot messaged my mother to find out if I really like chocolate. It's then I remember my blunder. The first night we met when he was on tour, we shared a chocolate milkshake. My fist gives a short pound to the air. Since he went behind my back to ask my mother about my weakness, I continue scrolling to see what other secrets she spilled. But there aren't any others from Mrs. Strickland. Instead, dozens from someone named Katie. I shouldn't scroll, but I can't stop after the first one because it's so shocking. Katie, you're worthless. Katie, I hate you. Katie, you're the worst guitar player I've ever heard. Katie, I'm sorry we ever met. Katie, you're such a baby. Go back to your mommy. Oh, wait, she doesn't even want you. Horrified, I drop the phone. Elliot either has an enraged ex-girlfriend or a crazy current girlfriend. I feel terrible having snooped, but the mommy comment hits me in the feels. All this time I've been focused on my history when it's likely he's struggling with his own stuff. Elliot wears a smile when he returns and balances 3 small white boxes, tied with red pastry string in one hand. He carries a jumbo bottle of water in the other. He sets the boxes on the dashboard and buckles up. We drive west for several hours and enter Tennessee, destined for Nashville, where we'll spend the night before continuing to Dixieland. Our destination inspires Elliot to share a few of his wild rock and roll stories. I imagine that Vivi had some of those too. But my thoughts repeatedly return to the messages from Katie. Who is she? My mother's comment about the blood of my enemies aside, that level of hate is next level. Why would Katie text those nasty comments to Elliot? Curiosity about the messages vies with wonder about the content of the boxes on the dash. I eye them a few times as the miles pass, and we finally reach Nashville.
Wondering about boxes A, B, and C?
He asks when we stop at a light.
You know what they say about cats and curiosity?
I sniff in response and focus on the intersection.
You could lift your ban on eating in the car, or stop peddling lies and find out what they contain.
Lies? What are you talking about?
I thought your favorite color was red. It turns out it's chocolate.
Our eyes meet. His fill with mirth and mischief, and are the exact color of my total weakness. Chapter 12. Elliot. It wasn't entirely fair of me to ask Mrs. Strickland whether Mila actually hates chocolate, but I can't help notice the way she looks longingly anytime I mention it, and how she stares deeply into my eyes. I also wasn't so far gone that I'd forgotten about the chocolate milkshake we'd shared on our first date, if I could call it that. I want nothing more than a do-over chance with this woman, and will do whatever is necessary to get her to at least remain present with me, rather than retreating every time things become flirty or intense. It's true a leopard's spots don't change, but I'm not a leopard. I have changed. Also, by intense, I mean whenever emotions come into play, she avoids them like prey try to evade wildcats. I know. I screwed up big time by brushing her off a few months ago. I see why it hurts so much now, but I'm no stranger to being abandoned by a mother. Sadly for me, I never had a Mrs. Strickland in my life, or any real maternal figure for that matter. I take that back. Rita has been an angel. She and I check in every day. We've gotten past the big emotional stuff and now talk about regular life. The trip, my crush, her jambalaya recipe. She said it's almost perfect, and the next time I'm in Manhattan, I'm coming over for dinner. I have to admit, I'm a little intimidated by her family of 6. Then again, I'd like that for myself someday, so I'd better go all in and take her up on the offer. While I'm there, I can take notes on family life. I carefully pluck one of the boxes off the dashboard and tug at the string.
There,
I taunt. Souvenirs? She asks.
You could say that. Turns out that little town back in West Virginia boasts the best fudge in the state.
How nice. Must be something in the water. Carmen's cheddar was definitely the best I've ever had, she says around a mouthful.
Don't get off the subject.
What do you mean?
I mean chocolate. That rich, buttery cocoa caramel scent. The glossy shine. Melty, gooey, sweet, dark, crunchy, soft, sweet, and velvety.
Mila swallows thickly. Sounds like you're writing a love letter.
Of a sort.
I open the lid of the box and part the waxed paper, then breathe deep, being sure to subtly waft it in Mila's direction. Her nose twitches adorably.
What would you say if I picked out an assortment of fudge?
I'd say good for you.
What would you say if I offered you a piece?
Her fingers blanch as she tightens them around the wheel. I take this opportunity to pop a piece of the fudge into my mouth.
Oh, this is delectable.
Mila harumphs.
You mentioned that your mom encourages you to eat your vegetables. Well, technically, Chocolate comes from the cacao tree, which makes it a plant, so it's actually a salad.
Her lips twitch, as if she's going to laugh, and she presses them together.
Am I tormenting you yet?
She shakes her head rapidly, which reminds me of the oddly wordless exchange she and Carmen had that resulted in the argument about leopards. I peer back into the box.
The first piece I had was regular milk chocolate. I think I'll try the peanut butter chocolate next. I got an assortment. One was for you, and the other for me, in case you didn't want to share.
Who is the third one for?
Dixie Davis. Figured we ought to bring a gift.
Oh, Mila,
You don't know what you're missing. Each piece is better than the last. This rocky road is divine. I'd better stop. I wouldn't want to become a chocoholic.
I never pegged you as someone with a sweet tooth.
I'm hardly a sweet fiend. It's not as if chocolate feels like getting a hug from the inside. Each bite a treasure. I mean, if you forgot my name, it's not like I'd answer to chocolate.
I force myself to keep a straight face while I bait her with all this talk of chocolate. Yeah, that would be weird. Before I close the box, I try one more time. I'm not a quitter.
Maybe one more. This is peppermint chocolate fudge. It smells so good.
Mila's lips part and she lets out a shaky breath.
Are you sure you don't want one taste?
I hover it in front of her lips. Then, to my surprise, she nips it from my hand, practically taking off my pointer finger in the process.
Ha! I knew you couldn't resist. Admit it. You love chocolate.
Oh, this is good. Yes, it's arguably the best fudge I've ever had. I try not to let my grin grow too big.
So you do like chocolate?
Yes, fine, I do. But it was none of your business asking my mom.
Did she tell you? I should have sworn her to secrecy.
No, but that was sneaky. The fun falls out of the moment, because if Mrs. Strickland didn't tell Mila, then she must have seen the text, which means she may have seen the other ones.
If she didn't tell you, then how'd you find out?
You left your phone on the seat when you went to buy the fudge.
Please don't go snooping on my phone.
Why? Do you have a girlfriend? Because if you do and she saw the photo of us, I can understand why she'd be upset.
No, I do not have a girlfriend.
Why should I believe you?
Because I have never and would never lie to you, Mila.
The words come out a little more forcefully than I mean.
I apologized for ditching you. That was wrong of me, but I won't deceive you, and I won't leave you again.
She parks behind a restaurant and cuts the engine. Well, you were right. I don't like to share.
What's that supposed to mean?
I mean about Katie.
That wasn't for you to see.
Too late now. She gets out of the bug and slams the door. I follow, and over Ladybug's roof I call,
That was private, Mila. I want to be mad at you.
Why, so you can have your fun with me now and then? I cross to the other side of the car and plant my arms on the roof, caging her between them.
I know where you're going with this. You fear I'm going to cheat on you or abandon you. Just when things are going well, you start to purr and then pull a Reggie.
You mean try to bite you?
Well, you did almost snip off my finger when I fed you the fudge. But I think I know what Carmen meant. Just when you get comfortable, you let fear and insecurity get the better of you, and then attack.
And just what do you think I'm afraid of, Mr. Know-It-All?
You're afraid to let your guard down, to get too close, to let me in.
And why would that be?
Because you see vulnerability as a weakness instead of an asset, an opportunity to grow in relationship.
Are these the words of your wise woman?
No, just my observations, and from my experience.
I lean closer.
You're beautiful and smart, but also snappy and volatile. You bite hard. You think you know what you want, but in doing so, give a hearty shove to anything that gets in the way.
She crosses her arms in front of her chest.
Listen, Mila, I'd like to try to make this work between us, but the back and forth, hot and cold, is a lot to manage. Trying to figure you out is like trying to nail pudding to a wall. Day to day, I don't know if I'm going to get sunny Mila or soggy Mila. I pin her with my gaze. I happen to like all the Milas, but the sunny one is my favorite. Tension binds her face with knots around her eyes, mouth, and jaw. It's like anger, affection, and confusion spins along her axis. Where will she land? I hope with me. She takes a deep breath. I run the backs of my fingers gently along the soft contours of her face, as if ironing out her burdens. I drop my forehead to hers. Can we at least try this, whatever it is? She inhales and exhales for so long I lose count. There is no map explaining how to navigate the geography of relationships, how wide the rivers and rifts are, how many mountains there are to scale, which roads to detour around. Sometimes we find the best views and have the best experiences when we let ourselves explore. No maps, no directions, I say. But what if we get lost? She asks in a small voice. Trust that we'll find our way back together. I squeeze her hands. She squeezes back. A buzz starts deep in my belly because I think I'm finally getting through to her, breaking down those candy shell walls, taming the wildcat within. Then her stomach gurgles and she giggles. For now, though, I think we need to hunt down some food for you. Her shoulder lifts and lowers. I could go for some more chocolate. I was joking about it being a salad or any type of suitable meal replacement. Keeping her hand firmly in mine, we walk toward the restaurant entrance. That is where the roads diverge. We probably disagree about a few things, she says. I'm sure we can find common ground, starting with Southern barbecue. I told the guys if we ever toured the South again, we were planning it around the restaurants with the best ribs and wings. Mila orders hot chicken with biscuits, along with a chocolate milkshake, and I get smoked brisket on a biscuit with a side of gravy for my fries. We're fat and happy when we're done eating, so we stroll along Music Row, lit up in all its neon glory. We stop in a guitar shop, and I try a few six-strings. Mila buys a pair of cowgirl boots that fit her like a glove. Then we hop on a trolley and get a tour of the various recording studios and historic music sites. Dixie Davis's name is mentioned a few times. We're just about to get off the ride and go watch some live music when shouting and commotion comes from outside. I swipe my hand through my hair, wishing I had the hat Mila insisted I wear while in D.C. Sounds like a feeding frenzy. Must be a famous musician in the vicinity. She speaks with no hint of irony as she peers out the window. My stomach knots as the crowd gets louder and closer. The name of my band, 1 Second, and Elliot O'Connell meets my ears. Mila stiffens. Oh, L. O'Connell is in the vicinity, and he went out without your hat and sunglasses. It's night time, and we're in the country music capital of the nation. I don't think anyone cares about me here. She screws up her mouth. I rest my face in my hands. I hate this. Her eyebrows lift in question. Here's the deal. I love being a musician. There will never be a better job that I enjoy more. When it gets like this, though, it feels like work and is an invasion of my privacy. I know it's what I signed up for, but that doesn't make it any easier. The chanting grows louder and camera flashes pop. Just think, if I had a family, would I want to subject them to this? I ask. I weigh getting off the trolley and making a run for it, or hoping the rest of the passengers hurry up and we move along. Should we make an escape? My mind skitters. I'll probably get mauled. The chanting outside the trolley intensifies, accompanied by barely decipherable shouts. I love you, Elle, and sing for us, Elle, and we miss you, Elle. Thankfully, they need tickets to board.
What do you normally do? Mila asks.
Sign, sing, and play along.
But you don't want to right now?
Not when I'm with you.
Mila glances out the window, as if to hide her smile. Her dimples pop, and I want nothing more than to kiss them. She squints, and I'd like to clarify and tell her how I feel. But the trolley starts moving, and the guide points out the studio, where Elvis recorded 200 songs. Thankfully, we leave the fans behind. My phone beeps, and I have a feeling it's only a matter of time before Katie catches up to me. No sooner do we drive to the street where the hotel is and park, a legion of fans surround the entrance. My insides tighten. They're coming for you, Mila jokes, with her arms outstretched like a zombie.
Do you have any zombie repellent on your person?
Pepper spray only.
I don't suppose I can slip past them.
We could make another grand entrance, like you did in D.C. She suggests like it's no big thing, the same as looking up at the sky and reporting the weather.
You mean kiss you?
I ask. My eyes widen, excitement builds. She bites her lip. I'd do it in the name of taking one for the team.
So you're on my team now? No more Team Bozo?
She laughs her husky laugh. While we debate options, the frenzy gets louder. Then I hear a familiar voice above the others. A Cockney British accent. I grip Mila by the arm and hasten in the opposite direction. What's the matter? She glances over her shoulder. It's too late. Like predators, the mob of fans spotted the abrupt movement and are now tailing us.
Are they being led by a woman with pink hair?
I ask, hoping it's not Katie. It looks green, but it could be the neon light. My stomach knots. They look kind of angry, Mila adds.
They want blood, figuratively, of course. They don't stop until they have me cornered, requesting a month's supply of photos for their social media feeds, and until I've signed whatever albums, posters, or t-shirts they've brought. My fingers have actually started bleeding from signing so many things.
You could say no.
I've tried. Their ringleader is insistent.
Elliot, can't we call in crowd control or something? Go to the police?
This isn't a private event, and I think the cops would laugh. Or ask for an autograph. It's happened.
That's rough.
Yes, I'm a man, and I'd never run from a fair fight, but my hands are tied when it comes to the woman who started as a fan, wormed her way into my inner circle, who I dated for a few weeks and then realized was actually about as stable as a soup sandwich.
Mila squishes up her face in a way that would be totally adorable, except we're now moving at a trot. Where are we going? We can't just do laps around the city all night.
We could hide, I suggest.
At that, she stops short on the sidewalk. Arms wrap in front of chest. Foot juts out. Eyes narrowed like she's ready to duel. Only instead of facing me, she stares down the crowd. Look, there he is, one of the fans shouts, her voice already hoarse from the frenzy. It's Elle, another hollers. Exactly where I want him. That's Katie, unmistakably Katie. Mila doesn't falter. Ladies, fans of Elliot O'Connell, listen here. There's an audible swoon and then they go quiet. A woman with pink hair emerges from the fray. Her ruddy cheeks and glossy eyes suggest she's been drinking. Katie faces off with Mila, shoulder to shoulder. One is a riot of discordant color and chaos. The other is a slow burn. Black clothing, hair like embers. For once, I'm more afraid of Mila. Elliot and I are on a date. I flinch. Don't get me wrong, I like the idea. No, I love it, but that's sure to incite them. If you'd please leave us alone this evening, he will be performing in Los Angeles at an awards show, and I am certain there will be photo ops afterward. Katie sniffs. We want him now. Mila's glare is the deadliest I've ever seen it. You cannot have him now. I'd like her to add, or ever. I'm asking nicely this one time, Mila says through clenched teeth. Katie's laugh could best be described as witchy. Oh, aren't you cute when you're mad? Mila practically hisses. I half expect claws to come out. If I have to ask again, I'm going to get real adorable. She sneers and then reaches back for my hand before pushing her way through the crowd. They part, giving us a wide berth. For once, I'm able to pass without being mauled, and it's all thanks to my princess in shining armor. If only she'd lay it down for me and call this a real date. Chapter 13. Mila. I puff an exhale, blowing my hair out of my eyes before getting up and flinging the drapes of the hotel room open. The golden sun hikes its way into the purple-gray sky. The air has that crisp autumn feel that warms the carpet and makes everything smell like cider. Or that could be the remaining apples I brought in from the car. Fudge would make a better breakfast if you ask me, but Elliot is using it as leverage in our relationship. Whoa, did I just say relationship? It's only been a handful of days. Granted, we're building on top of several months of dating, I guess you could call it. Me following him around the Northeast while he was on tour and secretly spending every spare second together. If only I knew what I was getting into and that he had a sleeping pill habit. He seemed awake enough to me, but I guess that was the point, to keep himself just on the edge of having to feel. I can't pretend to understand it, but he wasn't wrong when he called me out for avoiding intensity. Takes one to know one, I suppose. But what are we doing now? Last night floods back with me coming to his defense. My mention of us on a date, holding hands, then our quibble before dinner. He was so close I felt soapy fresh by proximity, which was a good thing after a long day on the road. A knock comes from the door, pulling me from thinking too much about what it could mean to be in a relationship with Elliot O'Connell. When I open the door, his smile lights up his face, as if he's stunned by 1,000,000 watts of wow. His eyes have that charming sparkle in them that I cannot resist. I'm still in my jammies, a black cotton set with little stars this time. There is no doubt my hair resembles that bird's nest sculpture that Wade made, so I'm not sure what the wow is all about. Maybe he's shocked by how awful I can look in the morning. Hi, he breathes, then swoops in and kisses me on the cheek. Got it. Got what? I ask, examining the 2 paper cups and a bag with a grease stain on the bottom. Breakfast? Well, yes, but I meant your dimple. I've been wanting to kiss it. Heat creeps across my cheeks. I brought us breakfast, he says, as if he didn't say the other thing, about my dimple, about wanting to kiss it. We will not talk about how that makes me feel. I also want to thank you for what you did for me last night. It meant a lot. My sass comes in handy every once in a while. When I was younger, I always got teased for my short stature. I learned to make up for it with a big personality, but sometimes it comes off as being rude, sassy, or cheeky, as my mom says. I like the way you are. The smoky, sweet scent of chai tea fills the room. I owe you for fending off Katie. Was she the one sending you those horrible texts? Shame-faced, he nods. I don't think we have to worry about her anymore. I wave him off. Did my mom mention I like chai? Elliot removes his hat. No, I got lucky. It was the special at the cafe down the street and sounded like something you might like. Did you get harassed this time? Nope. Apparently I'm still under your protection.
or the horde found someone else to harass.
As I take the cup from his hand, our fingers brush, sending a shot of warmth through me that is better than hot tea.
I thought maybe we could try again,
Elliot says. I take a sip of the steaming, spicy beverage. What do you mean? He holds out his hand.
Hi, I'm Elliot Rebel O'Connell. It's lovely to meet you. I'm a 29-year-old musician from London.
You know what they say about first impressions. But I play along. It's nice to meet you too. My name is Mila Vivian Strickland from Lake Winnipesaukee, New Hampshire. I'm wearing my pajamas, which isn't typical attire when meeting someone for the first time.
You know what they say about second chances.
It was so nice of you to bring me tea. What else do you have?
I was going to get chocolate donuts, but when in Nashville,
he offers me a flaky, buttery biscuit. It melts in my mouth. If eating these every day is wrong, I do not care about being right. We keep up the charade, pretending to be meeting for coffee, or tea in this case, and making introductions about ourselves. I've known Elliot for almost 6 months, but learned 3 new facts about him. 1, he's obsessed with dinosaurs. The socks should have been a giveaway. 2, Abraham Lincoln is his hero and he can recite the Gettysburg Address. I make a mental note to visit the historic site next time we take a road trip together. 3, he claims my dimples are better than chocolate. This is news to me because people have always commented that my dimples make me look childlike. Well, poo-poo to you, meanies. I feel all fluffy and girly right now, all puffed up and no doubt smiling like a criminal. I've somehow tricked Elliot into liking me back.
So does this mean we get a second chance on that kiss?
He asks. You've already kissed me this morning. Fun fact number 4, Elliot has a small scar on his chin in the shape of a lightning bolt like Harry Potter, but it runs horizontal and gives him a roguish look. I'll have to ask him about it later. Okay, I'll stop gushing.
That was in greeting. Remember, I'm European.
I snort a laugh. My mom is too, but doesn't do that. I can't help stare at his mouth while he speaks. I pretend to take a sip of my chai to hide my smile.
Well, you didn't answer my question, he says.
Thanks for breakfast. What was your name again? Elliot, was it? I ask, tongue-in-cheek. We'll have to get to know each other better before any smooching happens. At that, I go into the bathroom to shower, to cool down. I could use a cold drink of water after that hot chai, after Elliot's charm. When I'm dressed and packed up, I find Elliot in the corner of the hotel lobby, waiting on a floral couch and flicking through a magazine. His ankle rests on his knee, jitterbugging to a song he must have stuck in his head. Hey, have we met before? I ask, still following with the charade we had going upstairs.
Why, yes, we've met, Elliot says, getting to his feet. In fact, I believe you agreed to give me a ride to Los Angeles.
Our joint smiles falter at the reminder. Furrows form along his brow as if he wishes he could take back the words. Well, the road awaits. My voice shakes slightly because I don't want to have to think about our destination and what that might mean. After checking out of the hotel, we walk to Ladybug, which I had to park on the street because there isn't on-site parking. A couple of girls come toward us, walking determinedly. One whispers to the other. They hold their cell phones in front of them as if they're tourists snapping photos of something interesting. My eyes narrow in suspicion. Are they fans or simply passers-by? A little ping of jealousy rears up. Fans take up so much of a musician's time and attention. Sometimes it seems like the public gets more out of it than loved ones. I know this firsthand. Elliot's lips stop on a frown. Of course he isn't wearing his disguise, because it's only a short walk to the car. Without thinking, I sling my arm around his low back, gripping the place above his waist. His arm slings over my shoulders. We're different heights, but perfectly matched to walk this way. It's almost like we fit together. I wonder what life would be like if there was always an arm around my shoulder, and if there was a back that welcomed my hug all the time. When we pass the girls, there's a hint of instant recognition and excited energy. I suddenly understand just how addictive Elliot can be. I glance over my shoulder. The girls type feverishly on their phones. They confer and then turn around, following us toward the parking spot. We stop in front of Ladybug. It's not glamorous, and there's an awkward moment before Elliot realizes what I'm doing. But I lift onto my tiptoes, loop my arms around his neck, and hop up until I've got him wrapped in a full body hug. We have about 2 seconds of solid eye contact before I lean in and give him that kiss he wanted earlier. This time, I don't care that we have an audience. I'll have to tell my mother to save her money and not bother having the publicist take down these photos. Elliot's strong arms hold me tight, and I have no fear of being let go. The kiss is a soft give and take. I don't sense urgency, only comfort. We've done this before, but it's never felt like this. It doesn't matter where we are, because I'll never forget how his smile presses against my mouth. My own fills me with a kind of reckless happiness I've hardly ever let myself experience. His stubble scratches my cheeks, but I don't care. My inner thighs start to ache from gripping around his waist, but it doesn't matter. All that matters is capturing the way this kiss reaches past my lips and into my heart. When we part, I say, we can argue about whether chocolate or kissing Elliot O'Connell is better later. Let's get out of here. His laugh follows us into the car as I zoom. Well, that's not entirely accurate, since the 1963 Bug isn't exactly a hot rod, toward the highway. It only takes a couple of hours to reach the next dot on the map in the western part of Tennessee. Once we get off the highway, Ladybug rumbles past field after field of pumpkins, buffeted by honey-colored grass. The sun isn't as bright this time of year, but I keep the windows down and breathe the country air. The breeze blows my hair into tangles. After a few more turns, we pass a sign that says Dixieland Amusements. I pull to the side of the road. I think it's safe to say that Dixie Davis does not live in the control room of a roller coaster, I say, unsure where to go now. With the windows down, we can hear guests shouting with glee. I study the map. If this is where my mom grew up, I doubt she'd have left detailed directions. We drive around town for a few more minutes. Then Elliot spots a wooden barn with red trim.
That was on Dixie's first album cover. This must be the famed Dixieland Ranch.
You mean my grandmother is a country music sensation and a farmer? The space between my throat and my chest tingles with nerves. I have no idea what to expect. Will she turn me away? Deny who I am? Be horribly ashamed of me? I recall the address my mom gave me on the blurry morning before my departure, and it matches. Elliot grins like a little boy on vacation. For once, I'm glad to have him here to balance out my default worst-case scenario thinking. I maneuver toward the barn, and soon we reach a gated entrance with a ranch house on a small hill and set back from the road. It looks fancy in a rustic kind of way. I press the call button on a wrought iron security box without thinking about what I'm going to say. A male's voice says,
"The Davis residence."
"Hi, I glance at Elliot as if he'll fill in the gaps for me. Nope, this is my rodeo. I'm Vivi's daughter. There is a crackle of static, then silence. Should I try again? I ask. Elliot points to the big gates that slowly glide open. I hesitate. Once I drive through, there's no going back.
They're not going to lock us in here.
No, I mean I'm going to meet my biological grandmother. Elliot clears his throat.
Who I might add is none other than Dixie Davis.
Also that. I put Ladybug in gear and wind slowly down the driveway as the gate clangs shut behind us. The closer we get to the horseshoe-shaped parking area, the more shallow my breath comes. Elliot's hand closes around mine.
I'm here. If it gets too much, or if there's anything I can do, please say the word.
What's the word?
Elephant.
Elephant, I repeat. Elliot kind of has to coax me out of the driver's seat. I expect a butler or someone to open the front door of the brick mansion with white columns and red, white, and blue flowers around the flagpole and on every other surface where flowers can grow. A diminutive figure approaches the door and whooshes it open. She has striking red hair with a white stripe running through the front. Dressed in blue, she matches her home and garden. In a lyrical Southern accent, she says, "As I live and breathe." She presses her hand to her chest. "I knew that car the moment security showed me. You look just like my Vivi." She bundles me into the warmest hug and smells like baby powder, expensive perfume, and comfort. My eyes fill with tears, and I do my darndest to push them away, but fail. Dixie grips my upper arms and gives me a good once-over. "My name is Mila Vivian Strickland," I say, as if those are the only 3 words I know. Her eyes are damp, and she says, "That makes me your grandmother, and what you need to know is that Davises do not cry. Just tell everyone that my eyes sprung a leak." She laughs and hugs me again. I can't help but laugh as well and return the hug. We stand there for what should be an awkwardly long time for a pair of strangers to remain in an embrace. "Well, I think there are some stories to tell. Let's go to the veranda and get to know each other." Dixie seems to notice Elliot for the first time. "And who is this handsome tall glass of water?" This is Elliot. He extends his hand.
Lovely to meet you, Dixie.
He passes her the box of fudge. "Oh, you can call me Miss Davis, darling." The reply is a polite scolding for not remembering his manners. Then, with a warm smile, she adds, "And it seems you kids know my love language." As we follow her to the veranda, I mouth to Elliot, "I like her already." He answers,
"Now I know what my kid's mother is going to look like when she's over 60.
I actually trip over my shoe because did he just say what I think he said? Obviously, I can't ask him to repeat it because we're walking past displays of Miss Davis's awards, platinum records, and framed posters from her concerts over the years, as she gives us a tour. Seated on the veranda, a housekeeper dressed in red brings us sweet tea. "I'm so glad you're here. How long will you be able to stay?" Dixie asks. Elliot and I exchange a look. Mine says forever. His is either
As long as you want,
or
just a night.
We'd like to stay as long as you'll have us, but Elliot has an engagement in Los Angeles next week, a few days after Halloween. His eyes bug, whether because I use the word engagement or something else, I'm not sure. I want to kick him under the table, but can't reach his leg. A chocolate-brown Labrador retriever ambles over and tucks his muzzle under Dixie's arm. "This is Trap. He's a love. But if he finds out that you love him back, he'll never let you go." She pats him on the flank. He wanders over to Elliot, who gives him a solid scratch behind the ears. Trap's tail wags so fast it looks like it might fall off. But I'm not sure who's more excited, the dog or the man. "Who's a good boy? You're a good boy." Elliot is out of his chair and on his knees playing with the animal. When Trap brings over a ball, the pair wanders over to the grass to play fetch. "I see they made friends. That leaves us girls to chat," Dixie says. I go on to tell her how, until recently, I lived all of my 28 years thinking Tanya and Bobby Strickland were my parents. Basically, she gets my full life story. I'll admit that it feels good to tell someone from beginning to end. She asks questions, and we go through a pitcher of sweet tea as the sun dips below the hills. "What about him?" She points to Elliot, still on the lawn playing with Trap. "He's, just along for the ride." Beaming a knowing smile, Dixie says, "I find that hard to believe." I wince. "That man loves you, and if you don't see that, I'm afraid I'm going to make you go into the listening room and put on all 19 of my albums. They're a love story from beginning to end with all the ups and downs in between. You do realize I wouldn't mind that." She chuckles. "I'm happy to answer any questions I can about your mother, including that no, I did not know about you. But first, I want to tell you the 3 most important things in life." She pumps her arms. I know, we just met, but I have some time to make up for. You can visit any time or come stay with me for as long as you want. But in the meantime, I think it's important for you to hear what I have to say." It takes me a long moment to digest her generous offer. "These are the things I wish I had been clearer on with my daughter. Seems I got a second chance and have a granddaughter, so please indulge me." I lean in, eager to hear what she has to say. "In no particular order, a good life and unshakable relationships are built upon these pillars: family, faith, and truth. The rest comes easily if you have those ducks in a row. Don't chase billboard moments. They're fleeting. Have you ever seen a billboard out in the desert? They don't last long. Live like you love it." Another wise woman. "What if my ducks are more like chocolate bars?" I ask. She chuckles. "All the better." Chapter 14. Mila. At length, Dixie and I talk about our shared love for chocolate. She claps her hands together. "I have a treat for you. Have you ever had chocolate cobbler?" I shake my head. She has the housekeeper bring 3 servings of what she calls heaven in a bowl with a scoop of vanilla on the side. "Elliot, Trap, come join us," Dixie hollers. The lab runs over and stops short at my grandmother's feet. She gives him a dog biscuit, and he trots over to the last remaining sunny spot on the veranda and chows down. "Dessert before dinner?" Elliot asks. "When have you ever followed rules?" I ask him absently. "I had to wait almost 55 years to find out that I'm a grandmother. You bet your sweet buns that I'm going to spoil you kids rotten," Dixie chuckles. She looks good for being in her mid-70s, by my estimate. Glad I've got these genes. By the sound of it, she's also adopted Elliot into the family. The idea of us being together makes my heart beat out that peculiar rhythm again. We dig into the chocolate cobbler, and my eyes flutter shut. Elliot leans back in reverie. "It's like a combination of a brownie and a hot fudge sundae," Dixie explains. Around a bite, Elliot adds, "I need the recipe because I'm making this for you every day for the rest of your life." I look around as if he's talking to someone else. Me? Warmth floods me inside and out. Elliot smirks. "Good thing I got you to come clean on your love for chocolate." He tells Dixie about how I told what he refers to as a white chocolate lie. We finish the cobbler, and it's everything I can do not to ask for seconds. Dixie has us tell her about our travels, and I show her the map I found in Ladybug. Well, I can assure you, Vivi didn't stop here if she ever took this particular trip. She left at age 18 and never came back. Dixie straightens in her chair, as if bracing herself for a wave of emotion. I saw her numerous times after that, but she never returned home. Dixie goes on to explain that it came to her attention that Vivi had a drinking problem, and although she hosted several interventions, her daughter continued to struggle. I'm sorry, I say softly. Oh, darling, me too. I wish I could tell you otherwise. Her eyes soften. However, I can tell you that she had the biggest heart. Vivi didn't have a mean bone in her body. Oh, that girl was always dragging orphaned or injured critters home. Her teachers and classmates adored her. Our family, too. She was practically a princess in this household. I suppose the trouble came from the fact that she didn't love herself enough. At that, Dixie indicates we move inside and sit down for dinner. I inhale a home-cooked meal that came sizzling from the stovetop, and this time I help myself to seconds.
I know you're busy with your recording and performing career along with the ranch here, but may I recommend you create a cookbook, Miss Davis?
Elliot says with his typical charm. I wish I could take credit. Well, it is my recipe for the pork chops, but I didn't cook dinner tonight. I do miss spending time in the kitchen, though. After we eat, Dixie tells us story after story about Vivi, and we leaf through an extensive collection of photo albums. And the girl could sing. Oh, if you could have heard her voice, like an angel. I know how to belt it out on stage, but my daughter... Dixie gathers her emotions. Sometimes I think I can hear her singing from heaven. I wipe my eyes. Quick to change subjects, Dixie turns to Elliot. You're from England, so tell me, what do you think of our great nation?
I love the freedom of the road, the sense of adventure, the food. It's good fun, he answers with a smile. And Mila here is a top-notch tour guide and companion. After more conversation about the trip, Dixie shows us to a pair of guest rooms and says goodnight. I'm exhausted and exhilarated at the same time. I've never felt closer to my biological mother and am beyond grateful to have had an instant kinship with my grandmother. I'm about to tuck into bed, but quietly cross the hall and knock lightly on Elliot's door. He answers the door, wearing a pair of striped pajama bottoms and sleepy-eyed as if he'd already dozed off. Did I wake you? He scrubs the back of his neck with his palm. Not quite. I wring my hands. I just want to thank you for being here with me through this. No place I'd rather be, Mila. I have to hand it to you. I don't know I'd have dealt with all this news with so much calm and grace. Chances are I'd have broken something or been arrested for disorderly conduct.
I'd hardly say I feel calm. The corners of his eyes crinkle with a smile.
You didn't have to use the word elephant.
True, but there is a new elephant in the room.
Oh, and what's that?
He asks. I wag my finger between us. Us. We're the elephant.
I'd hardly say that's a newcomer.
I crack a smile. What are we doing? His eyes, dark in the low light, drop to mine. He threads his arms around my low back and tugs me close. I give a yelpy little giggle.
We are doing this.
He dips his lips to mine, quieting me with a soft kiss. We pull apart, and he gives me a peck on the forehead, then disappears into his room. I don't get to ask him what will happen next week when we arrive in California. I'd like to go to sleep, but my mind churns with the details Dixie gave me about my mother. I wish I could have heard her sing. I part my lips and sing softly, something I've only done in private after a high school talent show went horribly wrong. Of course, I have Miranda to thank. Funny thing, my mom has said the same thing about my voice as Dixie did about her daughter. She always urged me to sing publicly, and I did a few times, but I was never comfortable on the stage, not like Dad, who lives for the spotlight. As I drift to sleep, I wonder if my singing voice truly sounds like Vivi's. The next morning after breakfast, we load into a golf cart with Dixie and tour the grounds. Dusty sunshine spills across the broad, sweeping lawns and fields. "It's beautiful here," I say. "I always wished Vivi felt the same way. From the time she was a toddler, she was on the go. She was a little girl with a shock of red hair and full of giggles and wiggles. She could never stay still. How many times did we lose track of her on the property? I had to dress her in bright colors for the nanny."
I bet if we asked Mrs Strickland about Mila, she'd say the same thing, minus the nanny,
Elliot says accurately. Dixie snickers. "For a while, I dreamed of retiring to Italy, but then I'd have to learn Italian and convince Earl to join me. As they say, there's no place like home." "Is Earl my grandfather?" "Not biological. That lout left me when I was pregnant with Vivi." She leans in and pats me on the knee, then gestures to us and our surroundings. "If you ask me, a life well lived is the best revenge." She waves at a man wearing a hat and overalls. "That's Earl." We approach a barn, and a man works with a few hound dogs. Elliot and I meet Earl and his hunting pack. He has a deep, rumbly voice and looks upon Dixie like she's the queen of the countryside. Once we get going again, she says, "He and I have a regional cattle women charity event this afternoon, but you are welcome to stay here as long as you'd like." "I'd love to, but we have to press on so we get to Los Angeles in time." "Well, can I offer you a couple of tickets to the Dixieland theme park in exchange for the promise that you'll come back to visit soon?" "Absolutely."
Am I included in that, Miss Davis?
"Oh, Elliot, I'd be insulted if I didn't see your handsome face at my table again." His giant, genuine smile makes his eyes sparkle. It pricks something inside of me. It's a bittersweet, happy, and sad surge of emotion, because I realize he's never really had a proper family. As confused as I've been about being adopted, I had Tanya and Bobby, plus all my aunts, uncles, cousins, and grandparents. He hasn't said much about Chaz and his mother, but I don't get the sense they had big family meals filled with laughter and chocolate cobbler. It's late morning by the time we pack up to leave. "Vivi loved this car," Dixie says, patting the hood. "Red was her favorite color."
"Mine too." "I thought your favorite color was chocolate,"
Elliot teases. We all laugh and wave goodbye. As I drive Ladybug down the country road and away from Dixieland Ranch, Elliot points out a nearby property for sale. "You plan on becoming a cattle woman?" I ask with a laugh. His shoulder lifts and lowers.
"I like it here. I always thought I was a city guy, but now I'm not so sure. Although I won't say no to an afternoon at a theme park."
"There's somewhere I'd like to go first. Dixie told me where Vivi is buried." My voice lowers to a whisper. "If you don't mind." Elliot turns so sharply, if he were in the driver's seat, he'd have slammed on the brake.
"When have you ever cared whether I mind or not?"
"Good question. What I meant was—"
"Mila, let me make something clear. If we're doing this—"
He wags his finger between us like I did last night.
"I don't want or expect you to change for me. I like your fiery, fierce nature. Guys like me, sometimes we need our egos put in check. You remind me that I'm a mere human and not some rock god. And my goodness, of course we'll pay our respects at your mother's resting place."
His chest heaves a breath. I don't try to keep my smile to a slow creep. It speeds across my face. I love this man. There, I said it. Well, not out loud, but I'm acknowledging it. I love Elliot O'Connell. The directions Dixie gave me bring us to a cemetery with marble mausoleums and massive statues. On foot, we wander through, passing flowers that are bright and beautiful next to stark headstones. When we reach Vivi's, tears, in a blend of ferocity and tenderness, stream down my face. Elliot wraps himself around me, and I burrow in, inhaling his soapy masculine scent and feeling steadied by his presence. Seconds tumble into minutes, and I almost think I hear a woman singing. Must be the wind.
"I'm so sorry,"
he says when we part. Me too, I say with tears in my eyes. But I'm thankful too, because every step I've taken in my life has led to this. And although it's still a bit confusing and a lot sad, there is so much to be happy about.
"It's times like these when we find out what we're made of."
His lips press into my hair and he whispers,
"And I am quite sure I was made for you."
My stomach tosses somersaults and my cheeks betray me with a flush. Electricity buzzes from my head, making a direct line to my heart. I didn't learn this in middle school science class, but I'm pretty sure relief and joy come in the form of helium because I feel like I'm floating. Chapter 15. Elliot. An ache has been building in my chest ever since we arrived at Dixieland Ranch. No, scratch that. Since I stayed the night at Mrs Strickland's. It's vague, like fog across the water, and I couldn't quite pinpoint what it meant until now. It comes down to family and how I don't have one of my own. But I do love Mila. We could be family, but I'm not sure how. The fog hasn't lifted quite enough for me to see a way forward for us beyond this trip west. The sun drifts in and out of clouds as we pass billboards advertising Dixieland Theme Park,
in which we enter a playland of music, adventure, and amusement.
Isn't that what we've been doing? I chuckle.
I suppose so.
The rock and roller coaster looms high above. The sound of people shrieking gleefully is audible even from the distance. At the will call booth, an employee dressed in red, white, and blue greets us with a smile.
"Aren't you two lucky? You get the deluxe family package. I've never actually given any guests one of these before."
He holds up 2 passes on lanyards.
"Anything you want today, anything at all, including priority on rides, all food, and any souvenirs are included."
When we're out of earshot, Mila says, "Well, aren't we fancy?" We both laugh. Costumed employees greet us with smiles of welcome. A woman dressed as the Statue of Liberty waves a flag in one hand and holds cotton candy wands in the other. Music issues from speakers hidden in the landscaping, but then we come upon a live band covering some of Dixie's music. A Labrador Retriever character named Sparky figures prominently. "I wonder if Sparky was related to Trap," Mila says. At the foot of a tree fort, children race around playing with foam swords. Others wear butterfly wings and pretend to fly, and there are many, many with ice cream cones. I bet Carmen and Wade would like it here.
"Do you remember what it was like to play?"
I ask Mila. Remember, I told you I wasn't the kind of kid who scampered.
"How about frolicking? Surely you frolicked."
At that, I take her hand and start skipping toward a green space, propelled by a desire to remind Mila to have fun, and drawn by the smell of fried food. We order corn dogs and curly fries. A riverboat sails by, and tourists and pigeons chatter while we eat.
"I just realized something. This stop wasn't on your route," I say.
"Only one more to go after Dixieland, coastal California."
"I find it hard to believe Vivi didn't stop in between."
"That's a long stretch of road. There are no other dots on the map."
"That's like 35 hours of driving. We'll have to overnight somewhere," I say.
Mila's phone rings, and she mouths Mom and then wanders away while she talks. My phone has been beeping nonstop, and I'm glad Mila made the no technology rule. I've blocked Katie, but she must have had my number memorized because she keeps texting from other numbers. I pull my hat lower, hoping to enjoy this visit without anyone recognizing me. When Mila returns, she pops the last curly fry into her mouth.
How's your mom?
She's being a mom, making sure I'm wearing my seatbelt, drinking plenty of water, and applying sunblock. She blows a piece of stray hair out of her face.
She's a nice lady, has a big heart. You're lucky.
Mila fiddles with a greasy napkin. How about your mom? Does she know you're out on the road? I turn toward the water, wondering what to say and how to say it.
It's not something I talk about.
Mila gives my forearm an affectionate and comforting squeeze. I'm sorry, we don't have to discuss it.
No, it's fine. My mother checked out early on. Don't really remember her. My father didn't pick up the slack. I bounced around from his flat to my grand's, a random uncle, friends, basically wherever. I was a bit of a wild thing. It was like Chaz didn't realize he was a dad, you know? I would have rather had Tonya and Bobby raise me.
And here I thought I was the orphan. I pull Mila into a side hug.
You got some very unexpected news. I knew what I was dealing with since day one. For you, it's understandable that it's confusing and a lot to wrestle with, but I'd hardly say you're an orphan. Me neither. We've got each other.
She leans into me, resting her head on my shoulder. For a long minute, we watch a family playing frisbee.
And I'm going to prove that I'm nothing like my parents.
If Mila will let me. We spend the afternoon going on all the rides. The log jam has us drenched. The southern swings make me regret the extra-large basket of curly fries, and the rock and roll coaster has us screaming. At my insistence, Mila and I pose for an old-time photo of us dressed as pioneers traveling west in search of gold. Later, we listen to some live music and try a skillet of Dixie Davis's famous cinnamon pull-apart bread.
Oh, I have to get this recipe too,
I say around a mouthful.
Who knew Dixie was such a dynamo in the cooking and baking department?
Who knew my boyfriend loved food so much? Typically, I don't blush easily, but heat creeps up my neck and I almost choke. I sip water through a straw. Mila's cheeks are pink.
Who knew my boyfriend loved food so much?
I repeat. Pressing her shoulders back, as if owning the comment, she says, Yeah, that's what I said. So what? I don't expect rock musicians to care about cooking. My father set the toaster on fire once. I don't think he even knows how to use a can opener.
Been there, done that. Who knew my boyfriend loved food so much?
I say once again. Are we playing the repeating game? Are you 9? Should I start singing the 99 bottles of beer on the wall song or the song that never ends?
I'd love to hear my girlfriend sing.
Her face goes solid crimson and I love it. I love her face. I love her voice. I love everything about Mila Vivian Strickland. The napkin in her fingers is now shreds. Oh, that. Yeah. Isn't that what this is? She wags her finger between us.
Do you want it to be?
I ask. She shrugs, all cool-like. I try and fail to suppress my grin.
I bet your voice is like a lullaby, an angel,
I add, referencing what Dixie said about Vivi. You're the singer in this couple, she says.
In a rock band, that's different.
She fills her mouth with a bite of cinnamon bread, as if that's the last she'll comment on the subject. I make a little check mark in the air. What was that for? She asks, still chewing.
I'm taking notes.
And I have a feeling Mila has a secret talent. As the twilight disperses the clouds in broad strokes of violet and faded denim blue, we get on the folk song Ferris wheel. When we reach the top, Stars and city lights blink in the distance, leaving us in the center of a tableau of light. I take in the view, wondering how many houses and apartments pepper the landscape below. I mention some of the places I've lived, the English countryside briefly, London, an apartment in Manhattan, and multiple tour buses.
I wonder what it would be like to have a proper home with 4 walls and a roof.
Like a house? Mila asks, not quite grasping what home means to me.
Yeah, that, but what else makes a home? A grandmother's kitchen, a lavish estate, a neighborhood, smells, tastes, and sounds, the company of family and friends.
Her gaze drifts to mine, and the fog clears. Mila is home, but can we make one together? Just then, a beam of light rushes toward the sky, exploding into a million glittering diamonds. The fireworks light up the night, dazzling Mila and me. They're a reminder of possibility, light from darkness and freedom. The problem is, sometimes the bonds are of our own making. The next morning is rainy when we set out westward. Ladybug's windshield wipers struggle to keep up.
I can't take the screeching of rubber against the glass, I say. It's killing me.
Don't be so dramatic.
Seriously, I'm dying here without music. It's like my soul is parched. I don't think I can go on.
I flop back in the seat and sling my arms over my eyes. Mila's expression is full-on soggy.
Can I please try to find a radio station? Let me listen to music and I'll be quiet. Promise, I won't even sing along.
Okay, fine. You broke me down. I pump the air with triumph and tune the dial past static and more static.
Must have poor reception because of the weather. We could have a sing-along. What songs do you know?
I don't sing.
I find that hard to believe.
I snap my fingers.
When you were a kid, did you ever play Truth or Dare?
She lifts one eyebrow. I played it a few months ago with the Fab Five.
Oh, right, the marriage pact. Forever marriage match. Are they really going along with that?
Cora and Blakely already said I do, so it's safe to say yes. I want to ask if she is, but am afraid of the answer.
The guys and I in the band used to play Truth or Dare when we still toured in a van. It was always stupid stuff like, did you really kiss that girl? Or, I dare you to ask the first person at the next rest stop to smell your armpit.
Mila sticks out her tongue. Gross, but I'm not up for any dares right now.
How about truth?
Those either. She swallows, and I wonder if maybe she's nervous about the rain. After all, we're in tornado country.
Want me to take over driving for a while?
Thanks, but remember, this is my road trip. I pretend that wasn't an ouch. I would have preferred it be our road trip. After all that boyfriend-girlfriend talk earlier at the theme park.
If you change your mind, I'll be right here. I'm not going anywhere.
I'm half joking because obviously I'm belted in, and half serious because I don't want to leave Mila. Not later this week, not ever. In contemplative silence, we pass through one of the long, flat states that I can never remember the name of. We manage to outrun the rain when we reach Amarillo, Texas, where we stay the night. The next day, we're up early and are halfway through New Mexico when I realize it's Halloween. We talk about our best costumes as a kid. Mila's favorite was the year she dressed as a lobster.
I went as a superhero once, an alien, and there was the time I dressed as a clown.
You do realize clowns are scary, right? Never, ever go as a clown. Mila's voice is unusually quiet, and I half expect her to tease me more.
I know that now. Back then, the message hadn't reached me and no one warned me. Sadly, that year I hardly got any candy.
You poor thing. Halloween candy is the best because it's free. When else in your life can you go door to door and people just give you free stuff?
I laugh. Good point. If you could dress up this year, what would you be?
a road-weary traveler? I'd go as a prince. Do you still have that crown? She asks, referring to the one I was wearing the last time we saw each other before I ghosted. I shake my head. No, but I was hoping you'd be my princess. Her lips purse, as if the night I was being an idiot comes to mind and rubs up against the new version of me. We could try to find costumes and go trick-or-treating. Adults aren't allowed. We could find a parking lot and give out candy. Isn't that what they do in some towns? We also have a few of those apples left. You know what they do to the houses that give out apples or toothbrushes? We're in a car, so we could drive away. Well, we should still get some candy, I suggest, knowing her love of chocolate. We pull into Flagstaff and get roast beef sandwiches from the deli counter at a supermarket, and then load up our cart with what remains of the Halloween candy. At the hotel, we find a scary movie and eat our weight in chocolate and candy corn. Mila leans against me and flinches every time there's a jump scare. I tug her close, promising protection from the screen. After a few minutes, she trembles beside me, then all of a sudden gets up and makes a run for the bathroom. Chapter 16. Mila. I wake up in a strange bed with a cool washcloth on my forehead. Fevered, I throw the sheets off. The sound of moaning comes from some part of my body. Disjointed dreams bounce me between confusion to discontent to frustration. A slim line of sunlight filters into the otherwise dark room. The soft sound of a guitar strums, inviting me to consciousness. The notes rise and cascade, dropping in sheets like a waterfall. They churn at the bottom before somehow finding their way up, up, up. The words to the song are on my lips, even though I've never heard it before. Sometime later, my eyes blink open. The room goes quiet. A chair creaks. Elliot appears, kneeling next to the bed. He puts his hand softly on my forehead. "Hi," he says. His voice is like the music in my dream. My mouth and eyes are dry and my body aches, but not my heart. Nope. It feels full and taken care of. "Hi," I reply. Tangled in the sticky sheets, I'm famished and haggard. Elliot holds out a paper cup with a straw. "Take it slow." I have a sip, and my head flops back onto the pillow. How long have I been? Less than 24 hours. If it had gone on any longer, I would have called a doctor. You're cooler now, but not clammy. How do you feel? Better. A bit shaky, but better. I started feeling strangely nauseous after we left the theme park, then it slowly got worse. Too much fun, Reggie. Ha ha. Elliot continues to look after me, and by the evening I've had some cracker and tea. I curl up next to him and fall back asleep. I wake up at dawn and notice the guitar across the room. Elliot stirs and asks how I'm doing. I answer with, "Truth or dare?" He smirks. "Dare." "Play something." He starts to strum. I shake my head. "The one from yesterday." He glances toward the ceiling as if trying to recall. His fingers find the frets. In single shaky notes, at least at first, I remember the words from my dream and sing along. It's a tune about loss and redemption, hiding, letting go, having 2 feet planted on the ground, having fun, and being true. My voice is a little hoarse, but if Elliot's expression of awe is any indication, he's as surprised as I am at my singing ability. Wow, wow, wow. You do have a secret talent. My shrug is part bashful and part ecstatic because even though it didn't sound as good as I'd have liked, it felt good to set my voice free. I heard you playing yesterday, and I guess I heard the words too. That's just something I goof around with. It's not a real song.
At least it wasn't, until now.
After a long shower, the blue sky invites us back onto the road. I slide into the driver's seat, gripping the steering wheel. I reach for the ignition. However, despite having a solid meal, a gallon of water, and not finding the sunshine too harsh, I can't turn the key. "Where do you want to go?" I ask Elliot, seated beside me expectantly. He turns to me with a smile, his eyes the perfect shade of chocolate.
"Wherever you go."
I let his words saturate me. Whatever we have is real, so real. My mind casts for worst-case scenarios, but I pull it back. If you could go anywhere, where would you go? And suitable answers do not include heaven, Tahiti, or the 1976 set of Star Wars. Continental U.S. only, please. He draws a deep breath.
"I liked Dixieland."
"Okay, well, we have a couple of stops before we double back." I get out of the car. Elliot does the same, leaning his elbows on the roof.
"Are you okay?"
I toss him the keys. Surprise streaks across his face, leaving him with a grin as he catches them. Whatever sickness attacked me took with it an ounce or two of my white-knuckled need for control. At least for the next few hundred miles. I don't want to have to coordinate lane changes or navigate road construction detours. It felt good to be taken care of, something I never thought I'd let happen. I call. I want to sit back and enjoy the ride. Elliot gets in. Then I add, just don't get a speeding ticket. I break my rules and find a radio station. The air gets warmer in the desert, and I roll down the windows and we sing along to old classics and try our best to rap to modern hits. Elliot may have liked my singing voice, but I could listen to him sing all day. It's so obvious to me that he's tried to hide in his own shadow, but all I see is sunshine on his lips. We bypass Las Vegas and cross the border into California.
"Should we Cannonball Run to Big Sur, the last spot on the map, or find a place to spend the night?"
Elliot asks, referencing an old movie about a road race he told me that he and his father watched a long time ago. It is one of his only fond memories of he and his dad doing something together. For the first time, trepidation fills me. Wade and Carmen told me that Big Sur was where Dylan Masterson, the guy Vivi loved, lives, and who could be my father. It also means that we're just about done with our trip. The final destination is Los Angeles, where Elliot will get back together with his band. The trepidation doubles and my heart gives a squeeze. I have to break another one of my rules. I pull out my phone. Let's find civilization first and then a hotel, I say, as I open up the Fab Five group text thread. I need some girl time. Me. Hello from the desert. Blakely. Bonjour. Me. Are you in France? Blakely. Montreal. Dean and I took a long weekend. I tell her about a great crepe place in Quebec City. I know I'm better because my chocolate craving is back full force. Daisy. I missed you all on Halloween. I had the cutest little pumpkin on my hands. Me. I did not miss Halloween. Came down with a stomach bug. Daisy. Oh no, are you okay? Me. Resting and recovering. Blakely. Do you need anything? Me. Thank you. No, Elliot took care of everything. Cora. You mean he took care of you. I notice she doesn't use any punctuation. Why has it always been so hard for me to let people in? My mom has been nothing but maternal and loving. The Fab Five pretty much have an all-access pass to my life. Well, not everything. I never sing in front of them. I've hardly talked to them about Vivi. They don't know that I arm myself with sassy quips so I'm not emotionally vulnerable. The man seated next to me hums along to a song. I'd like to let him in, but I have to test it out on my girls, though. Ease myself in. Me. What if I told you that I was in love? The 3 dots indicating someone is typing blink wildly. Paisley. Let me guess, Mr. O'Dorable. Cora. Mr. O'Desirable. Blakely. Mr. O'Delectable. Daisy. Do you mean Elliot? Yes times 4. Yes to infinity. I tell them all about the last week, visiting Dixie, and this incredible feeling in my chest. Me. I even sang in front of him. Cora. Who's texting and what did you do with Mila? Me. Meet me, Mila Vivian Strickland, new and improved. Daisy. We love you however you are. For a moment, I think about home and love and the purpose of this trip. Cora. I'm happy for you. Me. It was like I had a block that kept me from being happy. No, not a block, a rock, a big heavy boulder that I was carrying around. It was up to me to realize that I was the only one who could set it down. Blakely. Sounds like words from a wise woman. I think of Elliot's comments about his counselor. Paisley. You care about him. Just remember that you can't change people. He is in the entertainment industry. Me. I know. When it comes to love, if there's a change to make, the 2 people in the relationship have to buck up and do it on their own. If the love they share is strong enough, they'll do whatever is necessary to preserve it. They'll cross oceans, spend their last cent. They'll give up whatever it is that threatens to keep them apart. Daisy. Sounds like you're writing a love story. Or a love song. The idea comes to me in a burst. I wouldn't call myself a musician, but started piano lessons at 4. Given my father's occupation, I know my way around a guitar. I could have followed in my dad's footsteps, I say. Elliot's mouth falls open. Wait, you play music? Elliot asks, all but stomping on the brake. Piano, violin, fiddle, guitar. I hated the flute. Daisy, the member of the Fab Five that you didn't meet, was a flute virtuoso. She's also really good at chess. Her brain is wired differently than mine. Anyway, she claims it's now only useful for knocking down music stands and wielding in battle. He chuckles. I learned guitar. Strangely, I'm useless at bass, but am all right on the drums. You're the virtuoso. No, we just had a lot of instruments around when I was growing up, and they were far more fascinating to me than dolls. I have to hear this. Yeah, I think you do. He happily pounds the steering wheel. Gosh, I love you, Mila. This time he does pull off on the side of the road somewhere here in California. Without thinking, I haul out of my seat. Elliot meets me on the passenger side, pressing me against the car. His lips drop instantly to mine. He claims my mouth and kisses me with wild abandon. We crave each other like we've been stranded in the desert all our lives, and we're thirsty and hungry and longing for something that neither food nor drink could provide. Elliot's hand cups the back of my head, and his thumb rests against my jawline. I grip his back, feeling the strong muscles hidden under his shirt. His mouth slides along my cheek, and he nuzzles my neck as his words, "I love you, Mila," echo in my mind. As the sun winks goodnight beyond the broad expanse of nothingness, I feel a somethingness, bigger and stronger than I've ever experienced before. The stars blink to life, and I reply, "I love you, Elliot." He pulls back and gazes into my eyes. For a moment, I'm lost in his until he says, "You are my star. You are my light." Those sound like song lyrics. We could write one together. He chuckles. We already did. Then, so softly I'm not sure he hears me, I add, "I am yours." I've never felt so sure of something. but a question emerges from the shadows on the side of the road. But is he mine? Another kiss pushes it to the fringe until it disappears. I'm lost in our lips. I may as well be on another planet. I'm circling the sun, the moon, and land in another galaxy as the kiss deepens. When we return to Earth, I look around at the silhouettes dotting the horizon. There are probably coyotes, tarantulas, creepy lizards, and rattlesnakes out here.
Wait, before we go, look up.
The stars blink on, kissing the dark blanket of the sky. Then my gaze follows a slight streak of light that moves so fast I hardly keep up with it. I gasp. I saw a shooting star.
Did you make a wish?
I shake my head and then take his hand in mine. But that's okay, because I already got my wish. Elliot pulls me closer, and we stargaze until a tractor trailer flies by, tossing up dust, reminding us we'd better keep going. Ladybug creeps along the winding hills while I keep my eye out for a hotel. Elliot has a 5-day shadow rather than a 5 o'clock shadow. I thought I'd hate it, but he rocks it. He's Mr. O-tractive. I'll have to tell the Fab Five. You haven't talked about your band much. Are you excited to see the guys? Elliot shrugs. How'd you get the name 1 second?
Because everything in life can change on the opposite end of a second.
Deep.
I guess I miss the guys, but more like the way we were. Once we hit it big, everyone changed, me included. There's Ollie, the drummer. I've known him since we were toddlers. Then there's Graham, who plays guitar like me. He and I used to mess around, and one day he said, "Let's start a band." And I said, "That's cliché." Then he said, "Who cares?" And I was like, "Not me." That was kind of our thing, not caring.
The moon, shining bright in the clear night sky, dances over Elliot's profile, illuminating the curves of his cheeks, the slope of his nose, and the cushions of his lips.
Oh, and then there's Gordon, the bass player.
Elliot's lips pucker like he tasted something sour.
When we started, we were awful, but at the same time, it was perfect. Real, raw, you know?
But you stuck with it and are now known all over the world.
I was stubborn. I didn't want to be in a band, but I didn't know what else I was good for besides playing music. Part of me didn't want to give in. It was as if I enjoyed putting it off, enduring the misery of not doing the thing that made me so happy. It was like, if I said yes and admitted that's what I wanted to do, I was then vulnerable and afraid it might be taken away.
Replace in a band with in love, and I've been called out. I've felt the same way, until now. What did you want to do instead? I ask, keeping us on track so I don't make this conversation about my hang-ups.
Don't laugh.
Is it funny?
Depends on your sense of humor.
You know mine is dark.
I wanted to be a cowboy,
Elliot says, without the hint of facetiousness. I do laugh, but then add, when I was younger, I wanted to be a veterinarian.
You're an animal lover, then?
Yes, but mostly an animal saver. I hate the idea of them suffering. Before we met, I worked at an animal shelter and managed their website and social media.
Would you like to play music together sometime?
Elliot asks. I sort of signed off music.
What? Can't do that. Music is like the heartbeat of the universe. Life without music is, I don't know, empty.
That sounds theatrical.
It's true. What about the connection to your dad? It's his legacy.
Exactly. It took a lot away from our family. I sigh. I guess it gave me a lot too, namely the fateful night I met Elliot Rebel O'Connell.
Maybe professionally, but how about recreationally, like a hobby?
That sounds reasonable, but I can't help but think about how music is going to be what takes Elliot away from me. Oh, look, a hotel. I point, desperate to distract myself from the future. Chapter 17. Elliot. The next day, while we continue west, I periodically try to get Mila to open up about music, singing in particular. Her husky voice is perfect for smoky vocals. It's brilliant and enchanting all at once. Who knew she could belt out a tune like that?
What I want to know is what's holding you back? Why don't you want to sing?
She shrugs. It's not really my thing.
But it would make people happy.
It would make people money, she corrects.
Speaking from experience here, money helped me get out of the gutter. But if you feel like you'd be selling out your creative freedom to a record company, you could always donate all the proceeds to a cause you care about.
She tilts her head side to side, as if taking the suggestion under consideration.
And if you don't want something you love to do to turn into drudgery, well, you can always create a theme park.
She laughs.
If not music, what would you like to do instead after all this wandering is done?
Her lips stop on a frown. That's the trouble. I don't know. I stab the air with my finger and stop short of saying eureka.
You could offer music lessons to kids who might not otherwise have access to the arts.
This time her eyebrows lift and I know I'm on to something.
Just a thought.
She's quiet as we wind through the hilly roads to the coast, and then lets out a long breath. Last stop.
How are you holding up?
I don't know what I expected, and I know this sounds silly, but I thought I'd somehow know Vivi better or something.
I feel like you got to know her as best you could, given the circumstances.
I name off the details Wade and Carmen gave along with Dixie's stories. I bite my lip and go out on a limb.
Did you think you'd understand why she made the choice she did?
Mila sniffs, nods, and then looks out the window. Sometimes there aren't clear answers. My hand finds hers, and I just hold on tight. A heavy marine layer keeps the coast shrouded in a gray blanket. We reach a wooden house with a mossy roof, the last dot on the map. Before we get out of the car, the door sweeps open. A bear of a man with frizzled white hair stands formidably in the doorway. I wouldn't be surprised if he held a shotgun, barring trespassers from his property. Mila does not let go of my hand. He squints as he approaches.
What's the big idea here? Where'd that come from?
He points at the car. It was my, biological mother's, Vivi Davis. My name is Mila Vivian Strickland. She straightens and lifts her chin slightly. His eyes flash with deep recognition.
Why'd you come here?
This was the last stop on a trip she planned to take. Mila unfolds the map and flattens it onto the hood.
She never made it here.
His voice is scratchy. Mila gives him the bad news of her passing. The man's sharp expression softens.
Awfully sorry to hear that.
His eyes shine and he looks out to sea. But I made it here. Mila smooths her jacket and then clears her throat. Sir, I have a question. By any chance, did, you and her have a child? He wrings his hands.
I don't know about that.
He describes a bit about their relationship. Mila listens on, leaning slightly in as if waiting to hear anything that will reveal his paternity.
You seem like a nice young girl. I wish I could help you.
She lets out a long sigh. I suppose it has to be enough that we made it all the way here. I squeeze her first two fingers, gesturing her closer to the car. She doesn't move. We also stopped and visited Wade and Carmen. His eyebrow lifts. They mentioned you're a talented musician.
I'm a music engineer nowadays. Bands come here and record.
Dylan Masterson's last name slowly erases in my mind and is replaced with a memory.
Wait, you're Double Diamond Dylan? One of the few engineers in the world who has propelled 2 albums to diamond status. My band, 1 Second, tried to book you a while back.
He shakes his head.
Never heard of you.
I retreat a step, feeling humbled and affirmed that perhaps being in the band isn't my future. I'll still play music, but not professionally. Then I blurt,
Mila sings. Is that so? If she sounds anything like Vivi did.
He lets out a long whistle.
Come on in. Where are my manners? Need a drink? Hungry? I'll admit the only guests I've had lately are a handful of bands that just want junk food. Let me see what's here. Make yourselves at home.
We follow him inside and he disappears into the kitchen, leaving us in a dim mudroom. I pull Mila close, wishing I could give her the answers and closure she wants. We shuffle inside and look through a wall of windows at a sweeping view of the ocean, waves crashing against craggy rocks, and the water matte in the diffused light. Dylan brings in a few cans of sparkling water and a bag of chips.
When I came here, almost 30 years ago now, I set up a tent. I loved hiking and surfing, so I set about trying to find out who owned the land, and if I could buy it. Back then I was trying to escape the sonic insanity of the music scene. I found the owner, who I swear came here with the gold miners. He said I could have it for $10,000. At the time, I only had some lint rolling around in my pockets, certainly not enough. But he said it was okay for me to camp on it, so long as I didn't trash it. I had a few parties, tried to earn some extra cash working odd jobs, but hadn't come up with the money. Then I got a hold of some music recording equipment, invited bands to come out, and the rest is history.
And Vivi?
I invited her too.
He scratches his temple.
The vision was this would be a place for us to settle down. As I said, she never came out. Wish she had.
He gazes at his hands.
Rumor had it she took up with some other fellows. I thought we had something special.
He claps the top of his hand with his cupped palm. A long, ponderous pause follows.
Do you mind if we check out the studio before we leave? I hear you have quite the photo gallery, I ask.
Sure, I may even be able to scrounge up a few shots of Vivi from before I came out here.
We follow him down a narrow corridor. Reclaimed lumber lines the walls. A door opens up to a lounge. Worn couches line a couple of walls covered in plaques, awards, and framed photos of Dylan with musicians. Some are signed, others just memories captured on paper. Mila lands on one with the members of the Vines. She points out her dad. She spots another of her dad and Dylan in front of the soundboard, their heads inclined as if listening intently. There was even one of her dad with his eyes trained on a very young Mrs Strickland, looking at her as if she was a place he called home. We step deeper into the Museum of Music History. I lean against the pool table, absorbing the musical energy. Mila looks at a wall plastered with band flyers, announcements, ticket stubs, and remembrances.
I have one rule, probably aside from people playing good music in this studio. Anyone who lays down tracks here has to leave a little token on the wall. That way the music has something to cling to and can live on in here,
Dylan says. It must get pretty noisy then, Mila says.
I'm alone here a lot of the time, so it makes good company. Anyway, all I have to do is step outside and it's nature quiet.
Mila seems to gaze inward as if listening to something, maybe listening for her biological mother. Then I notice she and Dylan have the same creases around their eyes, the same nose with slightly flared nostrils, the same ponderous stance. I discreetly take a silent photo. If she has any doubts later, I'll show her this.
You know, you can sing your way home. It's been done,
I say softly.
That is what you're looking for. Home, right?
Mila picks at a loose string on the hem of her shirt. I add,
I think it's a lot closer than you realize.
Dylan lets out a sigh so long it sounds like he's been holding on to it for 30 years.
I loved Vivi. Would have married her.
He pulls out a box and takes out a few photos of him and Vivi, young and kissed by the sun. Mila gazes at it a long time, as if resolving to do something, or maybe let something go. I guess I'll find out. Thank you for sharing this with us. It's been a good detour, she says.
You look and sound so much like her,
Dylan says.
Sound? Your voice is almost identical. It's spooky.
Mila presses her lips together, as if resisting telling him that she sings.
You're welcome to come back,
He says. Thanks. We should probably get going, Mila says. Dylan gestures to a room behind him.
I have something for you. I'll meet you outside.
We walk out to the car, and the fog begins to lift. Dylan appears with a cardboard box in his hands.
These records were your mother's. Figured you ought to have them. And this.
He passes Mila a cassette.
I mixed down a reel-to-reel and put it onto a tape when I got the technology. I have a digital copy as well that I can email you, but this is the original. Rightful that you have it.
Thanks. Nice meeting you, Dylan, she says.
Likewise,
he repeats. They gaze at each other for a long moment, then nod at the same time before Mila gets behind the wheel. It seems like maybe they came to a silent understanding of their roles in each other's lives. We head down Route 1 as the sun burns through the clouds. Mila pulls over to the side of the road on the edge of a cliff with a scenic vista plunging down to the Pacific. Tomorrow, she says.
Tomorrow is the award show.
It's been a week.
We still have right now.
And I don't want it to slip through my fingers. She reaches up and kisses me on the cheek, and then lets out a long breath.
You know how chocolate is your favorite thing? I have 2 favorite things, you and my guitar. I'm looking forward to playing again.
One last time. I actually have 3 favorite things. She doesn't say it, but I'm pretty sure I'm the third. My heart crashes against my ribs in a long rhythm. When we get back on the road, we roll down the windows, letting the salty breeze carry us down the coastal route. As houses and stores replace the wild, windswept landscape, we travel south through seaside towns, stopping in San Simeon to visit the opulent Hearst Castle. I didn't tell you this, but this is where I live, Mila says, as the gleaming white exterior of the palatial mansion comes into view.
In a castle?
Of course, she laughs.
Then that means you are a princess after all. A road trip warrior princess. That makes me a prince.
I thought you were the road rebel.
Prince Road Rebel.
We laugh, then tour the castle, passing through lavish rooms, outfitted in polished wood and brass, decorated with pristine tapestries and statues. All the while, I can't help but think about home and where I'll land, where Mila will. After lunch, we cruise through little villages with quaint names. Cambria, or Pines by the Sea, then Cayucas by the Sea.
Would you like to call a by the sea home? I ask.
I can't quite picture myself here. You?
The weather here is my version of perfect. Sunny, mild in the 70s, and a light breeze. I could get used to this.
I don't know. You seem a little bit country, Mila hints.
I'd say you're a little bit city.
Where does that leave us? She asks. I'm not sure. We pass through Pismo Beach as the sunset melts lower toward the horizon. As we get closer to LA, our conversation repeatedly leaps over the present into tomorrow, when this is over.
If not here, where? There's a big world to explore, whole countries, entire continents.
But we can't just go and go. We have to land. I've always feared the landing. I feel my features pinch with pain. My phone beeps with a text.
We have sound check at the Nokia Theatre. I have to be there in an hour.
Are you just going to breeze in? Don't you have to get ready for your big return? I rake my fingers through my hair, not quite ready to dive back in.
Guys and bands, we can show up in jeans and a jacket and we're good. But if you want to get a dress or have your hair done, I can have it arranged.
Jeans and a jacket are good enough for me. We hit traffic and inch forward. I could probably make it there faster on foot, but don't want this time together in our little ladybug bubble to end. When we approach the theater, a mob already crowds around the front, waiting for a glimpse of the talent. I think you can get in around back. That way you can skip the mob. I'll find a place to park. Mila's finger trembles slightly when she points. See that door? A beefy guy stands in front of it, his arms across his chest.
Think he'll let me in?
You're L. O'Connell. Of course he will.
No, remember, I'm Prince Road Rebel.
She laughs her husky laugh. We kiss until a car honks behind us on the narrow street. I grab my bag and guitar. Good luck, Road Rebel, she calls.
See you in a bit, road trip warrior princess.
She blows me a kiss. A crowd of fans descends upon me and I start to run back to the VW. But Mila speeds away and the taillights disappear around the corner. The fear that she's not going to stop, that she's not going to come back, jolts me. But before I can think about it, the door opens and I enter the theater. Chapter 18. Mila. Talk about a rocky road. I guess I'd better buckle up because things feel like they're going to get bumpier. It was one thing to face off with the fans on the street in Nashville. Seeing the crowd in front of the theater reminds me exactly why dating a rock star is a terrible idea. I scold myself for having given in to Elliot's dreamy charm. A life with him traveling all the time like how my dad was gone so often, and seeing how fully my mom had to share him with the world is something I've sworn off. I'd rather be by myself, single. The entire scene repels me like the negative charge of a magnet or a spooked animal. The traffic funnels me onto another road. Unfamiliar with the area, I consider continuing and heading back to the highway, returning home. But I don't know where that is anymore. I could go to my mom and dad's apartment in New York, but he's retiring soon and they're finally going on that sailing trip they've always dreamed of. I don't want to interfere with the hard-earned couples time they've finally obtained. I'm certain any one of the Fab Five would take me in. But they're all in relationships now, or otherwise committed to their lives, leaving me the odd woman out. At the end of this trip, I'd expected answers to fire on 8 cylinders. Or 4, at least. Instead, I hum the tune I concocted when I was sick. For a minute, it dulls the confusion about the strange and solid, familiar figure of Elliot. He filled in all the spaces I expected the road to shadow in with a deeper knowledge of Vivi and who I am in relation to being adopted. I thought I'd get answers. Instead, I'm as uncertain about my future as ever. Most importantly, I don't feel that much different. My mom and dad are still my mom and dad. I love them as much as ever. Knowing a bit more about Vivi, and that maybe Dylan was my biological father, doesn't really change things, doesn't change me. The most profound part of the trip was the relationship I developed with my unexpected passenger. I thought I'd hate him, but it turns out I love him. Leave it to me to fall in love with a rock star. Such dumb luck. The one kind of guy I said I'd never date. I puff out a long exhale. Lost, alone, and locked in traffic. A giant billboard boasts the bands at the awards show. Mr. X turned out to be Mr. O, as in X's and O's, hugs and kisses. I want more of that, but I don't think I can share him with a band, with the fans and the long spans apart. I'm just not built for it. As I continue, I hit every red light. Is that a sign that I should head back? If I stay, we'll have to talk about what we want. Me. Stability, trust, and chocolate. Elliot. Fame, money, and fans. I don't know if that's what he really wants. He's mentioned a family and even a farm, but I should know better than to trust a guy like him. He's a musician, an artist. They're prone to flip-flop and follow shiny objects or the whim of the moment. If I go, I can carry on with my quest and take the return trip solo, which was the original plan, giving me plenty of time to think about myself. Me. But that sounds kind of lonely. Elliot.
Yeah, it does.
At least, I hope that's what he'd say. Do I give him a second chance? That's sort of what I've been doing, but the road trip was for a purpose. Me. To get answers about Vivi, to find a place to settle down. Elliot.
To get to Los Angeles.
It was as simple as that. I wasn't looking for a person to settle down with. Like a cat, I just want independence. An uneasy feeling settles in my stomach. But do I really? If that was the case, I'd be fine with him being on tour for the majority of the year. I reach the sign that points toward the freeway. I didn't promise Elliot I'd attend his award show with him. He hardly even invited me. We talked about it a bit, but mostly avoided the subject because it carried with it a finality. Plus, I don't want to assume anything. This would be the time to talk to the Fab Five, but I'm in the center lane of gridlock. Even though I didn't see my dad as often as I'd have liked when I was growing up, when I did, he was all in, just like Mom said. Cars honk, and the deep bass of a sports car shakes Ladybug. I'm thankful that we moved to the small lake town in New Hampshire rather than having this chaos be the norm. When I finally loop back around to the long street with the theater, I struggle to find a place to park. It's almost been an hour since I'd dropped Elliot behind the building. I tuck Ladybug between a dumpster and a sketchy-looking van. I text Elliot and tell him I'm waiting outside the theater. Then I open up the Fab Five group text thread and give them an update. Sort of. Me. I don't know what I'm doing. My phone pings with a series of messages in response to my plea, but the door to the concert venue swings open before I have a chance to read them.
For a second there, I thought you left,
Elliot says, drawing me into his arms. I start to scuff my boot on the floor, ashamed that I almost took off, but it gets stuck on something sticky. Instead, I try for light, funny. For a second, or 1 second, he chuckles.
Come on in. I want to introduce you to everyone.
We pass a broken mirror on the wall. Did you do that? I ask, referring to when he told me the story of his recovery work, looking at his reflection every day.
No, but maybe it's good luck.
Then he shakes his head.
Never mind. I don't need luck. I have you.
He drapes his arm over my shoulder. I want the warm weight of it to bring comfort, but being here has me uneasy. I see you avoided the crowd earlier and made it inside okay.
So far, no crazed fans, but I've been lying low.
We follow a maze of hallways that opens to the stage and a massive but empty theater. The orange seats remind me of candy corn. Someone hollers, "Elle!" from across the expanse.
Look, it's Elle!
Elliot and I sink back behind the curtains on the side of the stage. For a moment, I think I see a flash of someone with pink hair, but I'm probably having flashbacks. Anyway, here, Elliot ought to have security.
I spoke too soon. People must know we're already here.
You're hard to miss.
Is that a compliment?
Are they letting in fans? I ask, recalling the tight protection my dad has.
Probably a concessions worker or something.
He tells me the timeline for the evening. Then, hand in hand, we follow the pulse of a bass and the rhythm of drums into a clubroom.
Ready to meet everyone. I haven't said hi yet. I was waiting for you.
I want a glimpse into Elliot's life, but to be honest, I'm not overly eager to watch him be swept back into it and away from me. I take a deep breath as we enter a crowded room. A few of the people stop what they're doing and swallow him with greetings and hugs. He lets go of my hand. If our relationship has a countdown clock, it just started ticking. After a few minutes of me awkwardly standing here but trying to look cool and aloof or like I belong here, Elliot seems to remember my existence. The strands of fur on my Halloween cat back lift one by one.
"Hey guys, I want you to meet my girl," he says, turning to me. "This is Mila."
The fur smooths over. I will not blush. I cannot. I'm the sassy one, not the ruffled one. I don't get rattled or fazed by anything. But no one has ever called me his girl.
"The girl who stole our guy away. Shame, shame,"
says a pudgy guy with a shaved head.
"This is Ollie," Elliot says. "Drums."
He gives me a surly look, as if prepared to fend me off with his drumsticks if necessary.
"Don't mind him," Elliot adds. "Next up, Gordon on bass."
"Pleasure to meet you,"
a guy with janky teeth says, taking my hand and kissing the top of it. The girl hanging on his arm gives him and me a dirty look. Elliot swats him.
"Your man might be the player, but I'm the coach."
He winks at me. I do everything I can not to outwardly gag. Maybe I matured early, but I am not impressed by showboating and definitely not by sleazy guys. Play an amazing song, move me with your lyrics or melody, and I am sold. But the rock star stereotypes, at least the ones in this room so far, I can do without.
"Where's Graham?" Elliot asks.
"Not sure,"
Gordon answers vaguely. Someone nabs Elliot's ear, and I perch on a stool next to a table filled with junk food. Yes, including chocolate. I help myself to a handful of M&Ms. 2 handfuls. What? No one else was eating them. The music from a stereo is loud, but not so much so that I don't overhear snippets of conversations. Popularity contests between groupies about who knows the guys in the band better. Speculation about the awards show, and a few stories of rock and roll late nights that makes me wonder about Vivi. I'm ready to leave. Get me out of here.
"These guys are amazing, huh?"
A pasty man with greasy hair must have sidled up to me while I was picking the brown M&Ms out of the bowl. Double chocolate is the best chocolate. I startle. Oh, yeah, sure are.
"Too bad Elliot's threatening to break them up over a girl."
My eyebrows slope together.
"See the drummer? Yeah, we hang. Said the band's days are numbered because Elliot is head over heels for some trashy redhead."
My eyes practically pop out of their sockets for 3 reasons. 1, his breath smells like the hind end of a skunk. 2, did he not see Elliot and me together? 3, does he not notice that I am, in fact, a redhead, or put 2 and 2 together? I hold my breath and look the guy square in the eyes. Do you have a problem with redheads? He glances at my giant head of hair.
"Well, no."
I must have fire in my eyes because Elliot hurries over.
"Jim, get out of here."
He mumbles a curse and then adds,
"Why does Elle always hook up with such volatile women?"
I want to be on the road, anywhere but in this loud room surrounded by fame seekers, fakers, whispered rumors, and reminders of a future that's not going to turn out the way I'd like it to. Elliot takes my hand, and my shoulders relax a fraction. He seems so at ease amongst these people, perfectly at home. But this isn't a home I want any part of. We start to move toward the door, but a few people intercept us. He laughs, smiles, and jokes. I meet Graham, the other guitar player. His hair is a shade red lighter than mine.
"Hey, Elliot, Billings wants a word with you," he says after our introductions. "That's our manager," Elliot says. "I'll be right back. Graham, will you look after Mila for a minute?
1 second.
He chuckles at his joke. Elliot leans into my ear and whispers.
Graham is the only guy in this room that I trust with my life. You're in good hands.
I'm about to tell them both that I don't need looking after, but Graham, also with a British accent, asks me about singing. Oh no, that's just some silly. I wave my hand vaguely.
Elliot said you're amazing, the best voice he's ever heard. Though from the things he said about you, he may be biased.
If he told you anything about me, then you'd know that I'm the kind of person who'd want to prove you wrong about him being biased. He laughs and his eyes crinkle.
Yep.
Our easy rapport makes me think he might be an ally, compared to the others I've met so far. Mostly, I just want to leave. Find a quiet grassy knoll, a spacious patch of sandy desert, a forest filled with autumn leaves.
The only thing you really need to know about Elliot, apart from how amazing he is, which I expect you're already aware of, is a little nuisance by the name of Katie.
Tell me everything, I say, defying Elliot's silence surrounding the subject.
From the beginning, I detested Katie. We all did. I have no idea what he saw in her. Elliot is a nice guy, I guess. Wanted to let her down easy.
That squirmy feeling comes back into my belly. Am I worried he's going to do the same to me?
Just watch out for her. We all have to.
We've had an encounter. I think back to the standoff on the street in Nashville.
I have no idea why she's so fanatical about him that she got on a plane and came all the way here. Then again, we used to joke that Elliot is addictive.
I don't disagree.
Anyway, that woman is knitting with only one needle.
I'd find it hard to believe she knits. Seems a bit high-strung for that kind of activity. Graham chuckles. So why did he go with her? Why didn't he break it off sooner?
There are 2 answers to that. 1, he's insecure. He wants to be loved. I imagine you know that story.
The comment brings to mind his mother's exodus and his father's absence.
The other, she's like possessed, or obsessed, or something. Let's just hope she's moved on, and not to me.
The squirmy feeling slides deeper.
Elliot mentioned you performing with him, a duet, maybe even tonight as a special farewell guest.
Me? I give a throaty laugh. No way. I'm not doing something like that. Who did you say is knitting with only one needle? Just then, Elliot comes back in, his eyes fixed on me. They're better than M&Ms. Better than all the chocolate in the world, and that's saying something. I excuse myself and step closer to Elliot. The room fades away. The music mutes, and the chatter dies until it's just the 2 of us revolving around the sun. Then a shrill Cockney voice sing-songs, "Elle, I've been waiting for you." Reality spins back into focus. Someone gasps. "What is she doing?" Another person says.
"Does she have a weapon?" Another voice calls in alarm. "It looks like a broken bottle."
It's then I see Katie standing in the doorway, wielding a broken and jagged glass bottle. "You!" she screams. "I recognize you. You're that redhead I've seen in the photos. You're the one that took my Elle away from me."
"Katie, please put the bottle down," Elliot says.
"I won't. Not until you promise to come home with me." Elliot holds up his hands to show that he means no harm.
"It's time for you to back off, Katie. This has gone too far. I've made it clear there is no future between us."
Katie's eyes spin, and her hand shakes. In a blink, she thrusts the bottle forward. At the same time, Elliot shields me with his body. Panicked screams fill the room. I'm strangely calm. It's time for me to leave this scene. This isn't the life I want. The glass bottle grazed Elliot's arm. He catches the blood in his hand. Fury fills his eyes. Someone screams. Others scramble away.
"Never touch me, Mila, or anyone in this band again. I will be pressing charges this time." Katie's face crumbles. "I'm sorry, Elle. I just thought—" Before she can say that she wasn't thinking, the security guards enter the room and take her into custody. It's not until after the police come, we're all questioned, and then Elliot and I move outside that I catch my breath. He apologizes to me in 3 languages, and repeatedly. Exhaustion drags him down, like the sunshine in his eyes set and there's no moon to be seen. Careful with his bandaged arm, he wraps me in a hug. "I am so sorry." "I know, I am too. I've made my decision, and I think he knows it. I didn't mean for this to happen, but it did." He kisses me on the top of my head. I should go, but I don't say where. It'll be a long, long way from here. He walks me to Ladybug.
"See you later?"
he asks. I kiss him on the cheek and pull away before we can say more or I can change my mind. My place isn't here. His is. It's as simple as that. Chapter 19. Elliot. My chest craters as Mila pulls away. Even though it felt like we were moving forward, her smile seemed to go in reverse from the moment we arrived here in LA. I worry that I've lost her, like she's driving away without planning to return. Even though I've memorized the angles of her jawline, the slope of her ears, half hidden behind her hair, and every other tiny detail about her, I'm afraid they'll remain memories. Mila melted the walls around my heart. She's the center of my universe. I want her to be mine, but I'm afraid I'll never see her again. Sloppy raindrops splatter the windshield of a van parked nearby. Rain is unusual in LA, and I feel like it's washing away what we have. My breath moves in time with the drops as they fall onto the metal cover of a dumpster. I let the liquid saturate me because I don't want to go back inside the concert hall. I'd rather be with Mila. Eventually, my phone beeps with texts. The guys are wondering where I am. I don't tell them I'm outside, letting the sky sob for me because I think I've lost my girl. Gosh, it felt good to publicly call her that. Finally, after a lifetime of feeling like an outsider, I belonged. Not somewhere, but with someone. Her. I even ran it by the guys to cut our set short so Mila and I could do a farewell duet on the back of me announcing my retirement from the band. They said they saw it coming miles away, 2,500 to be exact. I guess they've already interviewed replacements. Should I care that I'm replaceable? Not now. Me leaving 1 second and the duet would have been a surprise for Mila on both accounts. But did I just lose her? Did I not hold on tight enough? Or did Katie and the music scene scare her away? Likely she doesn't want a repeat of our first time dating. But this is different. I'm different. I'm saying goodbye to that part of my life and hello to our future. But when has anyone in my life ever stuck around, ever cared? As the rain continues to fall and the sky darkens, my thoughts go with it, carrying me closer to the truth. My phone beeps again. I consider texting her, but a woman like Mila doesn't belong with a guy like me. My bandaged arm catches on my jacket sleeve when I move. The wound stings. Yeah, I'm a guy who brings trouble wherever he goes. No one has ever wanted me. Scratch that. There's Katie. Mila doesn't need that level of insanity in her life. I wanted it to be Mila and Elliot forever. But I know deep in my gut that when she pulled away, that was it. Our time together is over. Regardless, I owe the band and my fans a great concert at the awards show. One last time, the show must go on. These types of events are long and tedious, with a lot of industry glad-handing and brown-nosing. I could do without it, but hang in there for Graham, Ollie, and Gordon. I was already exhausted from the drama earlier, not to mention the slight injury. I imagine by the end of the night I'll be completely wrecked. In the hours counting down to the awards ceremony, I'm fidgety and have no appetite. While backstage for sound check, I realize I haven't played my guitar with the band in months. More importantly, I haven't seen my girl in hours. I break down and text, then call Mila. Another hour passes, and she replies that she's tired from driving and everything. Me too. I text again, but she doesn't reply. My mouth goes dry and my body numb when I realize something dreadful. It looks like she played a karmic long game and ghosted me just like I originally did to her. My phone beeps again. The guys want me inside for show prep. I can't help but read and reread Mila's reply and then her silence. Forget wrecked, I'm destroyed. The rain lets up, allowing hope to follow me back inside the venue. Maybe she'll still show up. Wishful thinking. I pace, not jittery or nervous to perform. Rather, I wanted Mila to be here, for this to be a farewell to my career and the start of whatever comes next for us, the beginning of the rest of our lives together. Rita would give me such a kick in the pants right now. She stressed how communication is key to not only a successful relationship, but a successful life. Probably should have mentioned to Mila what tonight meant to me. No excuses, but I think we were both so stunned by the episode with Katie. We were distracted, or maybe we'd both already retreated, afraid to have the difficult discussion about our future. Me. I'm ready to give it all up and be with you. Mila. You can't give up your career for me. I won't let you. You've worked so hard. She's stubborn like that. However, I'm willing to do anything for her, especially if it means we can be together. I also know that any sudden moves make her shy away. Me. Let's get married, buy a house, and have a family. Mila. Oh, look, chocolate. Either she'd try to divert my attention because she's wily and maybe as afraid to commit as I am, or she'd follow Rita's lead and kick me in the pants as well. Me. What did you do that for? Mila. You deserved it for being dumb. She'd be right. I definitely should have talked to her. Now I fear it's too late. I should fight for her, but I'm afraid she'll reject me just like I've been disregarded for most of my life. Except when I forced my fame upon the masses. Turned out that garnered too much attention. Can't there be a middle ground? For probably the 1,000th time, I walk past Graham seated in a cushioned chair. Stop moving, you're making me dizzy. I'm moving in a straight line. Technically, I'd have to be spinning to make you dizzy. He braces his ankle on his knee. Details. No, it's your emotional state that's like an out-of-control top. Do you mean the wooden toy? Don't try to avoid this conversation like you avoided the one with Mila. I don't know what you mean. He snorts. Elliot, I've known you for my entire adult life. I snort back. I'd hardly say you're an adult, maybe in age, but not in maturity. I won't argue with you there. Anyway, I saw the way you looked at her, the way you talked about her, how you're leaving the band, which we knew. By the way, I won the bet. You need a certain amount of crazy to stay in this for the long haul, and you're now the sanest one of the bunch. That's saying something. So give me the full story. What happened? Why are you moping around like you're Mr. Mopey from Mopesville? I let out a long breath, preparing to tell him the abbreviated version of the story because I'm getting desperate. Back when we were doing the Northeast tour of the U.S., I met Mila and we hung out. I guess you could say we were dating. It was fun. News to me. I kept it quiet. Along with the sleeping pill habit. About that, I know I already apologized, but I really am sorry. I imagine I was hard to be around. Life is much better awake, except between the hours of 11 and 7 like a normal person.
To be fair, you had it the worst of us. The fans do not leave you alone. You're just that irresistible, charming, he teases. Stop, you'll make Mila jealous. Anyway, I ghosted her, but by chance we came back together.
I explain about Rita releasing me to Mrs Strickland after my stint in rehab.
More like fate, Graham says. I fell for her harder than ever. Our first meeting was like an appetizer. The last 10 days with her were like an entree. And you'd better get your stuff together so you can have dessert. Exactly, but what if she doesn't want me? We've already established that you're a stud. Anyway, there's always Katie.
Graham waggles his eyebrows. I glower.
Too soon for a joke? Sorry. I want to win Mila back. If I lost her again, which I think I did, I feel it in my gut.
My hand brushes my chest and lands on my stomach.
But I don't know what to do, or how to fix this if I broke it. I think the thing with Katie scared her off. She made it clear she doesn't want anything to do with the life as a rock and roll girlfriend. You should really just do the obvious. And that is, talk to her like a big boy.
I list off a litany of reasons why that might fail. He chuckles.
I've never seen you like this. I've never felt like this.
My pulse races. Graham gets to his feet and puts a friendly arm on my shoulder. Then he thumbs his finger against my chest before leaning down and listening.
What's that? What do I hear? Could that vibration and pulsation, could that be your heart? Wait. Yes, I think you're in love.
He laughs.
I could have told you that. Then what's the matter with you? Why don't you know what to do?
I stare at him dumbly.
Elliot, go after her.
He gestures toward the door. The clock on the wall indicates the sun has already set, meaning not long until guests start arriving.
Do you think I have time? When it comes to love, you have to make time. How sentimental of you.
He flashes a cocky smile.
Sentimental, but true. If we win an award, I'll say something meaningful. No, you won't. You'll crack a joke. You know me so well. If it's our turn to perform, I'll stall them. You mean you'll prank someone and create a diversion? It wouldn't be rock and roll otherwise.
He winks, and then I dash down the hallway, desperate to find Mila and use my words like a big boy. Chapter 20. Mila. I've been driving in circles for almost an hour when I have to stop to get gas and then walk over to a market because the solution to every problem is chocolate. I stare at a wall of candy bars. Chocolate caramel, salted chocolate, dark chocolate, obscenely dark chocolate, peppermint chocolate. A whimpery little sigh escapes. You're not going to believe this, but not even chocolate can make this better. A heap of orange bags inside a bin catches my eye. The candy corn left over from Halloween is marked down 50%. I buy a bag and trudge back to the Ladybug. Soaked and sad, I sink into the seat. I'm not the kind of person who has to have the last say or be right about things. I told you so is not part of my vocabulary. Okay, sometimes. But I happen to be wrong about something, and I'm not afraid to admit it. I was afraid music would be the thing that took Elliot away from me. Turns out it was a woman named Katie. That's not the whole story. Obviously, she has a bolt loose, and I don't expect he'll ever speak to her again. But it's that overall lifestyle and the band's shenanigans. My dad is a great guy, but hangs with some unsavory characters. I'm not trying to give rock and roll stars a bad name. It's just not what I want in my life. No thank you to the Katies and the Gordons of the world. I'm not into the late nights, the booze, the debauchery that comes with the territory. From what I've gathered, it got the best of Vivi. I don't want to follow in her footsteps. Tanya managed to avoid it, but that takes a certain kind of person. And as Dad says, Mom is one in a million. I love Elliot and would never ask him to choose between music and me. Couldn't do that to him. Wouldn't. So after I left the theater, I headed toward the freeway. Couldn't get on. Wouldn't. I blame Ladybug because she was low on gas, but now I'm just sitting here, torn about what to do. Elliot texts and calls a bunch of times, but what will I say to him? Hey, it's been great. I love you, but promised myself not to get involved with rock stars. Too late for that, which makes the ache inside that much worse. For years, I felt lost. Cora had a successful career, her own apartment, and a supreme talent in the kitchen. Paisley studied hard and became a lawyer. Despite being the silliest person I know, she can debate until she wins. Blakely is a world-famous fashion designer and as glamorous and creative as they come. Daisy has been through some tough times and remained the sweetest, most positive person I know. And what do I have to say for myself? I'm sassy, surly, and refuse to sing, even though I love it and it makes people happy. At least, that's what they said in my church choir growing up. I opened the Fab Five group chat. Me. Made it to L.A. Daisy. We started to get worried about you. Paisley. There you are. Blakely. When you stopped replying, I called your mom to find out where you're staying in L.A. to have a dress couriered to you so you'd have something smashing to wear to the awards show. Me. I'm not going. I expect an uproar, multiple texts, and for my phone to ring. When it doesn't, I treat the thread like a diary and explain what happened. Me. I think it will just be easier to go our separate ways. Cora. When have you ever done anything because it's easy? Me. Never. Daisy. What do you need? Home, comfort, a dry bed, and not to be driving. Dixieland Ranch comes to mind. The Fab Five are quiet a minute longer. I appreciate them listening, and it's only in their silence that I realize they're likely conferring in another thread, just like we did to Paisley. Cora. It's time for us to give you some of your own tough love medicine. Paisley. We drew straws and Daisy lost, but she'd just smother you with buttery mama love. Me. That's kind of what I need. Blakely. Nope, you need a swift kick in the tush. Daisy. Consider this a team effort. I flinch. They wouldn't. Oh, they totally would. Cora. Did Elliot hurt you in any way? Did he leave, cheat, lie? Daisy. If so, I've been designated to give him a throat chop with my flute. Me. No, I'm the one who left. I almost laugh at the flute comment, but I'd hate to see Daisy enraged. Paisley. So what you're saying is, once things ratcheted up between you, you scampered off because you're afraid. Me. I don't scamper. Paisley. But you don't deny retreating. She's got me there. Blakely. You don't want to let him love you. Why not? Give me a reason. Me. It's more that he has his life and the band. Blakely. Understandable that you'd be wary, but your mom figured out how to make it work. You could do that for love. Me. I could. Cora. But you're actually afraid of him leaving you. Daisy. Love is worth taking risks, Mills. The bigger risk is looking back later with regret at what you could have had if you just got over yourself. Whoa, mic drop from our sweet Daisy. Paisley. Also, there's no doubt Elliot is forever marriage match material. Cora. Maybe the pact is what set this in motion. Blakely. Say bye-bye to Miranda and working under her employ. Daisy. Say hello to a future with the man you love. It's then I belatedly realize something that Graham said. farewell. Me. Ladies, I'm going to the awards show. Daisy. That was a quick turnaround. Drive safely. Cora. Be brave. Paisley. Knock 'em dead. Me. I look like a drowned rat, but he saw me with the stomach bug, so this can't be much worse. Blakely. I'll have someone meet you from makeup and wardrobe. I practically peel out of the parking lot. Thankfully, the rain stopped. This time, I get the green lights as I zip to the theater. I'm about to park illegally and chance a tow after circling the building 3 times, when a spot opens up right near the main doors. When I get to the ticket desk, the cashier closes the window, mouthing, "Sorry, sold out." I pace in front of the theater, wondering if they'd let me in the back. My pulse pitter-patters as if it wants to jump out of my chest and fly to Elliot. The door blows open to the sound of clapping, and a tall man stands in the frame, backlit and glowing. "Mila," he calls, rushing over to me. "How'd you know?" "Your mom texted." "How'd she know I was coming here?" "The Fab Five are a force to be reckoned with." I could cry. I want to hug them all. I want to cover him with kisses. "Did I miss your set?" He nods. "I'm knackered, but they're asking for an encore." I got scared and left. "But you're here." I was going to get on the freeway and start driving east. Then I realized I was being a Reggie. The corners of Elliot's lips twitch with a smile. "I feared that. At first, I thought I wasn't good enough for you, but you helped me to grow and to get out from under the lies I told myself. Did you know you're in the company of the world title holder of Master of Self-Sabotage?" "What do you mean?" "Every time I used to try to do something good, something right, I'd expect it to blow up in my face. Kaboom. When it didn't, I'd jigger it so I failed." "But you're famous, a successful musician." "That aside." "Everyone does stuff like that from time to time." "No, they don't. It's an affliction. I do it repeatedly as if I want to flop, as if the vulnerability of success will be too intense. When I look back at all the times I ruined things, I held the fuse and the flame. I wouldn't have admitted it. I blamed the record company, the louts at the venue, my father. But really, it all comes back to me." I find his chocolate brown eyes with mine. So mature of you to see that. Guess I know what you mean.
"Also, for the record, I'm not in the band any longer. I quit. Retired. Whatever you want to call it."
I gasp as he confirms the farewell comment from earlier. "What?"
"You heard me."
He grips the tops of my arms.
"Don't get me wrong, I still love playing music, but Rita said to stop going and start staying. I want to stay with you, wherever that is. Mila, I don't want to sabotage us. I want a future with you."
"I do too, but I don't want you to give up your dreams for me."
"Mila, you are my dream."
A deep, throbbing pulse radiates from my heart and reaches my lips, spreading a smile across my face that beams brighter than a set of stage lights. We've both traveled so much. Maybe in addition to seeing sights, eating great food, and meeting interesting people, the trips led us to now. Maybe all along we were looking for each other. He gazes at my lips.
"Will you go the distance with me, road warrior princess?"
I get lost for a long moment in Elliot's chocolate brown eyes. "As long as you'll be my ride or die, Prince Road Rebel." I lift onto my toes, fist his shirt because he's mine, and kiss him softly on his lips, ready to melt there if it weren't for the clapping and cheering behind us. Of course, it's for the encore, but feels like maybe it could be for us too. "Where are we going this time?" I ask.
"I think we should take a vacation. I'm thinking of the countryside. Wide open fields, a dog named Trap. Dixie did invite us for Thanksgiving. We'll just get there early and help her cook. A couple of weeks early. We can take our time, cover new ground. Also, there's a piece of property I'd like to look at."
I like the way you're thinking.
"But first, let's go play some music."
I gesture from him to me. As in, us? He points to the theater.
Yup, you and me, a duet.
He scoops me into his arms and carries back into the music venue. I giggle. I giggle, guys. When Elliot sets me down, my knees feel wobbly and my palms break out into a clammy sweat. But he doesn't give me a second longer to think about it. In a flurry, we're backstage. Someone runs a brush through my hair, someone else applies makeup. In less than 5 minutes, he and I are seated beside each other on a pair of stools. The stage lights come up and the curtain lifts. The room is quiet and all I can see are the silhouettes of people's heads. I didn't even have time to warm up my voice, but I guess it doesn't matter. I'm not singing for an audience, I'm singing for Elliot. This is an important transition for him as he says goodbye to his career and welcomes our future. It's not just symbolic, he needs this. Maybe I do too. He strums the first chord. My voice is breathy at first, but then we harmonize and together the sound is smoky, silvery birdsong. As we continue, I feel energized. When I look into Elliot's eyes, I feel loved. The smile he gives me tells me he feels the same. Afterward, Elliot takes my hand in his, clutches his guitar in the other, and before anyone can intercept us, we dash into the night. We laugh, as if we're making a great escape.
Now that is what I call a grand exit,
Elliot says, catching his breath. Once back in the Ladybug, he cackles like a schoolboy who just skipped class.
I feel free. No more interviews, no more sound checks, band politics, or travel.
His sigh is long. He grips my hand and turns to me, wearing a wild smile.
Mila, that last time you saw me before I went to rehab, I was wearing a crown. I was not a worthy prince, but you are a princess, and I hope to spend the rest of my life showing you that I can be the man you deserve.
He places a tiara on my head. What? Where did you get this?
I found it backstage. Think of it like a really big engagement ring, but we can get one of those too.
I laugh. Are you doing what I think you're doing? His dark eyes meet mine. The light in the car is dim, but I can't imagine a better place for this to happen, because, as the bumper sticker says, love always wins.
Mila, will you marry me?
Our surroundings fade, yet I know exactly where I am and where I belong. I fling my arms around Elliot's neck and kiss his cheeks, his nose, his forehead, everywhere. When I pull away, I say, yes, but if I rule the world, chocolate would be required at all meals.
The official ice cream of our monarchy would be Rocky Road.
Should we go get some to celebrate?
I think that's a great idea. But first,
he leans over the console and cups the back of my head, drawing me closer. We kiss away everything that kept us apart. We kiss for every mile we crossed. We kiss for a future spent together.
I love you,
he whispers. I love you too. Then I add, so is this going to make me Mrs. O'Dorable? He gives me a quizzical look, but I just draw him in for another smooch. Then Elliot says,
your mom mentioned an Elvis impersonator in Las Vegas. Want to see if we can find him before you make my cowboy dreams come true?
His smile is as charming as ever. Are you asking me if I want to elope? I laugh and drive east, Las Vegas bound. Elliot adds,
and now that you have the other 25 states checked off, we could take our honeymoon in Alaska and Hawaii.
Our hands find each other and we squeeze. I like the way you're thinking, Mr. O'Luring. His laughter, as if he finally gets the joke, follows us to the freeway and into the future. Our future. I couldn't have asked for anything better out of this road trip. The end. Meet the 5th member of the Fab Five, Daisy Thompson. She's the sweet one, but has a secret. It's not only that she'd fallen in love with her best friend. Nope, it's bigger and wigglier and cuter. She's hoping for a Christmas miracle to bring her family back together and finally have a chance to tell her best friend the truth. Read Chapter 1 from Dare to Love My Best Friend. Daisy.
Have yourself a merry little Christmas, Daisy, and stay out of trouble,
Sheriff Adams says with a wink. Oh, in that case, I probably shouldn't tinsel the trees along Main Street, huh? I say, with a facetious bite of my lip. He tips his head from side to side.
You know me, I love Christmas. Ordinarily, I'd say have at it, but that would probably be a mess for the DPW to clean up.
Well, all right, since you suggested I stay out of trouble, I suppose I'll follow orders. I give my superior a playful salute. He chuckles in a way that reminds me of Santa Claus, if the jolly old elf were a 6-foot-plus officer of the law. I've gathered he doesn't use this friendly manner with actual criminals or pranksters, but we'll see about that in 3, 2, 1. I almost forgot. I found these under the station Christmas tree. I thought you might find them interesting. I hold up a baggie filled with Cheerios and labeled donut seeds and jiggle it. Sheriff Adams examines the contents like he would evidence from a crime scene.
Interesting.
He stifles laughter. Considering the often difficult aspects of working in law enforcement, I try to bring as much cheer as possible to everyone employed at our station. Yes, I'm the person with a steady supply of candy on my desk. I pass him an envelope. This was there too. The Christmas card contains a gift certificate to our local donut shop. And no, it's not just a cop thing. Everyone in town loves the homemade old fashions. And the glazed crullers are not to be missed. Patty Cake's Bakery is also amazing if you're looking for cookies and pies. I probably missed my calling as a Lake Winnie tour guide. A warm, cozy feeling fills me with affection for my hometown. I hurry out the door to take it with me and into the early, chilly winter morning. Sheriff Adams calls after me.
Thank you, Daisy. You're the best, the sweetest.
I take it he read the card. As I hightail it home, bumping over potholes, I'd like to agree with my superior about being the best and the sweetest, but the truth is, I have a secret. I'm not a criminal or even an actual prankster. Well, there was that time in high school when the Fab Five and I... Never mind. I'm not sure we've reached the statute of limitations when it comes to silly string yet. But this secret of mine has been gobbling me up inside. Well, it's the inverse of a secret, or maybe the converse. Don't nominate me for a candidate for homeschooling teacher position because my math skills and my secrecy competency don't go much beyond the basics. However, I can calculate how many years, months, and days it's been since I've seen the source of my secret, as well as how many years, months, and days the result of the secret has been the subject of light and joy in my life. Except when he's fussy. Then we're like starless nights and grouchy grumbles. Lean in close and don't tell anyone. I have a secret, baby. I sigh as Christopher snoozes in his car seat on our way home, from where he spends nights with another family while I work the third shift. Like a member of SWAT, I stealthily sneak into the house with him in my arms. He nestles close, all perfectly sleepy and used to this transition, as we snuggle up in bed so I can get a little shut-eye before the day begins. He's baby powder soft, pudgy fingers, and snuggly warmth. I could just squeeze him and gobble him up. Except I won't, because that's creepy. When we're out, well-meaning women coo and say things like, "He's so cute, I could just eat him." And I'm like, "Lady, do you realize how terrible that sounds?" But I'd never actually say that because I don't want to make the moment awkward or steal their moment of baby bliss. Oh, And if you're wondering, the source of my secret has been missing in action for roughly 2 years and 2 months. The result of our secret is 1 year and 4 months. I'll leave it to you to do the math for the aforementioned challenge with advanced arithmetic. Quincy is in the military, so thankfully he's not actually missing in action, as far as I know. Worst case scenario, he could be, but I won't let my thoughts drift there. He's missing from my life, which is a big deal too. The trouble is, everyone, and this is a small town, so I mean all the people, except for Quincy, the source of my secret, knows about Christopher, the result of my secret. Except the townsfolk don't know the source of my secret. In other words, the daddy doesn't know about the baby, and everyone else knows about the baby, but not about the daddy. My life wasn't supposed to be this complicated or involve secrets at all. Rather, I envisioned contributing to my community. My job at our local police department working dispatch is pretty great, except the hours leave something to be desired since I work the night shift. My local church is amazing. We're close-knit. Getting married and having a family, complete with a bunch of rugrats and a sheepdog, was the life plan. Yes, I was that specific, and I was well on my way to that goal until it fell apart. Making my little cabin on the lake the perfect cozy little haven, consider it a work in progress. After we secretly got married, I did not consider the possibility that my best friend, Quincy, turned husband, would doubt us being together, then disappear, rendering me a single mom. Nor did I count on having to keep so much inside. When I was a kid, my mother would put the gifts from her and Dad under the tree before Christmas Day. The intense temptation to sneak a peek was what I imagine a dog feels like when it knows a steak is on the grill, but its dinner is merely a bowl of dry kibble. Anyway, one night when I was little and couldn't sleep, I snuck downstairs and found a present under the tree with my name on the tag. I started to peel the tape from the edge of the gift. It seemed as loud as crackling thunder. The paper came up with the tape, so I tried to fix it and doubled back to my room, terrified my parents would find out, landing me on Santa's naughty list. Eventually, I made a full confession to my mother. It's kind of like this with the identity of Christopher's dad. I want to tell my best friends who he is, and my mother, of course. However, there's a risk bigger than the elves not packing my presents in Santa's sack. The weight of this fact deflates me on the bed, and I stare at the ceiling, letting out a long puff of breath. Did I just see a cloud form? It's cold this morning, and I've been keeping the heat low to save money. I make sure Christopher is warm. Then I go back to worrying about what to do, among other things, like about how thin my checkbook is, how fat my expenses and bills are, about how big the secret is. Why not just tell everyone? The diary on my bedside reads like a scandalous celebrity tell-all, except I'm no one, something Quincy made very clear. The Fab Five, my girl besties, mom, family, and most of the town, definitely gossiped behind my back when they saw my belly growing each month. They could not fathom what was going on. I overheard people commenting on my diet and exercise habits. Others thought I was shoplifting turkeys and hiding my thefts under my skirt. Some claimed that I'm not actually the sweet, quiet girl I make myself out to be. Mila was visiting when we overheard that particular comment come out of Miranda's mouth. The sassiest of the Fab Five used some choice words expressing how insensitive Miranda can be. It was far more jarring than when the word cookie or any variation thereof rises to my lips in place of the language my mother forbids in any kind of company. But it didn't stop there. Someone at the grade school said that their daughter was wondering if the stork outside their house was going to bring her mom a baby too. I think this was just a roundabout way to catch me off guard with a laugh, correct the child's cute mistake, and confess who the dad is. I still get curious looks and the occasional question from nosy locals. But Christopher is so overwhelmingly adorable, they're mostly rendered defenseless and mute when it comes to the subject of his paternity. The neighbors' twinkling lights framing the trim on their house must not have a timer, because they still glow even in the morning gloom. So much for sleep. Although it's early December and Advent season, I cannot claim any kind of immaculate conception. Nope, I married my best friend after what felt like a wild summer filled with freedom. Late night swims in the lake and long talks about the meaning of life, love, and everything in between. The military suddenly summoned Quincy for duty. He's a Green Beret. Now we have a baby, and I don't know where he is other than not here. Also, there was a moment when he was getting ready to leave that he doubted our decision. He'd gotten cold feet after we'd taken the plunge. Quincy questioned what we did, leaving me to believe he regretted it. Not only that, but he didn't tell anyone we got married, including his parents, so I didn't either. You can imagine how painfully awkward it was when I showed up with an infant, and Quincy Carter's mother stared at me with confused owl eyes. Afraid of what she might say or do, the secret snuck back inside me and has remained there ever since. Instead of telling Mrs. Carter that she's a grandmother, I made up some dumb story about having loaned Quincy a book, and then rushed away with my tail between my legs and a baby in my arms. If his mom is an owl, my mother, Barb Thompson, is a hawk. When she found out the news, I got sharp, predatory eyes like she'd hunt me down, if only to get the truth out of me. But I won't tell. My lips are sealed, and so is my heart. If Quincy thinks it was a mistake we secretly got married, then there's no sense in telling anyone. When he gets back, not if, I'd know deep down in my bones if my best friend in the world was dead. We'll dissolve the marriage just as quietly and secretly as we said I do. My lips have to be sealed because my mother and Quincy's mom, Mrs. Carter, and a dozen others are part of our small town clothesline chit-chat. In other words, they're prone to gossip. I'm nothing if not polite. My besties, the Fab Five, call me the sweet one. I've heard the things Mom and her friends say about girls and women who've done worse than me, and I do not want to be the subject of their tittle-tattle. Although they've probably made up sordid stories about me to fill in the gaps of my enduring silence. My phone on silent vibrates somewhere in the bed. Usually, if I can't sleep, I'll read until it's time to start the day. It's my only me time. Finding time alone when you have a baby is a foreign concept. On the toilet? Nope. In the shower? Rarely. Sleeping? Apparently not. If you know, you know. But I love being a mother. I mean it from the depths of my being, and likely somewhere beyond. When I say this role has brought me light and joy. Comfort and joy? Well, that's another story, because a little foot kicks me right in the ribs. Oof. Christopher continues to sleep soundly as I flinch, sending the phone clattering to the floor. I rub my side as I scramble to find it and stop the incessant buzzing. It's the Fab Five group chat. Blakely. Who's on the road? Cora. Just loading up the truck now. Paisley. We're at the airport. Cora. I didn't realize you went anywhere. Paisley. Last week, we closed the shop for the season and had to get our surf on before heading to the snowy north for 2 weeks. I glance out the window again. The heavy gray-white sky threatens snow. Yes, I'm dreaming of a white Christmas. I'm also praying for a Christmas miracle, for Quincy to find his way home, if only to meet his son and give me the closure I need. I knew it was too good to be true that he'd want us to be together, especially after he picked Miranda over me at prom. I was his sweet, quiet, safe friend, the one that was always there, practically the girl next door. It's the week before Christmas, and my best friends, minus Quincy Carter, are coming up to Lake Winnipesaukee, our hometown, for the holidays. Blakely and her husband Dean split their time between their lake house and New York. They plan on hosting the Christmas Eve party in their spacious cottage. Everything she does big. Cora and Shaw live outside Boston, so they're not too far. Paisley and Griffin also live in New Hampshire, but down south on the seacoast, though they're constantly traveling. When Christopher is older, I'll teach him how to play the game, Where in the World is the Future Mrs. Paisley Sanderson? Blakely. Mila, paging Mila, are you there? Paisley. Is she back from Alaska? Cora. I thought she was in Hawaii. Paisley. I was just in Hawaii and didn't see her. Blakely. There are 8 main islands. There's a decent chance you wouldn't see her. Paisley. I was joking. We were in Kauai, though. She adds the emoji sticking out its tongue, then rhapsodies about aloha. This is the way of things with the Fab Five. We've always kept connected. Except now everyone is pairing off, whether because of the forever marriage match pact we made years ago, or because it's that season of our lives. I'm not sure. What I do know is that sometimes I feel like an outsider, like it should be the Fab Four plus me when I'm not changing diapers, soothing a tiny teething mouth, or trying to keep my life together with hair ties, duct tape, and elbow grease. I was the first one to have a baby and remained in our hometown when the others ventured to fancy and exotic locales, had robust dating lives, and had thriving careers. Don't get me wrong, I take a lot of pride working for the police dispatch and helping how I can, but I'm not a fashion designer. Blakely. Former lawyer. Paisley. She and Griffin now run a surf shop in a beach town. Computer programmer turned cook. Cora. Or Mila. She's an entity all her own, and despite her sassy nature, has the most beautiful singing voice. She now lends it to charity, raising tons of money for causes she cares about, especially helping moms in crisis and advocating for families going through the adoption process. I quietly pick up a stack of laundry that toppled off the end of my bed. I'm convinced that there are children in addition to Christopher who live here that I haven't yet met. How does one little man produce so much laundry? I don't know how the parents of multiples do it. I flop back onto the bed. The sad thing is, I'd certainly like to have a big brood, but have zero confidence I ever will, considering Quincy is the kind of missing the military doesn't exactly broadcast, probably on a top secret mission. Not that he even wanted to be with me after we got married. That was a big fat fail. My phone beeps with a message from Mila of the lady emoji raising her hand. Blakely. Mila, you're here? Mila. Present. Well, we're still in Tennessee. Got a late start. Cora. Drive safe. Apparently there's a storm coming. Mila. Oh, I'll get there safely, if only to eat a home-cooked meal. We've been living on takeout and pizza for weeks during construction. I'm hoping to stuff myself silly and then not get off the couch for hours. No, scratch that, days. Blakely. Daisy, see you at Patty's at 9. Don't forget. I'm so exhausted, the thought of coffee, even before meeting Blakely at the bakery to discuss the Secret Santa, screams necessity. But I'm warm in bed and sleepy. I gaze at my little snoozing angel. If only he was capable of resting so peacefully during nap time. On any given day during nap time, I have to tiptoe around the house. Make sure to post the sign on the door for delivery people not to ring the doorbell, and make ritual sacrifices to ensure the neighbor's dog doesn't bark. One of the guys at the station makes amazing beef jerky, and I'd keep it all for myself. But it's the only thing to pacify Rocket, the Doberman Collie mix with a barking problem. My eyes dip as I imagine another Christmas without Quincy. A blue Christmas. The song comes to mind like a lullaby. Keep reading this friends to lovers second chance love story with a secret baby, a case of amnesia, and an unforgettable Christmas Eve. Click to find out more and get your copy. This has been Dare to Love the Guy I Hate, Romantic Comedy Forever Marriage Match Book 4, written by Ellie Hall, copyright 2021, narrated by Lorena Hoops, audio copyright 2022.
Hi there, I hope you enjoyed listening to Dare to Love the Guy I Hate, the fourth book in the Forever Marriage Match series. If you missed the first three, they're all here to listen to right here on YouTube, and the next one is a Christmas romance with Daisy. So I hope that you stick around and listen, and of course, if you haven't already, subscribe to my channel, like, comment, share this video with other Sweet and Swoony romance audiobook lovers, and I hope to see you soon. Thanks again for listening.